Chapter 3995. It was exactly the same as the voice Xiao Hua heard from Ao Mayun. However, as soon as this voice appeared, it immediately disappeared along with the dragon's aura, as if nothing had happened just now. Xiao Hua's lightning surged out and hit the pavilion, completely destroying the roof of the pavilion, revealing the colorful clouds outside the pavilion. The group of Confucian cultivators were somewhat in disbelief. This life and death situation appeared too suddenly and left even more abruptly. As strong as they were, the murderer had already disappeared with the wind by the time they raised their qi. They almost didn't dare to believe their eyes. Roar! Similarly, as soon as the murderer left, the dragon envoy's roar sounded again, but this roar was like rolling thunder that gradually faded away. After a full half cup of tea's time, Ao Zhantian asked in a trembling voice, "Daoist, just now did a dragon senior appear?" "Yes." Xiao Hua withdrew his invisible nascent soul, suppressed the surprise in his heart, and answered indifferently. Ao Sun also asked, "Since he left, then we are not the ones he wants to kill?" "It should be." Xiao Hua turned around and looked at these Confucian cultivators, then walked towards the quiet room. "So, we don't have to be afraid of being killed by him?" Ao Moran asked again timidly, just like a little student asking a professor a question. Xiao Hua also answered, "There should be no need to be afraid. However, don't leave here, just stay here. Since he came once, he probably won't come again. Zhantian has some spirit fruits and spirit wine. Enjoy them slowly, but don't show too much. Just wait for the dragon to come ashore." Okay. Happiness came too suddenly. Ao Chiron and the others didn't know how to answer. Only trembling and saying a few words, all of them fell to the left side of the jade table. Logically speaking, they were all grandmasters around the 5th level of elemental energy. Even if they were facing a mortal enemy and in the face of death, they wouldn't have lost their composure. However, in this kind of torturous atmosphere, they had been tormented for several months. Every time they thought that they could lose their lives at any time, this kind of fear was eroding their ambition. At this moment, their state of mind was clearly different from the Dao realm of Xiao Hua and the other Daoist cultivators. When they were relaxed, when they had escaped from the calamity, it was inevitable that some instinctive actions would appear. Xiao Hua entered the quiet room and didn't activate any restrictions. Instead, he simply sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. Within the pavilion, Ao Zhantian and the others rested for a moment before taking out some spirit fruits to consume. However, they didn't relax like Xiao Hua. Instead, they all began to cultivate. More than a few months passed in the blink of an eye. The rhythm of the invisible murderer's attacks began to slow down. In the end, it finally calmed down. The nervousness of being in a state of panic also slowly disappeared. It was as if the murderer's targets were all dead. The murderer no longer appeared. The remaining demon clan and human clan seemed to have escaped from the sky and gradually began to become active. A total of 47 demons and 13 humans died in the hands of the murderer, making a total of 60. The strength of these dead bodies was also uneven. Most of them were at the middle of the 5th grade and were not the demonic beast experts that Ao Zhantian and the others had imagined. It was also because of this that most of the demons and humans didn't know why the murderer's target was the deceased. This seemed to be an unsolvable mystery. However, all of the demons and humans, including the Dragon Island emissary who controlled the Dragon Island, believed that there would be a day when the truth would be revealed. And that day would be the day when the Dragon Island neared the Dragon Island. The Dragon Island silently traversed the seabed. In the dark green seawater, one couldn't see the exact shape of the Dragon Island. One could only see a flash of brilliance before it disappeared into the sea. The flowing light arrived at a very ordinary part of the sea. The flowing light abruptly stopped and a droplet of water that was thousands of feet in size appeared in the sea. In an instant, all of the fish in the sea were frightened and frantically swam away. The Dragon Island only stopped for a few breaths. A strange wave of energy spread out from the Dragon Island. Then the Dragon Island began to move along with the energy wave. In the beginning, the Dragon Island moved extremely slowly. However, it gradually sped up. In the time it took to eat a meal, the Dragon Island became a flowing light again. However, this time the flowing light was different from before. A spiral ripple formed at the tip of the Dragon Island. As the flowing light formed, it rapidly spread out to the outer layer of the Dragon Island. What was special was that as the spiral ripple swept across, the color of the flowing light became even fainter. Gradually, the flowing light couldn't be seen clearly. The moment the flowing light became completely transparent, the flowing light seemed to have stopped. The entire flowing light rushed towards an invisible droplet of water in the sea. There was no fluctuation, no barrier. The flowing light shrunk little by little. Finally, it fell into the millions of droplets of seawater. Those who didn't understand the mysteries of the Dragon Island would never have thought that. The famous Dragon Island was actually inside a droplet of water. This droplet was in an unknown part of the sea. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Who could find it? The demons and humans inside the Dragon Island couldn't see through the Dragon Island. Naturally, they couldn't know that they were already inside a droplet of water. At this moment, Xiaohua was meditating with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he heard a rip sound. The entire Dragon Island seemed to have been torn apart. Torrential seawater fell from the sky. All the pavilions, rocks, quagmires, and so on inside the Dragon Island disappeared in the seawater. Xiaohua and the others were startled. They hastily raised their heads to look. They only saw a huge continent in the sea that they couldn't see the end of. This entire continent was similar to the Soul Cultivator's remnant Xiaohua saw in the Forbidden Spring Ocean. It was completely submerged in the seawater. On this continent there were mountain ranges, plains, hills. There were fishes, seaweed in the seawater. And at this moment, at the edge of the continent, there were some grooves that looked like the shape of a turtle. Above each groove, there was a several thousand zhang 333 m per zhang, transparent crystal cover. Some of the crystal covers had floating dragon generals. Some of the crystal covers were empty. There were no dragon generals guarding them. See? This is the Dragon Island? Xiaohua sucked in a mouthful of cold air. He couldn't help but be shocked. Damn it, this Xiao always thought that the Dragon Island was somewhere in the four seas. It was an island, but I really didn't expect. This Dragon Island was actually at the bottom of the sea. Of course, the dragon tribe was originally a water tribe. How could they live without water? They naturally thought that the Dragon Island was an island in the eyes of the human tribe. That was because they didn't break away from the human tribe's thinking. They thought that the dragon tribe also lived in the air like the human tribe. In fact, in the eyes of the dragon tribe, isn't the seawater air in the eyes of the human tribe? It would be strange if the Dragon Island was really an island. Thinking of this, Xiaohua hastily raised his hand and took out the mountain river seal. His mind shook, and he pulled Ao Mayun out of the space. At this moment, not only was Xiaohua surprised, Ao Zhantian and the others were also surprised. No one had noticed Ao Mayun's quiet appearance. She then looked at Ao Mayun again. Ao Mayun had suddenly appeared inside the traveling dragon's den, and the Dragon Island's strange phenomenon caught her eye. How could she not know that Xiaohua had safely delivered her to the Dragon Island? She only nodded slightly at Xiaohua, and didn't say a word. Xiaohua smiled. This kind of woman who was so calm could really be the commander of an army. In the traveling Dragon Island, most of the survivors of the human tribe and the demon tribe were surprised. When they came to their senses and were about to use the escape technique to leave the traveling Dragon Island, they suddenly found that they couldn't even move their bodies. Whoosh! A gorgeous dragon pattern appeared from the crystal cover and fell on top of everyone's head. Then the dragon envoy who controlled the traveling Dragon Island strangely appeared out of thin air. He opened his mouth and spat out the same dragon pattern to meet the gorgeous dragon pattern. Swish! The moment the two dragon patterns merged, a cluster of colorful light emerged from the dragon pattern and covered the dragon envoy. The dragon envoy's body shrank rapidly, turning into the size of the dragon pattern, and disappeared into the dragon pattern. Then the dragon pattern rushed to the crystal cover. As soon as it came into contact, the entire crystal cover was instantly dyed blood red. Roar! A huge dragon roar passed through the heavy seawater and fell into the crystal cover. Xiaohua and the others felt their blood tremble. Several ochre yellow dragons that were 3 times bigger than the dragon envoy flew over from the other crystal covers and surrounded the blood-red crystal cover. Xiaohua and the others understood that this must be the signal sent by the dragon envoy. These dragons must have come to arrest the brutal murderer in the traveling Dragon Island. Sure enough, the dragon pattern passed through the crystal cover. The dragon envoy revealed his body from the dragon pattern and said something to the 3 dragons. The dragon's body twisted in the seawater and immediately disappeared. The 3 dragons shook their bodies and opened their mouths. 3 dragon pearls flew out. These 3 dragon pearls gave off 3 different kinds of luster. They mixed in the seawater and turned into a huge net that completely covered the groove where the crystal cover was. Other than the eyes, no one's Yuan Shun could detect it. In just a moment, a few more dragons came from the mountain range in the distance. The dragon in front had a golden crown on its dragon horn. This dragon flew to the top of everyone's head and opened its mouth. A dragon breath as vast as the sea of smoke rolled and covered the groove. Within this dragon breath, the previous 3 dragon pearls' brilliance faded and slowly flew away. "You can open it now," the dragon commanded very majestically. "Yes, General," the 3 dragons responded. The 3 dragon pearls gave off 3 different rhythmic fluctuations. The fluctuations entangled together and fell towards the crystal cover. Once the crystal cover came into contact with the fluctuations, it immediately melted like ice water touching a raging fire. Xiao Hua and the others felt the previous imprisonment slowly disappear. Then he looked at the 9 dragons that had just arrived with Long Jiang. They immediately arranged themselves into a profound formation, surrounding all the humans and demons in the middle. That dizzying dragon breath rushed over. Even someone as strong as Xiao Hua couldn't help but tremble. He couldn't help but groan in his heart. "Damn it, how can we live like this? Just 9 random soldiers have the strength of upper 6th grade essence energy. This dragon general is probably intermediate 7th grade essence energy, right?" Chapter 3996. Hold on. Come out one by one. Under the dragon's might, everyone's body and mind felt extremely heavy. The giant dragon's order was like a god's voice echoing in their hearts. The humans and demons did not dare to dawdle. They walked out one by one according to the order of the grooves. Every time a human or demon walked out of the grooves, an inexplicable wave would sweep across his body. However, even after all the humans and demons had left the crystal barrier, the giant dragon did not discover anything. "Strange," the giant dragon muttered. He looked into the grooves again. At this moment the grooves were empty. There was nothing but discarded corpses. Whoosh! At this moment a watery light flashed. The dragon envoy flew over and asked anxiously, "General, did you discover anything?" "No," the giant dragon replied. "I've carefully checked the dragon line. There is no murderer like you said. This bastard must have used some kind of concealment technique to hide," the dragon envoy said through gritted teeth. "And this concealment technique is especially powerful. I can't find him even with the help of the dragon line. Since the concealment technique is so powerful, could he have escaped first and not followed the dragon line into Dragon Island?" the giant dragon asked. The dragon envoy shook his head. "That's impossible. Although I can't use the dragon line to find this bastard, I still control the dragon line. However, I am still in control of the traveling dragon. I can still prevent him from escaping from the traveling dragon. He must be inside the dragon line. That's strange. Don't tell me he can escape from my dragon breath?" The giant dragon frowned. He thought for a moment, then ordered, "Take out these corpses and seal the dragon line. I'll send the dragon line to 4th Elder. I'd like to see what kind of concealment technique this is." Yes, the dragon soldiers obeyed the order. With a wave of their dragon claws, all the corpses were thrown to one side of the crystal barrier. Then, as several dragon pearls flashed, the multicolored dragon pattern appeared again and landed on the crystal barrier. The dragon rune penetrated the crystal barrier and produced a rumbling sound. Then another dark green water droplet was born from the crystal barrier. After the dragon formation was sealed, the dragon general raised his dragon claw and made a grabbing motion in the air. The crystal shield flew out from the groove, and the dragon formation shrunk to a size of 1,000 feet and fell into the dragon general's claw. Then, without even looking at the dragon descendants, the dragon general's body emitted a watery light and was about to flee. As for the other 9 dragon soldiers, they also moved their dragon bodies at the same time, preparing to escape with the dragon general. At this moment, Xiao Hua, who was standing on the dragon island, was suddenly startled. His gaze fell on the corpse in the distance, and he seemed to have thought of something. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, Mayun at the side shouted loudly, "My lord, Take a look at those corpses first. Who knows if there's a murderer who faked his death? Ah, how is that possible? When they saw Ao Mayun's strange appearance, Ao Zhantian and the others were all surprised. However, none of them dared to ask too much. Now that Ao Mayun reminded them, everyone came to a realization and looked at those corpses in unison. Roar! Before everyone's gaze fell, 3 beastly roars came from the corpses. The dragon python Di Dicky and Jing Hong, who were the first to be killed, suddenly rushed out of the corpses. Their bodies flashed with watery light, and they fled toward the dragon island in a panic. Roar! The dragon envoy who was in charge of the dragon formation was furious. He really didn't expect that the murderers who had caused so much bloodshed in the dragon formation in the past few months were actually the 3 demon clans who were killed first. He had painstakingly monitored the entire dragon formation, and paid attention to the movements of the other living humans and demon clans at all times. However, he just so happened to miss the location of the discarded corpses. No wonder he couldn't find the murderers no matter how hard he tried. Enraged, the dragon envoy was about to give chase. However, the dragon general was twice as fast as him. Just as the dragon envoy's body swayed, the dragon general's body had already stirred up the water and disappeared. Then, a series of thunderclaps came from the mountain range in the distance. A layer of huge waves surged out of the calm sea. Along with these huge waves, 3 extremely disheveled demon clans appeared. Just as the dragon python revealed itself, the bloody light around its body flourished. Dragon chi gushed out from this bloody light. The bloody light mixed with the dragon chi, and actually condensed into a huge dragon that was comparable to the dragon general. Roar! The dragon python roared loudly. A dragon claw slashed through the water and through space, striking the dragon general who was pouncing toward it. The dragon general seemed to be caught off guard. His whole body was hit by the dragon claw and fell to the ground with a loud boom sound. But in an instant, the dragon general's dragon tail flashed in the sea and smashed on the dragon python's head with a bang. Sound. The dragon python's body rolled a few times in the water. Once again it flashed and escaped towards a mountain range. Looking at Di Dicky and Jinghong, their bodies were even more agile. Before the dragon envoy and the 9 dragon soldiers could catch up, they had already escaped in 2 other directions. It was obvious that this was a plan that the 3 demon clans had long discussed. Woo! Dragon chi gushed out from the dragon envoy and the 9 dragon soldiers. 10 dragon pearls shot out. Small whirlpools appeared in the water thousands of feet around them. Wisps of pure water elemental energy surged towards the dragon pearls. The 10 dragon pearls grew to several feet in size. They split into 3 groups and chased after the 3 demon clans. Looking at the 3 demon clans escaping, the dragon general who was supposed to be the most capable of capturing them didn't use his escape technique. Instead he stirred up dragon chi in the water. Streaks of dragon patterns surged towards his horns. When he opened his dragon mouth, a series of inexplicable dragon language came out of his mouth. Once the dragon language appeared, the water elemental energy within 100 miles of him immediately disappeared. It rushed into the dragon language at an unbelievable speed. Then the dragon language brought about layers of light and shadows. The sound of huge waves rushed in the direction of the 3 demon clans escaping. Ah? Xiaohua didn't know what others felt, but as a Taoist cultivator, even though he was at the bottom of the sea, he was extremely sensitive to the changes in the water elemental energy. Previously, when the dragon pearls stirred up the water elemental energy, his heart was only moved. But when this dragon general actually chanted the dragon language and stirred up the water elemental energy, how could he not be shocked? Don't all demon clans cultivate the power of the moon and stars? This dragon general, how could he stir up the water elemental energy? Moreover, why is his dragon language so similar to the green seal script? No, it should be said that this dragon language is extremely similar to my Taoist cultivation technique. Xiaohua thought. When he looked at the place where Long Yu disappeared, the seawater within a few hundred li radius had been confined. This confinement power was really too strong, even the void was covered. Long Mang and the other 2 demonic beast experts who possessed 7th grade essence power exerted all their strength to twist their bodies. Although the confinement within 1,000 zhang radius was broken by them, The seawater within a few hundred li radius was like a cage that firmly locked them in place. Roar! The dragon general let out a dragon roar that shook the wilderness. This dragon roar was abnormally clear in the seawater. Following the dragon roar, the dragon general opened his mouth and a dragon shell fell into the water. The dragon general's claws continuously grabbed at the void, and the three demon clan experts who were not inferior to him, Long Mang, Di Dicky, and Jinghong, were captured by him into the dragon shell. They were almost powerless to resist. Alright. As the dragon general kept the dragon shell, the imprisonment within several hundred li of the seawater disappeared again. The dragon general ordered, "Carefully search these descendants of my clan. This general is going to the Star Brilliance Palace Hall to meet the fourth elder and report this matter to him. All of you be careful. Don't let any unforeseen events occur." "Yes, General." The 9 dragon soldiers at the side answered and respectfully sent the dragon general off. Xiao Hua looked at the scene in front of him with a dumbfounded expression. He didn't expect that the dragon general of the Dragon Island would give him a vivid lesson as soon as he set foot on the Dragon Island. He saw a secret of heaven and earth that he couldn't even dream of. Mr. Mayun. Xiao Hua looked at the dragon envoy flying over with the 9 dragon soldiers and whispered to Ao Mayun through voice transmission, Did you see that?" Ao Mayun asked curiously, "See what?" That dragon general just used. What kind of magic art?" Xiao Hua didn't know how to explain the doubts in his heart. After all, this was the magic art of the Taoism cultivators. He originally wanted to ask Ao Zhantian, but looking at Ao Zhantian's dumbfounded expression, he probably didn't know as much as Ao Mayun. Ao Mayun pursed his lips and smiled. This dragon general didn't use a magic art. Instead, it was the heavenly dragon technique unique to the Dragon Island. Heavenly dragon technique? Xiao Hua was puzzled. This heavenly dragon technique. Why does it activate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth of our Taoism? This concubine doesn't know. Ao Mayun shrugged charmingly and said with a smile, "This is the secret art of the Dragon Island. Not to mention that we descendants of the dragon blood don't know. Even the ordinary dragon generals of the dragon race of the 4 seas can't learn it." At this point, Ao Mayun rolled her eyes again and said, "There are some vague records in this concubine's jade eyes, but if you don't want, give it to me." Xiao Hua stretched out his hand unceremoniously and said, at that time, "This Xiao was afraid that you would give up on yourself. Now this Xiao obviously wants it." Even if you want it now, this concubine doesn't want to give it to you." Ao Mayun laughed and looked at Xiao Hua with a smile. Xiao Hua curled his lips and glanced at Ao Mayun and said, "Ungrateful." Ao Mayun couldn't help laughing. She really didn't expect that Xiao Hua, who had such a high cultivation, would occasionally have such a cute side. How was this the usual high and mighty attitude of a Confucian cultivator? Amidst her laughter, Ao Mayun took out the jade eyes and quietly gave it to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua also unceremoniously took it and sent it into the space. At this time 10 huge dragons flew over. In addition to the 3 dragons that were patrolling earlier, there were already 13 huge dragons surrounding the nearly 2,000 dragon blood descendants. Cough cough. The dragon envoy withdrew his dragon body and turned into 100 feet in size. Standing in the sea in front of everyone, he coughed and said, "Everyone, although the 3 damn things, Dragon Python, Di Dicky and Jinghong, have been sent to the Star Brilliance Palace Hall, General Longshou is right. Who knows if there are any accomplices among you? Now before we go to the Dragon Island, we need to carefully check again." Chapter 3997. In the face of 13 genuine dragons, how could these descendants of the dragon clan dare to refute anything? They didn't even dare to utter half a word. Subsequently, the 10 dragons took out 10 identical dragon weapons from their chests. After spitting out dragon's breath, they transformed into 10 passageways that were tens of meters tall and hundreds of meters long and placed in front of the demon clan and human clan. You'll be divided into 10 groups. Report your origins and what kind of selection you've gone through. As the dragon envoy spoke, he took out another dragon scale from his chest and rubbed the dragon claws into 10 portions, which fell into the claws of the 10 dragons. Subsequently, the demon clan and human clan lined up into 10 groups according to the dragon envoy's request. They accepted the inspection of the dragon soldiers in an orderly manner and entered the passageways. The passageways seemed to be connected to other places. The demon clan that entered the passageways didn't appear at the other end. Roar! Just as hundreds of demon clan were inspected, a faint dragon's roar came from afar. A golden cloud carried a golden little dragon and flew over from afar. Before the little dragon came close, its indescribable dragons might had already approached. All the human clan and demon clan who had the dragon clan's bloodline couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Little clan elder. When the 3 dragon soldiers who were eyeing covetously saw the little dragon flying over, they hurriedly urged their bodies to welcome it. They said respectfully, "Why are you here, elder? Why can't I be here?" The little dragon smiled with its mouth wide open. There seemed to be some bubbles in its nostrils which seemed to be snot. "What are you doing, little clan elder?" A dragon soldier replied, "These are the descendants outside the Dragon Island for this training. Because there was a killing incident in the dragon travel, General Longshow ordered us to inspect again." Damn it! When the little dragon heard this, he was a little angry. "It's just a training. You kill me and I kill you. Our dragon clan has few descendants to begin with. Won't more of them die in this way? I really can't see the stingy faces of these dragon clan." Yes, little clan elder is right. Another dragon soldier said respectfully, otherwise, the 4th elder of the Star Brilliance Palace Hall would be especially angry and specially arranged 10 generals to thoroughly investigate this matter to prevent any more mishaps in the Stacked Jade Legacy realm. What? Hearing this, the little dragon suddenly became furious. The golden light around its body shone brightly. Its pair of dragon eyes looked at the thousands of demons and humans and shouted, They actually want to enter the Stacked Jade Legacy realm? What qualifications do they have to enter with me?" Obviously, the 3 dragon soldiers were also shocked by Xiaolong's dragon might, and they hurriedly shouted, "Junior elder, quickly withdraw your dragon might, we can't take it anymore. The other dragon blood descendants can't stand it either." "Humph! If you can't even endure this, how can you enter the Stacking Jade Legacy realm?" Xiaolong coldly snorted and arrogantly withdrew his dragon's might. Looking at the rapidly changing emotions, Xiaolong was like a young child. One of the dragon soldiers smiled apologetically and said, "Little elder, you've misunderstood. I'm not saying that these descendants can all enter. It's just that this year the Stacked Jadeite Legacy realm is finally opened, and it just so happens that the dragon blood descendants are training. Therefore, the 9 elders have a discussion, including the dragon clan of the 4 seas, and are preparing to select some dragons and dragon blood descendants to see whose bloodline is purer, so that they can accompany the little elder and the other true dragons of the Dragon Island into the Stacked Jadeite Legacy realm." I was wondering. Xiaolong's mood seemed to be better. He nodded and said, "In the past, there were only 10,000 or so for the training. This time there are actually 100,000. So this is the plan. Forget it, you go on your official business, I'll play here for a while. You don't have to pay attention to me." "Yes, Junior Elder." The 3 dragon soldiers let out a long sigh of relief. They respectfully saluted and retreated. And that Xiaolong flew to a groove not far away, and actually started to play. He flew from one groove to another groove and swam back and forth inside. Seemed to be very interested. Seeing this Xiaolong like this, Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. He already somewhat understood this Xiaolong might not be that old, but because of the pureness of his bloodline, he was born with the divine ability of the dragon clan. Just like Wu Qing and Xiang Zhili when he was in the Xiaoyu continent, they were born with an easier cultivation compared to other children. When he thought of the 2 outstanding juniors, Xiaohua couldn't help but think of Xiangyang, Yan Qinglian, Zhuo Minghui and Hong Xiaoferi. "Who are you? Where are you training?" A cold voice awakened Xiaohua from his memories. Xiaohua came back to his senses and looked up. A dragon soldier was holding a dragon scale in his hand, coldly looking at him. In front of him was a pitch-black tunnel. "Oh, I am Xiaohua, Zhantian's guard," Xiaohua said casually, and slightly moved his body to the side, allowing Zhantian behind him to walk over. However, Zhantian didn't walk over as Xiaohua expected. Instead, he stood behind Xiaohua with some hesitation. Seeing Zhantian like this, Xiaohua's heart jumped, and he thought to himself, Could it be that Ao Zhantian wants to go back on his word? Damn it, if I had known this, I wouldn't have said so much to him before. If he refuses now, then wouldn't I become the dragon python's accomplice? Of course he can calmly train, but Xiao Hua's gaze hurriedly looked behind Ao Zhantian. Unfortunately, he and Ao Zhantian were behind Ao Mayun and the others. At this time, Ao Mayun and the others had already entered the tunnel. Ao Zhantian seemed to be struggling with his thoughts, and he was still hesitating. The dragon soldier had already sensed that something was wrong. Under the dragon's might, he firmly restrained Xiao Hua and said coldly, "You are Ao Zhantian's guard. How can you walk in front of your master? Speak." "Lord," Ao Zhantian said indifferently, "this fellow Taoist is my guard. His name is Xiao Hua. I have already reported to the North Sea Dragon Palace at the beginning of the training. However, the dragon strategy doesn't allow the guard's name to be recorded, so Lord didn't see it." Phew. Xiao Hua let out a sigh of relief and glared at Ao Zhantian. Ao Zhantian also smiled apologetically at Xiao Hua. He had already decided to bring Xiao Hua to the Dragon Island when he was with Long Xing. However, after witnessing Long Xing's massacre and hearing the dragon language spoken by the junior elder of the Dragon Island, he knew that this place was no small matter. He couldn't help but be worried that Xiao Hua would get into trouble on the Dragon Island. Fortunately, after a moment of internal conflict, Ao Zhantian made a decision that was beneficial to Xiao Hua. "You come over first." The dragon soldier coldly waved his claw and said, "How can a human be in front of a descendant of the dragon tribe?" "Yes, Lord." Ao Zhantian hurriedly walked forward and said respectfully, "I am Ao Zhantian." After Ao Zhantian finished explaining his origins, the dragon soldier examined the dragon scales carefully. Then, he turned the dragon pearl suspended above the passageway and examined Ao Zhantian's physical body. Then, he waved his hand and said, "Go in." "Yes, Lord." Ao Zhantian bowed respectfully and walked to the tunnel. He turned to look at Xiao Hua and asked, "Where is my guard?" "If it's normal, there's naturally no need to investigate." The dragon soldier coldly said, "But today is not normal. Your guard will have to report his background." "All right. I will do as you say." Ao Zhantian looked at Xiao Hua with a heavy gaze, and even a little apologetic. Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, go in. Today is your training. I hope you will have good results." "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Ao Zhantian didn't know what to say at this time. He was also a powerful Taoist nascent soul cultivator on the hidden immortal continent, but here, he was just a small character. He had already helped Xiao Hua as much as he could. "What is your name? Where are you from?" The dragon soldier asked again. "Where is your sect? How do you know Ao Zhantian?" Xiao Hua thought for a moment, and regretted that he didn't change his appearance, so he simply answered, "I am Taoist sect Xiao Hua, from Yu Province's Black Wind Mountain." Xiao Hua, the dragon soldier muttered, and looked inside the dragon scales, but didn't find anything. Then, he took out another thumb-sized pearl, and probed it with his origin sense. After a moment, his eyes lit up and he shouted, You are Black Wind Mountain Xiao Hua, Taoist Master Xiao Hua?" Sigh. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart, but a proud expression appeared on his face. After all, his reputation had spread to the Dragon Island, and this was enough for him to be proud. "That's right, I am Taoist sect Xiao Hua, Taoist Master Xiao," Xiao Hua replied. Long Bing waved his dragon claws without hesitation, and said, "Xiao Hua, you have a grudge with the Immortal Palace. The Immortal Palace's true Lord Qingyuan was ordered to exterminate the Black Wind Mountain. Although you defeated true Lord Qingyuan, the Immortal Palace hasn't issued any other orders, but if you set foot on the Dragon Island, you will definitely attract the attention of the Dragon Island and the Immortal Palace." Before he finished speaking, the little dragon that was playing in the distance seemed to have found something fun. With a so sound, it instantly disappeared from the groove, and appeared beside the dragon soldier. The little dragon leaned on the dragon soldier, and pushed him away. The big bubble in its nose popped with a pop sound. It stared at Xiao Hua with interest and asked, "You are that Xiao Hua who swallowed 100,000 immortal soldiers? How did you eat? I see that your stomach isn't big. Didn't you humans want to eat grains? When did you start eating human flesh?" Xiaohua rolled his eyes and looked at the little dragon with a smile and said, "Sigh, it's a long story. Actually, it's not that my Black Wind Mountain provoked the Immortal Palace, it's just that when I was passing by the Black Wind Mountain that day, I just happened to meet a beautiful girl." "Oh, could it be the 9th princess of the Immortal Palace?" The little dragon blinked its eyes, and a strange light appeared in its eyes as it asked curiously. "Of course not." Xiaohua shook his head and said, "This girl is a girl of the mortal world's royal family, but she has a blood feud." Xiaohua controlled his temper and slowly told the story of Yuanye and Jiewu to the little dragon word by word. Some of the details were even vividly described by Xiaohua, causing the little dragon to be intoxicated. Looking at the dragon soldier that was pushed away by the little dragon, it looked at the little dragon helplessly, and then at Xiaohua who had succeeded in his scheme. It waved its dragon claws, and ordered the monsters behind Xiaohua to go somewhere else. Chapter 3998. After Xiaohua finished his story, Xiaolong's eyes flashed with anger as he shouted, "Since ancient times, it's said that beauties are the source of trouble. This Jiewu. No, she doesn't deserve the name Jiewu. This hateful princess actually ignored Yuanya and was loyal to him. She really deserves to die. True monarch Qing'an did a good thing by destroying their country. However, it's a pity for your Black Wind Mountain. Actually, not every woman is so hateful," Xiaohua said with a smile. "This Xiao has a disciple named Changyuan. She has always been loyal to love, and after several lifetimes she finally got married to her lover. Ah? There's such an amazing woman?" Xiaolong's eyes lit up as he hurriedly shouted, "Hurry up and tell me." Xiaohua said awkwardly, "It's not convenient for me to tell you here, right?" "Why?" Xiaolong was curious. However, when he looked around he immediately understood. The previous 10 passages had already been closed. The 12 dragon soldiers and the dragon envoy stood around helplessly, waiting for Xiaohua to finish his story. "Let's go, follow me back to the palace," Xiaolong replied decisively. "Tell me your disciple's story." "That's not very good." Xiaohua shook his head. "I offended the Immortal Palace. Now that I've set foot on Dragon Island, I'm afraid I'll bring trouble to Dragon Island." "Trouble my ass," Xiaolong sneered. "The Immortal Palace didn't issue an immortal decree to arrest you. You also have the bloodline of my dragon race." "Little elder," a dragon soldier hurriedly said, "Xiaohua is not a descendant of my dragon race. If he isn't, then he isn't." Xiaolong tilted his head and said, "Xiaohua is my good friend. Today I invited him to Dragon Island for a chat. Even the great elder wouldn't object, right?" "Little elder," the dragon envoy hurriedly advised, "even if we're not afraid of the Immortal Palace and let Xiaohua enter Dragon Island, he's still Xiaohua's bodyguard. However, he was Ao Zhantian's bodyguard, so according to the dragon laws, he wasn't allowed to go anywhere on the Dragon Island before he was selected by the Dragon Qi. Moreover, Little Elder's palace is a secret place of my dragon race. He can't go there either. If you're willing, after the Dragon Qi selection, you can go to Ao Zhantian's training grounds and listen to Xiaohua's stories." "What bullshit." Xiaolong was furious, but after cursing a few times he felt that it was inappropriate, so he changed his words. "This dragon law is too strange. Why is it so troublesome for me to invite an old friend?" "That's not the problem," the dragon envoy hurriedly replied. "Xiaohua is currently training, so he must first be selected by the Dragon Qi. Of course he's just a guard, so he doesn't have any dragon bloodline. This is merely a process of the dragon law. Besides, even if he was invited by the junior clan elder, he still has to go through the Star Brilliance Palace Hall's inquiry and investigation before he can enter Dragon Island." All right. Xiaolong waved his claws impatiently. "I know. Hurry up and let Xiaohua in. Remember, no, I will be watching from here. If you dare to chase Xiaohua away, I will tear you all apart and eat you." Little elder, don't worry." The dragon envoy laughed. "I'm just a little worried about the Immortal Palace. I'm afraid it's not easy to report to the Star Brilliance Palace Hall. As long as Little Elder says the word, how can we not let Xiaohua enter Dragon Island?" As he spoke, a dragon soldier opened the passage again. Xiaolong said, "Xiaohua, you can go in. I'll go to the Dragon Qi realm to find you in a while." Little Elder. The Dragon Envoy hurriedly advised. The Dragon Chi realm is a place outside Dragon Island to test the purity of the bloodline of the descendants. It's not suitable for you to go, right? What can I do if I go and take a look? Xiaolong was a little impatient. Why can't I do this and can't I do that? As he spoke, Xiaolong shook his head and left. The Dragon Envoy turned around and looked coldly at Xiaohua. Xiaohua, we all know what you're thinking. However, don't think that just because you've hooked up with the Little Elder, my Dragon Island will be schemed against by you. You must be careful. Although I'll let you enter Dragon Island, I'll immediately report today's matter to the Fourth Elder. You'll have to bear all the consequences. Xiaohua simply ignored the Dragon Envoy's threat. He was very disgusted by the Dragon Envoy's coldness towards the group of dragon blood descendants. Although he was clear that he had indeed taken advantage of Xiaolong's curiosity, he could only take one step at a time. However, he still said indifferently, this Xiao has no intention of letting your Dragon Island resist the Immortal Palace. It's just that you all feel too good about it. As he finished speaking, Xiaohua stepped into the passage with his head held high. He didn't even dare to look at these dragon generals. The passageway was pitch black, and there was no sense of transmission. Xiaohua could only be on guard as he walked in step by step. After he had walked for several thousand feet, his eyes suddenly lit up, and a gorgeous space appeared in front of him. This space seemed to be boundless. Spirals of clouds filled the entire space. Near the clouds there were countless dragon patterns flickering and spreading. When the dragon patterns landed on the clouds, they caused the clouds to ripple like huge dragons. The dragon patterns were reflected in the space, and ripples appeared. Black and white colors seeped out from the cracks of the ripples. And in this crack, whether it was humans or demons, appeared one after another. Their faces were filled with longing and admiration. It was as if this was a sacred realm of the dragon race. Taoist Xiao is also here? Xiaohua naturally flew out from this crack. Ao Zhantian's voice sounded in his ears. Xiaohua nodded. Yes, it's really difficult to set foot on Dragon Island. Ao Zhantian's face was slightly hot. He looked around and changed the topic. He smiled and said, this is my first time coming to Dragon Island. I didn't expect Dragon Island to be at the bottom of the sea. Now that I've come out from the sea, it feels good to be in this space without water. Yes. Xiaohua didn't want to mention Ao Zhantian's hesitation anymore. He smiled and said, dragons are dragons and humans are humans. The place of life and the path of cultivation are also different. Actually, that might not be the case. Ao Moyun's voice sounded from afar. She flew over on a cloud and said, if Taoist Xiao understands the secrets of Dragon Island, he might discover some other strange things. Perhaps. Xiaohua nodded. People often say that all things return to the same origin. Perhaps when we reach the end of cultivation we will discover that the essence of cultivation is perhaps the same. Buzz buzz buzz. Before Ao Moyun could say anything else, 9 colored lights flashed around the entire space. The lights were like 9 huge dragons swimming together. Layers of oppressive dragon chi gradually filled the entire space. As the dragon aura swept across the space, the cloud patterns covering the space completely disappeared. One by one the human clan, the demon clan, and even the dragon clan revealed their figures. Although the demon clan and the dragon clan were huge in size, they were like densely packed ants in this space. Disciples. A dignified voice descended from the sky. On behalf of Dragon Island, this old man congratulates you all for passing the selection and entering Dragon Island to train. This is the Dragon Chi realm, where the purity of your dragon blood is measured. According to the rules of Dragon Island, you will be divided into 7 levels according to the purity of your bloodline. You will go to Clear Snow, Baotu, Qiubo, Shijiao, Chunmeng, Yanshu and Xiaoyu to train. However, this year is different. The Stacked Jade Legacy realm on Dragon Island, which hasn't opened for nearly 1,000,000 years, suddenly shows signs of opening. Therefore, Dragon Island has selected some dragon blood descendants and dragons from the 2 rivers and 4 seas for this training. This time, the first to be selected in the Dragon Chi realm are the dragons who can enter the Stacked Jade Legacy realm. Then, the other 7 levels of descendants will be selected. Mr. Moyun, what is this Stacked Jade Legacy realm? Xiaohua frowned and transmitted his voice in a low voice. Unfortunately, Aomayun didn't seem to hear him. He only stood there quietly and listened. Seeing this, Xiaohua opened his mouth to speak. However, he could only open his mouth, but he couldn't speak. It was obvious that the entire Dragon Chi realm had been muted when the Dragon Chi was revealed. Alright. That voice still spoke in a neither fast nor slow manner. You all can reveal your dragon bodies. Then you can enter the training area according to your own destiny. Wang Wang. Following the disappearance of the voice, a huge rumbling sound was produced in the space. 8 dragon patterns appeared everywhere. One of them was as bright as the sun, and its brilliance was soft and gentle as it hung in the center. Then, a fist-sized black hole appeared in the middle of the dragon pattern. A powerful dragon breath rushed out of this black hole and majestically rushed into the space. Roar, roar, roar. Dragon roars resounded everywhere in the space. One after another, huge dragons revealed their figures. Those dragon descendants without dragon bodies also roared and released their dragon blood dharma bodies. There was no dragon blood in Xiaohua's bloodline, so he wasn't affected by the dragon's aura. However, Ao Zhantian was different from Ao Mayun. Ao Zhantian's blood dragon hovered above his head, greedily absorbing the dragon's aura in the air. Meanwhile, Ao Mayun's bloodline dharma body was a pitch-black dragon form. This dragon form was at least 200 feet in size, and was much more solid than Ao Zhantian's blood dragon. Not only were the dragon scales clearly visible, even the slender dragon horns on the black dragon's head, and the slightly exquisite features on the dragon's head revealed Ao Mayun's gender. If they were anywhere else, their dragon form dharma bodies would definitely be astonishing. However, in this Dragon Chi realm, dragon forms that were thousands of feet in size appeared one after another. How could they show off their extraordinariness? Wang Wang. Another thunderous boom rang out, and the draconic aura increased once again. Ao Zhantian's blood dragon expanded by 30%, while Ao Mayun's black dragon expanded by more than 3 times, reaching a length of over 6,000 feet. It was also at this moment that Xiaohua's dragon vein suddenly jumped. Dragon vein Xiaohua's voice suddenly sounded, "Io, what's going on? Why does it seem like something is calling I out?" Fuck. Xiaohua turned pale with fright, and he hurriedly yelled, "Fellow Taoist dragon vein, you mustn't come out. Once you come out, who wouldn't know our purpose in coming to the Dragon Island? Even if I temporarily attracted the attention of that little elder, we won't be able to go to the dragon cleansing pond anymore." Chapter 3999. Fellow Taoist. At this moment, the green-robed Xiaohua's voice also sounded somewhat anxious. Ao Mayun's jade eyes recorded many secrets of the dragon clan, but there was no record of the dragon cleansing pool. Why don't you ask her where the dragon cleansing pool is? I can't transmit my voice now. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. I'll go ask that little elder after this selection. He definitely knows more than Ao Zhantian and Ao Mayun. But, as Xiaohua spoke, more draconic aura descended. Xiaohua's dragon vein pulsed several times again, as if there was a giant hand within the draconic aura realm that wanted to grab him. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly activated the dragonization art, trying to stabilize the dragon vein. However, as soon as he activated it, countless draconic aura swarmed in, and the dragon vein almost broke free from his body. Damn it! Xiaohua was shocked and hurriedly stopped the dragonization art. Only then did the dragon vein begin to stabilize. In the time it took to eat a meal, the draconic aura increased several times. Ao Zhantian's blood dragon stopped growing after reaching 300 meters, but Ao Mayun's black dragon grew to 3,000 meters. Xiaohua clenched his teeth and tried his best to resist the draconic aura. His dragon vein had already deviated from his meridians and was trembling violently within his body, as if it was on the verge of breaking free. Children. That dignified voice sounded again. Release your bloodlines. There is still one last chance. If your dragon true body reaches 10,000 meters, and your descendants reach 50,000 meters, you can enter the Stacked Jade Legacy realm. But hundreds of millions of vortexes suddenly appeared in the draconic aura realm. Strands of draconic aura condensed into crystal threads rushed out of the vortexes. All the dragons in the space roared as they absorbed the draconic aura. Oh, Mayun's black dragon grew again. Damn it, am I going to die? Xiaohua clenched his teeth and blocked the dragon vein with his body. He didn't want to enter the stacked jade legacy realm. He only wanted to find the dragon cleansing pool to condense his body. After enduring for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, all the vortexes began to converge, and the crystal threads also disappeared. The dragon pattern in the center began to change, and a large pitch-black hole gradually appeared in the gentle brilliance. Xiaohua let out a long sigh of relief, knowing that the selection of the Dragon Qi realm was nearing its end. At this moment, it was time to select the dragons and their descendants who could enter the stacked Emerald Legacy realm. This Aomayan indeed has some background. Xiaohua's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Aomayan's black dragon blood body, which had already reached a height of 50,000 feet. He thought to himself, she definitely knows a lot of secrets. Xiaohua, where are you? At this moment, a voice resounded through the air. The little dragon that Xiaohua had seen earlier rushed out from the newly formed pitch-black hole. Once this little dragon entered the Dragon Qi realm, its body expanded uncontrollably, instantly transforming into a giant dragon that was several 100,000 feet long, suppressing all the dragons within the Dragon Qi realm. The little dragon's gaze was like lightning, and as its body expanded, it already saw Xiaohua. Its entire body moved slightly, and in an instant, it rushed to Xiaohua's left side. Although Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief at this moment, the dragon vein in his body was still forcefully supporting itself. When the little dragon appeared in the Dragon Qi realm, its huge dragon body attracted almost 10% of the Dragon Qi in the space. Seeing the little dragon fly over again, almost another 30% of the Dragon Qi was attracted to Xiaohua's side. This sudden gathering of Dragon Qi had already exceeded the limit that Xiaohua's dragon vein could support. Roar! Another dragon roar resounded through the Dragon Qi realm from Xiaohua's body. The dragon vein Xiaohua transformed into a dragon and came out of Xiaohua's physical body. Whoop! The dragon vein Xiaohua had already revealed its figure, and it immediately stirred up a fierce wind. In the Dragon Qi realm that had already stabilized, all the vortexes opened up once again, and numerous crystal threads rushed madly into the dragon form. In just a moment, a giant dragon that was several 100,000 feet long, even stronger than the little dragon, coiled within the Dragon Qi realm. Not only was the little dragon shocked, even Ao Zhantian and Ao Mayun were dumbfounded. A dragon blood dharma body that was several 100,000 feet long, not to mention that they had never seen it before, they had never even heard of it before. Haha. Fun. When all the dragons and dragon descendants were dumbfounded, the little dragon laughed loudly, and its huge dragon body swept towards the dragon vein Xiaohua. However, before it could get close, the dragon vein Xiaohua let out a dragon roar, and its body flashed with an indescribable dragon might and dragon vein true qi, forcing the little dragon to submit and not dare to get close. The little dragon almost didn't dare to believe the dragon qi emitted by the dragon vein Xiaohua was emitting. What kind of true dragon are you? Could it be a five-clawed true dragon? Unfortunately, although the dragon vein Xiaohua was almost fully formed, its dragon body was not complete, especially the abdomen and dragon head. There were still many incomplete parts. These incomplete parts were previously repaired by the dragon vein Xiaohua, and now in the Dragon Qi realm, the little dragon and the others could see clearly. What kind of dragon blood dharma body is this? The dignified voice couldn't help but shout. No, this is not a true bloodline. Which true dragon's descendant are you? Damn it, Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at Ao Zhantian helplessly. He was only here to participate in the selection and training with Ao Zhantian, the true dragon descendant. He was supposed to be his so-called guard, but he never thought that he would cause such a big commotion in the Dragon Qi realm. Judging from the current situation, among the 100,000 dragons and their descendants in the Dragon Qi realm, there was probably no one who had his true bloodline. But thinking about it, the dragon vein Xiaohua was formed by the dragon vein condensed from true Dragon Qi, so of course the father of heaven and mother of earth's bloodline inheritance was nobler than the dragon bloodline inheritance. Buzz buzz. As the dignified voice fell, a black hole appeared, and a rumbling sound came from the black hole. A huge suction force enveloped Xiaohua, and the dragon body that was several 100,000 feet long was pulled into the black hole, And of course Xiao Hua himself was also pulled in. Haha. Interesting, interesting. The little dragon coiled its huge body and also rushed into the black hole. Far away from the black hole, there was another huge dragon that was several 100,000 feet long. Its eyes looked at the black hole that Xiao Hua disappeared into, and it revealed a thoughtful expression. Then over 1,000 huge dragons were sucked into the black hole, followed by another 300 or so humans and demons. After these dragons and their descendants that were qualified to enter the Stacked Jade Legacy realm disappeared, the other 7 dragon veins produced black holes again, and Ao Zhantian and the others were sucked in according to their dragon body and dragon form. Xiao Hua was pulled into the black hole by the huge force, and he only felt dizzy. Tens of thousands of strange dragon veins appeared in the pitch-black darkness, and each of the dragon veins emitted a dragon might that was comparable to a huge dragon. The entire pitch-black space was like a country of 10,000 dragons, and countless gazes that wanted to see through the dragon vein Xiao Hua swept over him. At this time Xiao Hua wanted to absorb the dragon vein into his body, but the huge force was like the might of heaven, so strong that Xiao Hua couldn't resist. Woo! Just like a hurricane sweeping through the mountain forest, a burst of maple leaves fell down. Xiao Hua heard the sound of the wind beside his ear, and he saw several dozen scarlet radiances flashing before his eyes. A huge palace hall appeared before his eyes. This palace hall was the same as the other places on the Dragon Island. It was filled with seawater. However, the seawater inside this palace hall was so calm that not a single ripple was set off. It was as pure as a crystal. When one's gaze fell on the water, this water seemed to be transparent, as if it didn't exist. Xiao Hua's figure stood still in the middle of the palace hall. That huge force already disappeared. Roar! The dragon vein Xiao Hua let out a long hiss and entered Xiao Hua's body. Xiao Hua absorbed the dragon vein, and raised his eyes to look all around. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Below Xiao Hua's feet, one after another huge hexagonal pattern was pieced together. Each pattern was several hundred feet in size. Xiao Hua's gaze swept across the entire palace hall, and he felt that it was boundless. Raising his head, the ceiling of the entire palace hall was dark green. One after another huge star splendor was embedded in the dark green. The star splendor flickered as soon as Xiao Hua's gaze fell on it. The star splendor immediately flared up. Inside the star splendor, one after another huge dragons were roaring or fighting or swimming and so on. These dragons seemed to have an endless suction force, drawing Xiao Hua's gaze, wanting to drag Xiao Hua into the star splendor. Xiao Hua didn't dare to look anymore, and hastily withdrew his gaze. And at this time, one after another scarlet radiances flickered one after another. More than 1,000 huge dragons, including that little elder, were revealed one after another. Admittedly, the size of these huge dragons had already shrunk, but each of them was still more than 1,000 feet in size. But as it happened in this palace hall, each and every one of these huge dragons seemed to be in human form, making Xiao Hua unable to detect any peculiarity. Haha, Xiao Hua! The little dragon's voice was very excited and shouted, "You really made me have a whole new level of respect for you. In this Star Brilliance Palace Hall, there has never been a dragon outside of Dragon Island who stood at the front more than me." Xiao Hua rubbed his nose, and truly had a somewhat bitter smile. Of course, these more than 1,000 huge dragons had appeared behind him. Admittedly, the little dragon's voice was filled with excitement, but the eyes of the other dragons were not malevolent, as if all of them wanted to tear apart this human who had suddenly appeared and immediately suppressed them. After the little dragon finished speaking, more radiances appeared, and Ao Mayun and the other members of the Yao clan and the human clan appeared again after these dragons. They were already far away, and when Xiao Hua's gaze swept over them, he actually had a kind of ethereal feeling. Ha! A rough voice came from the depths of the Star Brilliance Palace Hall. Not bad. There are actually 1,462 people who have the qualifications to enter the Stacking Jade Legacy realm. This has really exceeded this old man's expectations. You wait for them to come over. Yes. Inside the Star Brilliance Palace Hall, everyone from the Human Clan, Yao Clan and Dragon Clan felt a chill in their hearts at the same time, and lowered their heads in response. Then they saw the water under the feet of Xiao Hua and the others curl up, and layer upon layer of fine waves surged. One after another, vast palaces appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This palace hall was somewhat similar to the palaces of the human clan. It overflowed with precious light, and was extremely extravagant. At the head of the palace hall, a bronze-colored old dragon was lazily floating in the water with his dragon body coiled up. On that raised dragon head, the two golden pupils in the slightly opened pair of eyes were particularly eye-catching. Fourth Elder. The little dragon, who had always been undisciplined, was also very respectful when he arrived here. He followed behind Xiaohua and carefully shouted. Chapter 4000. Aosheng. Why did you go to the Dragon Chi realm? Even a casual sentence from the fourth elder sounded very dignified. His voice resounded in this grand hall filled with treasures, echoing around the humans and monsters. Elder. Aosheng swayed his tail and smiled. If the boy didn't go, how would he have discovered Xiaohua? That guy is really incredible. Cough cough. The fourth elder coughed twice and stopped Aosheng's words. Then, he looked at the thousands of dragons and demons in the hall and said, You all should know the origin of the stacked jade Forgotten Realm. This time, when the Forgotten Realm opens, only the dragons with the bloodline of the true dragon can enter. We are already old, and our old bones can't withstand the torment. The mission of exploring the Forgotten Realm will be handed over to you all. Yes, we know. The dragons seemed to have been prepared and replied in unison. For the opening of the stacked jade Forgotten Realm, my Dragon Island has already made preparations. You all are also the elites of my dragon clan in the 2 rivers and 4 seas. You all have the opportunity to enter the Forgotten Realm. It is your own honor and also the clan's honor. Remember, when you arrive at Dragon Island, you are a member of my dragon clan. You must forget your previous identity, especially when you enter the Forgotten Realm. You must cooperate sincerely and don't have any disloyalty. The fourth elder said earnestly. Moreover, this old man also knows that many demon clans, human clans, and dragon clans have plans for this folded jadeite legacy realm. There is no lack of killing between each other. Even within the dragon travel to Dragon Island, there are some demon clans that have killed many dragon blood descendants in order to obtain the qualifications. Dragon Island has already investigated these matters. Those who dare to make a move on the descendants of the Dragon Clan, my Dragon Island will definitely not tolerate them. We will definitely use the same methods to eliminate them. Also, when you enter the stacked jade Forgotten Realm, your own opportunities are important, but the information regarding the Dragon Domain is even more important. Dragon Island will definitely reward whoever can bring the information out of the Dragon Domain. The fourth elder's sharp gaze once again swept across the dragons and said, Ever since the Dragon Domain lost contact with my Dragon Island, the situation of the Dragon Clan has been deteriorating. The various clans are fighting as equals, causing trouble. Now my Dragon Clan urgently needs information about the Dragon Domain. Yes, we understand. The group of dragons hurriedly replied. The fourth elder nodded. He waved his dragon claw and a dragon shell flew out. Thousands of golden leaves fell in front of every dragon, monster, and human except for Xiaohua and Aosheng. This is the true dragon medallion for entering the stacked jade legacy realm. Inside were things to take note of and some preparations to make when entering the Forgotten Realm. Moreover, this true dragon token is also the proof for you to leave the stacked jade legacy realm. Don't lose it. The fourth elder looked at the dragons holding the leaves and instructed indifferently. All of you may leave. The Dragon Island has prepared a palace for each of you. Recuperate and rest first. When the Forgotten Realm opens, the dragon soldiers of the Dragon Island will bring you in. Yes, we understand. The group of dragons bowed again, and then disappeared from the Star Brilliance Palace with a surge of watery light. In a short moment, only Xiaohua, Aosheng, and the fourth elder remained in the empty palace. Xiaohua Dao Sex Xiaohua. The fourth elder looked at Xiaohua with interest. He was no longer speaking the dragon language, but the human language of the hidden immortal continent. In the early years, this old man also saw the news of you defeating the immortal palace's true monarch Qing'an. At that time, this old man only regarded it as a joke and didn't take it to heart. However, when the news of the fiend god blood pool came, you actually broadcast the seeds of grain within the 10,000 li blood pool, which immediately attracted this old man's attention. This old man couldn't think of anyone in this world other than the old bald donkey of the Buddhist sect, who would have such a benevolent heart. What are you, a Tao sect cultivator, planning in your heart? Therefore, this old man rarely used the power of the Dragon Island to see where you came from, and what your master was. However, before the real news came, you actually appeared in front of this old man. Especially, you not only shocked this old man, but also shocked the Great Elder and the 9 elders of the Dragon Island. Clan Elder also came? When Ao Shang heard the Great Elder's name, his body immediately stiffened. He lowered his head and drooped his tail, as if he was very scared. Not only the Clan Elder came, the other 7 elders also came to the Dragon Palace. The 4th elder glanced at Ao Shang and said indifferently, it's over. Ao Shang muttered. His body slowly shrank and moved towards the back, as if he wanted to escape. The 4th elder sneered. If you want to slip away now, how can it be too late? When did I want to slip away? Ao Shang was exposed by the 4th elder and immediately raised his head. He puffed out his chest and said, I still want to go to the clan elder to ask for a reward. If it wasn't for me, how could I discover Xiao Hua's true dragon chi and pick him out? The 4th elder no longer paid attention to this little guy. He looked at Xiao Hua again and said, Xiao Hua, this old man asks you, do you know Gui clan? Gui clan? Xiao Hua was stunned. He slightly shook his head and said respectfully, let 4th elder know, this one doesn't know what Gui clan is. I've never even heard of it. Then do you know the 10 clans of Dragon Island? The 4th elder wasn't surprised and asked again. This? Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment and nodded. This one heard people talking about the 10 clans of Dragon Island on Dragon Island. However, this one doesn't know which 10 clans they are. Could it be that this Gui clan is one of the 10 clans of Dragon Island? The 4th elder nodded and explained. The 10 clans of Dragon Island are the 10 branches of Dragon Island. Dragon language naturally has the pronunciation of the 10 clans, but it can't be written down. If it is written in human language, it should be Long Gui Pang Gui Luo Gui clan. Since there are 10 clans of Dragon Island, why did the 4th elder mention Gui clan? Xiao Hua asked strangely. Because the people who were killed on Dragon Island were all descendants of Gui clan. The 4th elder explained, this old man thinks, you might also be a descendant of Gui clan. Xiao Hua slightly shook his head. This one is a human, and I don't have any true bloodline. As for this dragon chi, it's also strange. This one only vaguely knows where it came from. As for how it really came from, this one's soul might have been searched by someone, so I can't remember clearly. Oh, in that case you don't even know your own origin? The 4th elder wrinkled his brows and said in astonishment. Xiao Hua looked at the old dragon in the distance. There wasn't any dragon might around him, and he also couldn't see anything special. However, Xiao Hua clearly knew that he couldn't be careless. Any deliberate concealment would arouse the other party's suspicion. In the eyes of this old dragon, his strength was not even comparable to an infant. He had to say what he needed to say. Therefore, Xiao Hua nodded and said, that's right. When I was traveling in the lower reaches of Tsang Immortal Continent, I wanted to find my own origin. Moreover, after this one succeeded in cultivation, I also used the Tao Sect's magic to search my own memories. Inside, there was a fragmented abnormality. I couldn't find anything. Moreover, this soul-searching technique is very harmful to this one. This one doesn't dare to search my own origin again. And the 4th elder nodded and said thoughtfully, it seems like my Dragon Island's secret technique can't be searched again? 4th elder, please spare this one. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. This one can't withstand the soul-searching technique again and again. All right. The 4th elder looked at the small dragon body stretching out and said, follow this old man to the Dragon Palace Hall. Can I not go? Ao Shang shouted hastily. No. The 4th elder stretched out his dragon body. A burst of dragon chi filled the entire Star Brilliance Palace Hall. He swept Xiao Hua and Ao Shang into the water of the Star Brilliance Palace Hall and disappeared. The 4th elder's divine ability was very strange. Xiao Hua only felt an unparalleled fluctuation wrapping around him. The magic power in his body and so on were all confined. In just a few breaths, this confinement disappeared again. When he opened his eyes, He found himself on top of a sea wave filled with the aura of desolation. He saw this sea wave surging to the sky. Countless dragons with different appearances were playing and dancing at the bottom of the sea. In the distance of the sea wave it seemed like a mirage, but it also seemed like a real huge mountain range. Huge bird heads were resting on the huge mountain range. Even more giants and huge beasts were fighting on the huge mountain range. The aura of desolation filled Xiao Hua's mouth and nose. A kind of primitive impulse came out from his dragon vein. Roar! That dragon vein broke away from Xiao Hua's control for a moment. It rushed out from his body and turned into several tens of thousands of zhang large, and fell into the sea wave. After the huge dragon roamed for a while, it floated out of the water and carried Xiao Hua on its dragon head. Roar, roar! Looking at the depths of the sea wave, 9 huge pillars rose up like shrines. 9 huge dragons were coiled on top of them. Each of them raised their heads and roared. Wherever the dragon roars passed, a mountain range engraved with the will of desolation appeared near the 9 huge pillars. Xiao Hua, welcome to the Dragon Palace. On top of the 9 huge pillars, a huge dragon that looked like it was made of gold opened its mouth and said. That voice was so vicissitudes of life, but also so majestic, as if everything in the world would be driven by this voice. Roar! Out of Xiao Hua's expectations, the dragon vein Xiao Hua roared. The dragon head was raised high, lifting Xiao Hua to a height of 10,000 zhang. He didn't look much shorter than the huge pillars. Junior Xiao Hua greets Great Elder. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly bowed and saluted. Then, he looked at the few huge dragons on the left and the 4th elder, who he went to see first, and saluted again. Greetings, elders. A sharp sneer resounded. You are merely a badly damaged dragon body. Yet you actually have this kind of vicious aura. You are still not in a hurry to submit after seeing us revered dragons. If we wait for you to reach perfection, wouldn't you turn the sky upside down? Along with this voice, a burst of destructive aura was transmitted from a silver-white huge dragon. It swept towards the dragon vein Xiao Hua. This aura was so vast. Xiao Hua had no doubt that if this aura landed on the dragon vein Xiao Hua, the dragon vein Xiao Hua would definitely turn into ashes. However, Xiao Hua didn't panic. If the Dragon Island's 9th elder wanted to kill him, why wait until now? Sure enough, just as this aura was about to land, the Great Elder said with a smile, 2nd elder, don't be anxious. Xiao Hua is a human. He doesn't have enough control over this draconic qi. And this draconic qi is innately noble. It is normal for him to not submit to us revered dragons. Chapter 4001. Humph. The 2nd elder let out a cold snort, and his murderous aura instantly disappeared. Junior thanks the 2nd elder for his teachings. Xiao Hua bowed. His expression was neither arrogant nor humble. Xiao Hua. The 1st elder's dragon head looked very sinister, but his tone was very kind. He asked in an extremely amiable manner, You are not a descendant of the dragon race. So why did you come to my Dragon Island? Xiao Hua said without hesitation. Let the 1st elder know that Junior didn't plan to come to Dragon Island. Then, Xiao Hua told him about how Ao Zhantian invited him to Dragon Island to be a guard. In the end he said, actually, Junior didn't plan to release the Dragon Qi when I reached the Dragon Qi realm. After all, Junior only wanted to follow Ao Zhantian to gain experience. Who would have thought that I would make such a big fuss? Is that really what you thought? The 1st elder's voice sounded like he was laughing yet not laughing. Xiao Hua hesitated. At this moment, he was very clear that today's crisis was unprecedented. Even Elder Wu, who faced the Hutu stockade in the Million Meng Mountains, was not as serious as today's. In front of him was the 9th elder of Dragon Island. Dragon Island was as famous as the Immortal Palace, the Thunder Temple, and the Great Sage Temple. The 1st elder in front of him had the same status as the Immortal Emperor of the Immortal Palace. The 9 elders in front of him were the most powerful existences in the 3 continents. What he thought and what he did in the past they might know very well. It would be unwise for him to play any tricks. Sigh, I won't hide it from the 1st elder. Xiao Hua sighed and said, In the beginning, Junior agreed to Ao Zhantian's request because Junior offended the Immortal Palace at the Yaotai Mountain. Junior was afraid that the Immortal Palace would punish me. So Junior wanted to use this trip to Dragon Island to avoid the Immortal Palace. Who would have thought that the Immortal Palace would attack the Black Wind Mountain? Junior had no choice but to fight. In the end, Junior still offended the Immortal Palace. So Junior wanted to hide on Dragon Island to avoid the Immortal Palace's punishment. However, Junior received another piece of news on the way to the North Sea Dragon Palace. Junior had no choice but to change his purpose of coming to Dragon Island. Oh, what news? The fourth elder asked with interest. It was unclear whether he really didn't know or was pretending not to know. Xiao Hua uses his foot to point at the dragon body beneath his feet and says with a flattering smile, I believe all the elders can see that this dragon chi of mine is not a real dragon body. I heard that there is a dragon cleansing pool on the Dragon Island. Incomplete dragon chi or dragon soul can be used to reconstruct a dragon body in the dragon cleansing pool. In order to increase my strength, I want to condense this dragon chi of mine into a real dragon body so that I can resist the pursuit of the Immortal Palace. What a fantasy! The second elder mocked. Do you think you can enter the dragon cleansing pool as you please? The great elder smiled and asked, is that all? Also, Xiao Hua clenches his teeth and doesn't hide it anymore. He says, Junior's dragon chi is a dragon vein. Junior obtained the incomplete dragon jade by chance. Junior came to Dragon Island to see if I can fix the dragon jade. Ah? Fourth elder exclaimed, you really have the incomplete Longyu? How much of the Longyu is missing? Hearing this, Xiao Hua understood a little. The moment he took out the dragon vein, the 9 elders of Dragon Palace noticed the aura of the Longyu. Him being so honest can be considered the best choice. Indeed. Xiao Hua sighs and answers honestly, Junior has 2 parts of the Longyu. They can be considered as the middle and lower parts. Currently, I am still missing the dragon head. After Xiao Hua finished speaking, he thought that the 9 elders of Dragon Island would be overjoyed. However, who would have thought that the silver-white dragon would let out a furious roar and pounce down like the heaven and earth? Even Xiao Hua, who has the dragon vein, is suppressed by this ferocious aura. The second elder's malevolent dragon head is right above Xiao Hua's head. He yells fiercely, you still say that you have nothing to do with the Gue clan. If you are not from the Gue clan, how did you obtain this incomplete Longyu? Ah, Xiao Hua never thought that this incomplete Longyu would actually be related to the Gue clan. He opens his mouth but doesn't know how to explain. After a while he can only shake his head and say, Junior doesn't know how to explain. However, Junior knows that Junior doesn't know what the Gue clan is. Furthermore, Junior doesn't know how this Longyu is related to the Gue clan. Second elder. Great elder opens his mouth. This Xiao Hua shouldn't be from the Gue clan. Furthermore, this old man also can't see how he is related to the Gue clan. Then where did he come from? How did he obtain the Longyu? Second elder doesn't retreat. Instead he yells, back then my Dragon Island used the power of the entire island, the power of the entire clan to search the 3 continents. Even after searching the 3 rivers and 4 seas, we still couldn't find the Longyu. How did he, a mere human, obtain it? You can't see his origin and even more so you can't see his future. Where did such a strange person come from in this world? Second elder. Do you remember the Gue clan outside of my dragon clan? Great elder doesn't care about second elder's refutation, and only asks indifferently. What? Gue clan? You think Xiao Hua is from the Gue clan? How is this possible? Second elder is shocked. His eyes look up and down at Xiao Hua in disbelief. Great elder sighs and says, Xiao Hua, where did the dragon chi in your body come from? I heard fourth elder say that your memory was erased. Do you still have some impression of the current you? This junior vaguely remembers that it was caused by the great earth dragon vein entering this junior's meridians. Xiao Hua's head is spinning from the dragon clan's secret. He can only answer honestly, as for where this junior also doesn't know. The great earth dragon vein. Great earth dragon vein. You. Second elder says the word you 3 times in a row. He actually doesn't know how to continue. His entire dragon body retreats. His last sentence of envy and jealousy floats down. Why didn't you get stuffed to death by this dragon vein? Then, you obtained the incomplete Longyu and began to cultivate the cultivation technique inside? Another bronze-colored giant dragon asks, how can you possibly understand my dragon clan's cultivation technique? Yes. Xiaohua nods. This junior doesn't understand the dragon clan's cultivation technique. Instead, this junior borrowed the demon clan's blood shadow art and let the dragon vein cultivate by itself. What? You used the demon clan's cultivation technique to cultivate my dragon clan's Longyu cultivation technique? That elder is clearly shocked by Xiaohua's unconstrained cultivation technique. Yes, the dragon transformation art is recorded in the Longyu. This junior felt that this dragon transformation art can strengthen the toughness of my meridians. So I thought of ways to cultivate it. Xiaohua's words are his original intention of cultivating the dragon transformation art. Fourth elder also looks at Xiaohua strangely and asks, in other words, you use the dragon vein as your own meridians, and use the dragon vein as the foundation to cultivate the Dao Sex techniques? Indeed. No wonder you look like you are only at the 5th level of Essence Energy Realm, but your strength actually reached the 6th level of Essence Energy Realm. This way it can be explained. Fourth elder sighs and says, Xiaohua's heart trembles. He secretly feels lucky that he spoke the truth. Elders, what do you think? Great elder asks. Soul search. Second elder says coldly, this Xiaohua's origin is really strange. It is as if he suddenly appeared from hidden immortal continent. Furthermore, there are too many traces of the Gue clan on his body. If I do not carefully soul search, this old man will not believe him. Second elder. Fourth elder disagrees. Xiaohua said it very clearly. His soul has already been searched and he also tried to repair it. Now that we are going to search his soul again, are you still going to let him live? Whether he lives or not has nothing to do with this old man. It has nothing to do with my dragon island. Second elder replies, this sovereign only wants to know the whereabouts of the Gue clan, find out their plans, and find out the truth of the matter. This old man does not agree to soul search. That bronze-colored elder says, Xiaohua is a human. The dragon chi in his body is the true earth vein fate. If he goes through the baptism of the heaven vein fate in the dragon cleansing pool, the heaven, earth and soul chi will definitely condense into a 5-clawed true dragon. Then it will really be the Gue clan, the dragon clan of my dragon clan. How can we obstruct this kind of Gue clan's dragon? Xiaohua's dragon vein might be able to form the Gue clan, but he himself is not from the Gue clan. This old man also suggests to soul search and trace his origin. Another elder says, will this have any effect on the birth of the Gue clan's dragon? You cannot soul search. Another elder shouts, the stacked Jadeite legacy realm has not opened for several million years. Xiaohua's appearance today might be an opportunity for our dragon clan. If he is able to find some secret of the dragon domain in the stacked Jadeite legacy realm, it will be of utmost importance to the development of our dragon island. Soul search. Another elder shouts, even if we do not soul search, we still cannot let a human who does not know his foundation rashly enter the ancient legacy realm. Following the few elders' dispute, the sound of a tsunami frequently rises in the entire dragon palace. The scenery in the surroundings starts to tear apart. The desolate alien realm starts to surge towards Xiaohua. Xiaohua understands the dragon palace that he is looking at right now is most likely an illusion. It was created by the Great Elder in order to let him, a human, adapt to it. Since the Great Elder can even consider this kind of minor detail, presumably, he won't kill him. At this time, a timid voice resounds, Elder boy, can you say a few words? It is precisely Ao Sheng who has been hiding in the distant ocean waves all along, not daring to say anything. What do you have to say? The Great Elder asks curiously. Ao Sheng flies out from the ocean waves and says word by word, Elders, it has always been difficult for our dragon clan to reproduce. Ensuring the purity of our bloodline is even more difficult. Boy might be young, but he might be respected as a junior elder. Isn't it precisely because the boy's bloodline is purer than the other dragons? Looking at the descendants of our dragon clan again, as long as they are related by marriage with our dragon clan, all of their descendants are flourishing. Our dragon clan has obtained a lot of shade. Towards this kind of descendant, our dragon clan can still treat them leniently. We can open up the dragon island to train and bestow them with grace. Why is it so harsh towards Xiaohua? A human who has the potential to become a five-clawed true dragon. This kind of dragon chi is the chi of heaven and earth. According to legend, the primordial dragon is only formed from the heavenly vein. Xiaohua's dragon vein is the earthly vein. The dragon vein formed from the earthly vein is only bestowed with the primordial dragon's bloodline. This is extremely important for the reproduction of our dragon island. Chapter 4002. Aoshang continued. What's more, Xiaohua has the dragon jade that can't be found anywhere on Dragon Island. If he offers the dragon jade, wouldn't Dragon Island's dragon transformation art be complete? Wouldn't more descendants of the dragon clan be able to transform into real dragon bodies? Wouldn't Dragon Clan be even more prosperous? Such a meritorious servant of the dragon clan. How can the elders kill him so casually? How could the other 9 elders not know what Aoshang said? How could the 3 elders who wanted to search Xiaohua's soul not know? However, every elder had their own thoughts and plans, so the decisions they made were naturally different. Aoshang, Great Elder, asked, "Do you know why your name has the word saint?" Aoshang said proudly, "Boy naturally knows. Boy's bloodline is pure, and he shocked Dragon Island the moment he was born. The elders have high expectations for Boy, and hope that Boy can once again be ranked as the great saint of the demon clan after the mysterious armored holy dragon." Great Elder laughed. "We are very gratified that you have such great ambitions. The so-called great saint of the demon clan is just a title. The mysterious armored 5-horned holy dragon came from Dragon Island, and he became a great saint in the 1,000 demon sacred realm. Naturally, he is where our dragon clan looks up to. However, compared to the path of the great saint, we hope that you can use the name saint, understand the sacred path, understand the sacred will, and continue our dragon clan's grand event." Yes, Boy understands. Aoshang was confused, but he didn't dare to ask more, and only nodded in agreement. Great Elder looked at Aoshang affectionately, and ordered, "You can go now. Today's matter of Dragon Chi realm was supposed to punish you, but you were able to force Xiaohua's Dragon Chi out, which can be considered as atoning for your crime." Then Xiaohua. Aoshang opened his mouth and muttered, "Boy is still waiting for him to tell Boy a story. The training time in the Stacked Jade Legacy realm is very long. Let him tell you slowly." Great Elder replied indifferently. Aoshang was overjoyed. He bowed and wagged his tail. Yes, the boy understands. The boy will go down now." After Aoshang's figure disappeared, the Great Elder looked around and said in a dignified tone, "Since the 6 elders don't agree with the soul-searching, then this old man will withdraw the 2nd elder's suggestion to soul-search Xiaohua." Sighed Great Elder. The silver-white dragon sighed. Back then, there was a dispute over the punishment of the Gue clan in the Dragon Palace. The timing was delayed and the Gue clan escaped from the Dragon Island with Long Yu. Now it's still the same. I'm really speechless. Long Yu has indeed been lost, but hasn't Long Yu already returned? The Great Elder said with a smile. And those restless descendants of the Gue clan, aren't they also starting to show up now? Forget it. This old man must abide by the Dragon Palace Lord's decision. This old man has no objection to the Great Elder's decision. The 2nd elder sighed. The Great Elder waved his dragon claw. The same scarlet leaf landed in front of Xiaohua and said, "Xiaohua, this is your true dragon tablet. There is a record of the Stacked Jade Legacy realm inside. You are not very familiar with our Dragon Island. You can take a careful look. If there is anything you are unclear about, feel free to ask Aoshang." Xiaohua was very surprised to see that he passed the test so easily. He hastily received the ice-cold True Dragon tablet, bowed and said, "Junior thanks the elders for your kindness. Junior will take my leave." Don't be in such a hurry. The Great Elder said with a smile. This old man still has something to tell you. Yes, Junior understands. Xiaohua knew that he was going to ask for the damaged Long Yu. But what can he do? He can only agree in a low voice. The Great Elder raised his dragon head, looked around and said indifferently, "Regarding Xiaohua's training in the Dragon Island, we will stop here for today. Since he is going to enter the Stacked Jade Legacy realm, then he will be considered as a member of our Dragon Island. During the time he is on the Dragon Island, no one is allowed to have any thoughts about him." Although the Great Elder's words sounded indifferent, His tone was unquestionable. Even if the three elders were still suspicious of Xiaohua, I'm afraid that this great elder can't do anything to him. Yes, we understand. The fourth elder was the first to answer. After waiting for a while, the great elder said to Xiaohua again, Xiaohua, you can take out the Longyu now, right? Xiaohua blinked his eyes and said with a smile, with great elder's dragon palace decree, Junior's heart is already at ease. Furthermore, the Dragon Island also gave Junior the opportunity to enter the Stacked Jade Legacy realm. Logically speaking, I should hand over the Longyu to Great Elder. However, Great Elder, Junior actually doesn't want to enter the Stacked Jade Legacy realm. This is somewhat like forcing a duck onto a perch. Humph. Do you still need my Dragon Island to pay some price before you are willing to hand over the Longyu? Without waiting for the second elder to speak, the fourth elder immediately asked with a snort. Xiaohua hastily replied, logically speaking, the Longyu originally belonged to the Dragon Island. Now that Junior has taken it, returning it to the Dragon Island in perfect condition is extremely good. However, Junior also narrowly escaped death to obtain the Longyu. Taking it out so plainly like this, Junior's heart feels uneasy. What do you mean by uneasy? You are just unwilling. The great elder was not surprised at all. He laughed and said, Xiaohua, do you know what the Stacked Jade Legacy realm is? Do you know why the dragon python and His Majesty Qi killed so many Gu descendants within your dragon travel? Why? Xiaohua nodded his head. Junior naturally didn't know before. However, Junior knows now that they killed so many descendants. It is precisely because they wanted to obtain the opportunity to enter the Stacked Jade Legacy realm. Furthermore, the Stacked Jade Legacy realm has not been open for several million years. Naturally, it is an extremely rare place to gain experience on the Dragon Island. However, that is only for the dragon race. It does not have any attraction for Junior. You are wrong. The Great Elder replied, the Stacked Jade Legacy realm is admittedly on my Dragon Island. However, the reason why it is called Legacy Realm is because it is a fragment left behind by the Dragon Domain on the Dragon Island. It does not belong to my Dragon Island, nor does it belong to the 3 rivers and 4 seas. How is that possible? Xiaohua was shocked. He opened his mouth but did not know what to say. Also, the Great Elder said again, don't you want to mold the body of your dragon vein? My Dragon Island does have the Dragon Cleansing Pool. However, this Dragon Cleansing Pool is also divided into 2. One is the Dragon Island's own. This Dragon Cleansing Pool can only allow the injured dragon race to recover their dragon body. It cannot truly mold the dragon soul's body out of nothing. The other Dragon Cleansing Pool is exactly what you need. It can mold the body of the dragon spirit and dragon vein. However, this Dragon Cleansing Pool is within the Stacked Jade Legacy realm. The Dragon Cleansing Pool on my Dragon Island is merely an imitation of the dragon cleansing liquid that the dragon race brought out from the Stacked Jade Legacy realm. It can't be. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He really did not think that there would be 2 dragon cleansing pools. The Great Elder ignored Xiaohua's expression and continued, also, don't you want the Dragon Jade's head? Then this old man will also tell you that the Dragon Jade was originally obtained by the dragon race, the Ho race and the Ho race when they were training in the Stacked Jade Legacy realm. The Ho race. For some reason they betrayed the Dragon Island and took the Dragon Jade away in 3 parts. According to my Dragon Island's knowledge, some of the Ho race's dragons entered the Stacked Jade Legacy realm. If you want to obtain the complete Dragon Jade, you can only go to the Stacked Jade Legacy realm to look for it. Just now. Didn't Aosheng say? Xiaohua was surprised. After all, Aosheng had already mentioned the complete Dragon Jade. How would he know this Dragon Island's secret? The Great Elder replied, right now, this old man is telling you things that other dragon races' dragons don't know. Then, in other words, even if this junior offers the Dragon Jade, this junior will not obtain any benefits. At this moment, Xiaohua was truly speechless. You can obtain the qualifications to enter the Stacked Jade Legacy realm. You can obtain the opportunity to find the complete Dragon Jade. The Great Elder smiled very cunningly. You can also obtain the protection of my Dragon Island. You can also no longer fear the pursuit of the Immortal Palace. Does Junior have any other choice? Xiaohua smiled bitterly and helplessly. You do. The Great Elder said in all seriousness. You can choose to take out the complete or incomplete Dragon Jade after training in the Stack Jade Legacy realm. At that time, you can propose your conditions to my Dragon Island. Of course, I presume that you also know that this Dragon Jade is something that my Dragon Island must obtain. Don't be too harsh on your conditions. Xiaohua smiled. Junior understands. Putting the Dragon Jade together. It will be easier to find it, right? Indeed. The Great Elder replied without hiding anything. This old man originally wanted to hand this matter over to Ao Shang. However, he is still young and seems to have a good impression of you. Letting him go find it, it would be better to let him accompany you. All right. Xiaohua nodded his head. This matter is beneficial to both Junior and Dragon Island. Even without Ao Shang accompanying me, Junior will definitely complete it. That's right, since the Stack Jade Legacy realm is a fragment of the Dragon Domain, there must be something from the Dragon Domain inside. If Junior obtains it, as long as the Dragon Clan's descendants obtain something from the Stack Jade Legacy realm, in principle, it will belong to them. However, these things must be inspected by Dragon Island. You are entering the Stack Jade Legacy realm to train. Of course you cannot break this rule. The second elder was impatient when he heard this and immediately answered for the Great Elder. Xiaohua's face showed helplessness. All right, Junior understands. Junior will also act according to Dragon Island's rules. Can Junior go down now? Don't be anxious. The Great Elder said again. I still want to tell you something. Although this Stack Jade Legacy realm is a fragment of the Dragon Domain, the spatial rules inside are already incomplete. It is completely different from Dragon Island or Hidden Immortal Continent. My Dragon Clan can enter inside. It can be considered as a fish in water. If you humans enter, there will be a lot of inconveniences. What kind of inconveniences? Xiaohua was startled and asked back. As for the specifics, this old man is also not too clear. After all, this old man is not a human. The Great Elder replied rather thought-provoking, however. According to some of the Dragon Clan's descendants who entered the Stack Jade Legacy realm, the Dao Sex cultivator's divine sense cannot leave their body. All of their magic treasures cannot be activated. Most of the Confucian cultivator's eye-clearing techniques cannot be used. Similarly, true qi cannot be activated. In other words, most of the Dao Sex and Confucian cultivator's divine abilities cannot be used. For humans to train in the Stack Jade Legacy realm, it is quite dangerous. Therefore, in this old man's opinion, you should leave Long Yu behind. Chapter 4003. Elder, do you have any other instructions? Xiaohua secretly calculated and asked. If not, Junior will take his leave. And go. Seeing that Xiaohua was unmoved, Great Elder had no choice but to say, I'll arrange a quiet room for you to cultivate. When the Stack Jade Legacy realm opens, I'll send you there. Junior wants to ask again. Xiaohua's figure swayed and took Dragon Vein Xiaohua into the space. He asked again, when will the Stack Jade Legacy realm open? Maybe tomorrow or a few years later. Fourth Elder said with a smile, it won't be more than 100 years. So long? Xiaohua was a little surprised. It's only 100 years in the blink of an eye. Fourth Elder waved his dragon claw. But a wave rolled on the surface of the sea, covering Xiaohua and disappearing. Following Xiaohua's disappearance, the previously monstrous waves on the surface of the sea began to churn. Light and shadow flickered as the sea scenery around the giant pillar instantly disappeared. The desolate phenomenon on the surface of the sea suddenly extended into the distance. A moment later, a large dragon-shaped hall that gave off a desolate aura appeared outside the giant pillar. This hall seemed to be endless. The surroundings and even the roof of the hall were engraved with desolate diagrams. The diagrams were engraved with dragon patterns. Inside the dragon patterns, there was a faintly discernible and dignified dragon chi. From time to time, there was also a faint dragon roar coming from this dragon chi. The hall was also filled with crystal-like transparent seawater. On the side of the 9 huge dragon pillars, there was also an empty huge pillar. The 9 elders were still sitting on top of the huge pillar, as if they were thinking about something. After a long time, fourth elder said, "This Xiaohua is a little strange. Alas, it's more than strange. With this old man's ability, it seems that I can't see through his true situation." An elder sighed and said, If Great Elder didn't use our Dragon Clan's secret technique to infer that this child is beneficial to our Dragon Clan, this old man would be like Second Elder and resolutely capture him and thoroughly investigate. Who doesn't have some secrets? Great Elder narrowed his eyes and said, as long as Xiaohua is useful to our Dragon Clan, who cares what secrets he has? But this Xiaohua's secret is too obvious. Second Elder said with some dissatisfaction, let's not talk about anything else. He has the Dragon Jade in his possession. We should ask him to hand it over now. Also, his Dragon Vein seems to be different from what he said. This Dragon Vein Dharma idol seems to have its own soul. How can a Taoist cultivator who is able to absorb the Great Earth Dragon Vein into his body and meridians be compared to an ordinary person? The Great Elder said indifferently, our Dragon Island doesn't have a complete Dragon Jade. We still have to rely on Xiaohua or Aoshang to go to the folded Jadeite Legacy Realm to find it. Rather than let Xiaohua have some grudges in his heart and be dissatisfied with my Dragon Island, why don't we just give him the mission of finding Long Yu? If he could find it, that would be for the best. He could profit from it himself. If he can't find it, then he will have to hand over the incomplete Dragon Jade to our Dragon Island. At that time, even if we don't mention it, he won't be able to refuse, right? The human race has always been full of schemes. How can we dragons guess what they're thinking? The Second Elder was still not at ease. Look at that Xiaohua. He used the opportunity of being a guard for my Dragon Clan's descendant to sneak into my Dragon Island, and even had the wishful thinking of molding his own Dragon Vein. If it wasn't for Aoshang discovering him, who knows how big of a mess he would have caused on Dragon Island. He's just a human kid. Why should we care so much about him? The Great Elder said with a smile, if he can help my Dragon Island, that would be the end. Even if he can't help, my Dragon Island won't suffer any losses. Let him try. It's just that this old man is somewhat looking forward to it. When he reaches the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm and finds out the truth about the Dragon Cleansing Pool, how will he deal with it? Alright then. Seeing that the Great Elder has already made his decision, the Elders of Dragon Island didn't say anything else. The Great Elder's gaze swept past the 10th huge pillar at the edge, and a pensive expression flashed across his eyes. Xiaohua's figure was swept away by the waves. With a burst of light and darkness, his figure already appeared on top of an unbroken mountain ridge. Xiaohua released his divine sense. That divine sense wasn't restricted, so Xiaohua could clearly see a group of towering palaces on top of the mountain ridge. Each and every one of them was incomparably huge. Each of the palaces was built from agate and crystals that overflowed with precious light. They were so bright that they directly blinded Xiaohua's eyes. Looking at the mountain ridge below the palaces, there were also unknown ancient trees growing there. Aside from the majority of these ancient trees having rough skin like rocks, the rest of them looked very similar to the spiritual trees of hidden immortal continent. Some of these ancient trees formed a forest, some were isolated, and in addition to the crisscrossing mountain ridge, if Xiaohua himself wasn't in the clean seawater, he would almost think that this was a mountain peak somewhere on the continent. Xiaohua. Just when Xiaohua was sizing up the surroundings, Aoshang's voice came from afar. After a string of bubbles mixed with water, Aoshang's figure appeared 10 zhang away. He looked around like a thief and asked in a low voice, "What did the elders say to you? They didn't make things difficult for you, right?" Xiaohua looked at this young dragon, cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks to immortal friend Ao for speaking up for justice. Otherwise, this Xiao really wouldn't know how to deal with it." It's fine, it's fine." Aoshang waved his hand, looking very happy. "I just said it casually. If the elders take it seriously, then so be it. Let's go, I'll take you to my palace." Xiaohua scratched his head and said, "I'm afraid it's not appropriate for this Xiao to go to immortal friend's palace now, right? What's inappropriate about it?" Aoshang swung his dragon tail and said, "You're my guest. Isn't it normal for the host to invite guests to his home for a chat? Then all right." Xiaohua thought for a moment and nodded. "However, we can't delay for too long. What if..." Speaking of this, Xiaohua smiled. Aoshang also wanted to enter the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm to gain experience. His mission was to accompany him to find Long Yu. If the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm opened, Aoshang would be the first to know. Go. Aoshang was overjoyed. His figure rolled and fled towards a mountain range. Although Aosheng was young, he was born with magical power. When he used the water escape technique, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He released his divine sense and also used the water escape technique to chase after him. After flying for a while, Aosheng's figure appeared on a towering mountain peak. This guy just stood still in the water and suddenly woke up. He hastily turned his head and said regretfully, "Damn it, I forgot. Xiaohua is a human. His water escape technique isn't very useful here. I'm flying so fast, I'm afraid he won't be able to catch up." While speaking, Aosheng turned around and was about to fly away again. He saw water light flickering 1,000 feet away. Xiaohua's figure appeared in the light. Haha, Xiaohua, you're really powerful. On this dragon island, there hasn't been any other dragon that can catch up with me. Aosheng jumped up happily. Seemed like he saw something very fun. Xiaohua smiled and said, "It's hard to say about this Zhao's other magical powers. However, this escape technique is better than the previous one." Better than the previous one? Other than the water escape technique, what else can you do? Aosheng's eyes lit up and asked hastily. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This Xiao knows all the escape techniques of the 5 elements. This Xiao is proficient in all of them. Xiaohua replied casually. Aosheng laughed loudly, haha. I thought I was the only one who knew how to brag. I didn't expect spiritual master Xiao to also know how to brag. Oh, where? Xiaohua pretended to be surprised. He looked up and said, "Why do I only see the bragging of you?" Ha ha ha. Aosheng laughed loudly. He held his stomach and rolled in the water. After half a cup of tea's time, he finally stopped. You humans are still the most interesting. Aosheng straightened his body and waved his claws. Come, follow me to the palace. I'm tired of staying on Dragon Island. Not many dragons will talk to me like this. Nonsense. Xiaohua flew behind Aosheng and replied without any trace of politeness. You're a junior elder. You're destined to be an elder in the future. Who would dare to joke with you? Even if some of them were joking, I'm afraid they have other intentions. Other intentions? Aosheng blinked his eyes. It seemed like he understood, but it also seemed like he didn't understand. However, looking at Aosheng's half-understanding expression, and then recalling the scene of him playing at the edge of the Dragon Island, Xiaohua didn't know what to feel. Forget it, I won't think too much about it. Aosheng twisted his dragon body and said, Anyway, I'm still young now. When I grow up in the future, I'll definitely know. Then what you said in Dragon Palace earlier, don't tell me it wasn't you who wanted to say it. Xiaohua suddenly realized. Guess? Aosheng smiled cunningly and didn't answer. Forget it, I won't think too much about it. Xiaohua imitated Aosheng's words anyway. I'm already out of Dragon Palace. Whoever said it has nothing to do with me. Why are you imitating me? Aosheng was dumbfounded. He stared at Xiaohua and almost forgot to fly. Xiaohua ignored him. He looked at the extremely dazzling palace and asked, This is your palace? That's right. Speaking of the palace, Aosheng's eyes narrowed. He smiled and said, Take a look. Isn't it especially beautiful? Xiaohua knew that the dragon race likes shiny things. Aosheng was still young, and he had the temperament of a little dragon. How would he know about true beauty and ugliness? Of course, Xiaohua was not stingy with his praise. This is the most beautiful palace that this Xiao has ever seen on Dragon Island. Aha, not bad. Xiaohua, you really have good taste. Aosheng was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. However, he didn't know that other than Star Brilliance Palace Hall and Dragon Palace's interior, Xiaohua had never officially looked at the appearance of any palace. At this moment, any palace was the most beautiful in his eyes. After entering the palace, dozens of petite little female dragons surrounded them. However, before they could get close, Aosheng impatiently waved his hand and said, Go away, go away. The group of little female dragons scattered in shock. Aosheng muttered to Xiaohua helplessly, Damn it, how old am I? Other than me, there are only little female dragons in this palace. I'm already tired of looking at them. Who still has any thoughts? Chapter 4004. Ha 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 ha. Xiaohua recalled what Aosheng said in the Dragon Palace and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He already understood why the Dragon Palace placed so many little female dragons around Ao Shang. It must be because Ao Shang's bloodline was pure. The Dragon Island wanted more dragons to inherit Ao Shang's bloodline. But they were really too impatient. They didn't wait for Ao Shang to grow up and arrange so many little female dragons, making Ao Shang feel sick, disgusted and rebellious. Damn it, this won't affect Ao Shang's sexual orientation, right? Xiaohua secretly thought without malice. These old things can't be so stupid, right? But in just a moment, Xiaohua understood. This Ao Shang's bloodline was too important. All the 9 clans of the Dragon Island wanted to benefit from it. The elders clearly knew that it was too early to give little female dragons to Ao Shang, but they couldn't resist the temptation of time. Who knew when Ao Shang would have a good impression of a little female dragon? If they didn't make a move now, when would they? Quick, quick, quick! Ao Shang urged. Xiaohua, quickly tell me the story of your disciple. Looking at this Ao Shang who had the same temperament as a human teenager, or even a 7 or 8-year-old child, Xiaohua's heart was moved. He smiled and said, no problem. But before this old man speaks, you should at least have some spiritual fruits and spiritual wine to moisten your mouth, right? Of course, of course. Ao Shang was overjoyed. He flew to the top of the palace and shouted, quickly bring the Kunlun fruit and Mingtong liquid that the immortal palace sent last time. Yes, a seemingly delicate but actually very deafening voice came. It was obviously the answer of one of the little female dragons. At this time, Xiaohua was already standing on top of the palace. He looked around with interest. This palace was also very big, but it was empty inside. There was no jade table, no tables and chairs. There were only some colorful pearls and gems. There were even some inexplicable luminous objects in the corner of the palace. It was essentially no different from the room of a human child. Not long after, 2 little female dragons had already brought up spiritual fruits and spiritual wine. One of the little female dragons glanced at Xiaohua with disdain. Xiaohua didn't pay any attention to that little female dragon. He kicked away a pile of fist-sized pearls on the ground, then raised his hand to take out a jade table and a praying mat from the space and placed them on the ground. He pointed at the jade table and said, put them here. The little female dragon looked at the spirit fruits and spirit wine with some reluctance, then looked up at Ao Shang, who was circling around the palace, and put them down helplessly. As for the other little female dragon, just as she flew to Ao Shang once again waved his hand impatiently and said, give them to Taoist Xiao. Yes, the little female dragon had no choice but to place the treasures of the immortal palace in front of Xiaohua. After the 2 little female dragons left, Xiaohua giggled and said, Ao Shang, these 2 little girls look pretty good. Not bad. Ao Shang stopped spinning and flew in front of Xiaohua with a whoosh. You don't know how to play, you don't know how to tell stories. What's so good about it? That's true. Xiaohua chuckled, picked up a Kunlun fruit and took a bite. He blinked his eyes and praised, this fruit is not bad, not bad. And it is indeed not bad. Ao Shang grabbed with his dragon claw, wanting to pick up a Kunlun fruit. But just as Ao Shang raised his hand, Xiaohua waved his hand and all the spirit fruits and spirit wine disappeared. Oh, Ao Shang was slightly taken aback. He looked at Xiaohua again and said with a smile, these are all things that you gave to this Xiao. If you want to use them, let those cute little girls take them again. This Xiao is not willing to use these spirit fruits and spirit wine. I still want to leave them for my disciples. When Ao Shang heard the first half of Xiaohua's words, he was already angry and shouted, what are you talking about? These are originally mine. Hurry up and take them out. But when he heard the second half of Xiaohua's words, his expression was slightly startled. He could not say the following ruthless words. He smacked his lips and said, all right, since they are for your disciples, then I will not snatch them from you. There are not many Kunlun fruit and Mingtong liquid in this immortal palace. These were all given to me by the elders when they were happy. Forget it, your disciples are lucky. As he spoke, Ao Shang ordered the little female dragon to bring up a lot of spirit fruits and spirit wine. Looking at Xiaohua eating the spirit fruits, Ao Shang urged, can you tell the story now? Xiaohua drank a mouthful of spirit wine and said, Ao Shang, remember, this old man is not telling you a story. It is something that really happened in this world. I am very envious of Yunya. His experience is just a story in my eyes. Ao Shang was very envious. I don't know when I will be able to live such a wonderful life like him. Compared to Chang Yuan and Yu Zhongquan, Yunya is nothing. Xiao Hua said and told Huang Yi's story. Huang Yi and Yu Zhongquan's story was originally Xiao Hua's personal experience. There was no need to embellish anything. Ao Shang was already intoxicated by the story. When Xiao Hua finished, Ao Shang held the half-eaten spirit fruit in his hand and stared blankly at a place in the palace. After half a cup of tea's time, he came back to his senses and sighed, "Ai, there is actually such a fate in this world? Is there really such an infatuated woman in this world? Even if I don't see her, I am drunk just by listening to her story." After saying that, Ao Shang raised his cup and said, "Come, Xiao Hua, cheers to the extraordinary woman of the human race in this world. Cheers." Xiao Hua smiled and raised his cup. After Ao Shang finished drinking, Xiao Hua said again, "Actually, you don't have to sigh. Is there such an extraordinary woman in your dragon race?" "Oh, is that so? Why don't I know about it?" Ao Shang's eyes lit up when he heard that. He put his head on Xiao Hua's jade table and shouted, "Tell me, tell me." Seeing Ao Shang like this, Xiao Hua slowly said, "This old man has a disciple." "Ah? Why is it your disciple again?" "Xiao Hua, how many disciples do you have?" Ao Shang was surprised. "You actually accepted a dragon as your disciple?" Xiao Hua curled the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "With this old man's cultivation, what is a few more disciples? However, you can rest assured that this old man did not accept a dragon as a disciple." Tell me, tell me." Ao Shang, who wanted to hear the story, urged again. "This old man has a disciple called Louis." Xiao Hua opened his mouth. However, just as he said a few words, he suddenly thought of something and asked, "Oh right, before I tell this story, this old man wants to ask. Previously, the fourth elder said 2 rivers and 4 seas, but the first elder said 3 rivers and 4 seas. Is the missing river in the middle the Heavenly Abode River?" "Yes." Ao Shang nodded. "The Heavenly Abode River is a branch of the Hui race." "Oh, this is a secret of my dragon race. It's better if you don't know." "Io, then it's troublesome." Xiao Hua patted his forehead and pretended to be regretful. "This woman of the dragon race is probably from the Hui race. It's fine if you don't say it." "You..." Ao Shang was a bit speechless. He swam around the hall for a moment, then raised his dragon claw and grabbed a purple crystal ball in his hand. He gritted his teeth and said, "Forget it, just tell me. I'm just listening to a story." "Is it really okay?" Xiao Hua looked cautious. "It won't cause you any trouble?" "Humph, what trouble can there be? The Hui race did a lot of tricks in the selection this time. If they didn't have the support of other dragons, how could they do it? Since the first elder turned a blind eye to it, then the matter of the Heavenly Abode River is nothing." Ao Shang snorted. "Besides, this old man is here to listen to a story. Who can do anything to me? This old man." Xiao Hua smiled and looked at Ao Shang, who was pretending to be an adult. He asked, "Oh right, Ao Shang, how old are you?" Ao Shang smiled. "Xiao Hua, don't you know? The age of the dragon race is a secret. You can't ask casually." Xiao Hua looked defeated, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This old man only knows that the age of a woman is a secret. I've never heard that the age of a dragon race is also a secret. It's a secret. Quick, tell me the story of the Heavenly Abode River dragon race." Ao Shang urged. Xiao Hua knew that he couldn't hide the fact that he offended the North Sea Dragon Palace from the Dragon Island. In the face of a strong helper like Ao Shang, how could he not know how to make use of it? He told Ao Shang about Louis and Xiao Yun, then told him about his grudge with the North Sea Dragon Palace. He didn't even hide anything about Jiang Tian, Jiang Xia, and Jiang Hai. Ao Shang wasn't a fool. At first he was happy to hear it, but in the end he understood something. He looked at Xiao Hua with a strange expression. After Xiao Hua finished, he raised his wine cup and said with a smile, "Don't look at me. I was dragged into this as well. Who asked Lu Yi to be my disciple? There's a saying in the human race, a teacher for a day is a father for life. Louis is my boy, how can I not worry about him? What about your own boy?" Ao Shang immediately asked, "Don't tell me you don't have a dual cultivation partner. Little fart boy also knows about dual cultivation partners?" Xiao Hua scolded with a smile. However, just as he finished speaking, the surrounding seawater immediately solidified. A murderous aura was emitted from Aoshang's body. Oh no. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Ever since he met Aoshang, he always treated him as a child of the human race. After telling him a few stories, he didn't have any scruples when talking. Xiaohua's words sounded very intimate to him, but it didn't sound like that in Aoshang's ears. Xiaohua, Aoshang said coldly, you have to know your place. You're just a human cultivator. What qualifications do you have to talk to me like that on this dragon island? Don't think that you're a dragon just because you have a dragon vein. A human can never be a dragon. I can invite you to tell me stories, I can joke with you, but that doesn't mean you have the qualifications to talk to me like that. In this dragon island, other than the elders, there's never been a dragon who dares to talk to me like that. Aoshang's words were a bit fragmented, and even sounded very awkward. However, that somewhat embarrassed and angry expression was real. Chapter 4005. Humph, who told you that a dragon vein isn't a dragon? Xiaohua sneered. Haven't you heard of the phrase, how can we turn into a dragon when we encounter a storm? Although this Xiao's dragon vein hasn't formed yet, once it enters the dragon cleansing pool, it will become a 5-clawed true dragon. Can't this old man as a 5-clawed true dragon scold you? This 5-clawed true dragon is just this old man's dragon vein. If this old man's dragon vein can scold you, why can't this old man scold you? Besides, when did this old man scold you? This old man's words are just a kind of doting words to a human child. It's fine if your ears can't hear it, but you actually dare to criticize this old man? However, speaking of which, is it normal for dragons to speak to you like this? Do all the little female dragons spoil you and let you have your way? Aoshang was a little tongue-tied. A trace of panic appeared in his eyes, as if Xiaohua had hit the nail on the head. Xiaohua originally wanted to talk to Aoshang about the relationship between mother and son, but looking at the cold and cheerless palace, Xiaohua held back, afraid that he would really expose Aoshang's reverse scale. Forget it. Aoshang's eyes flashed with an even more complicated expression. The draconic aura around him flashed, and the killing intent from before was swept away. He said indifferently, even if you have the qualifications to say these words in the future, you don't have it now. Xiaohua looked at this seemingly childish and happy little dragon, but there were some bitterness in his heart that others didn't know about. He raised his cup and said, drink today, don't let the golden goblet face the moon empty. Drink today, don't let the golden goblet face the moon empty. Aoshang sighed and raised his cup. Good poem. Sometimes I really envy you humans. Although you don't live for long, you enjoy so many things. Family, love, life, even these poems are excellent. I really don't know how your human brain works. Heavenly Tao Grand Duke. Each race has its own benefits. We human cultivators envy the dragon race's lifespan and the strength of their dragon bodies. Xiaohua said with a smile. Furthermore, you dragons are born with innate divine abilities, so you don't need any cultivation at all. But what about us humans? Tens of thousands of years of bitter training can't even compare to a single tail swing from you. But they have warmth, they have kinship, these are all things that I envy. Aoshang continued to sigh, I really want to see those disciples of yours. I want to see their happiness. Unfortunately, I can't leave the Dragon Island yet. Xiaohua pondered for a moment and understood that Aoshang's temper was not a casual thing. He must have sensed something and used it to stop him from continuing. However, when he heard Aoshang's words, he couldn't help but laugh. What's so difficult about that? If you see them, this old man will call them out at any time. Ah? Aoshang was stunned and asked curiously, You brought them to Dragon Island? Yeah, why can't I? Xiaohua replied naturally. How did you bring them here? Aoshang was even more curious. The dragon formation on Dragon Island prevents all humans, demons, and dragons from entering without dragon travel. Even if you put them into the Qianquan bracelet, it won't work. Xiaohua blinked his eyes and took out the Kunlun mirror. He smiled and said, How about this? Kunlun mirror? You actually have the Kunlun mirror? Aoshang couldn't believe his eyes. He looked at it again and again before saying, With this ancient artifact, you should be able to bring them in. Xiaohua looked around and said, Your main hall is filled with seawater. This old man's disciples might not be able to adapt. Well said. Ao Sheng opened his mouth and a blue water-repelling pearl fell into the seawater. The moment the pearl touched the seawater, the crystal-like seawater immediately rolled back. Ao Sheng raised his dragon claw and pointed. The water-repelling pearl flew to the top of the hall. The hall overflowed with brilliance and all the seawater in the hall was forced out. Even the ground was incomparably dry. Then Xiaohua let Chang Yuan, Yu Zhongquan, Yuanya Lui and Wang Bianfei out. After the 5 of them greeted Xiaohua, they also greeted Ao Sheng. Xiaohua waited for everyone to greet him and said a few words. Then Xiaohua sent Yu Zhongquan, Chang Yuan and Yuanya into the space. Only Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei were left behind. He directly sat on the praying mat and closed his eyes to meditate. As expected by Xiaohua, in just half a cup of tea's time, Lu Yi and Ao Sheng had their arms around each other's shoulders. Wang Bianfei was at the side and said something with a smile. From time to time, Wang Bianfei would write some poems and draw some pictures. Ao Sheng was very envious. Damn it, you still say you're not a child. Xiaohua glanced at the 3 of them. He was extremely hostile towards Ao Sheng in his heart. This old man won't play with you anymore. Let this old man's disciples deal with you. Let's see who's the opponent. After the 3 of them had been fooling around for half a day, Ao Sheng himself took the initiative to walk over and said with a smile, "Spiritual master, take Xiao Yun out. After all, Xiao Yun is brother Lu's sister. As her brother, I should also do my best." Looking at Lu Yi who was beside Ao Sheng, his eyes were also filled with concern. Xiaohua did not tell Lu Yi about Xiao Yun's matter. He was afraid that it would cause Ao Sheng's disgust. Now that Ao Sheng brought it up, he was naturally willing. All right. Xiaohua nodded. He shook the Kunlun mirror again and took out Xiao Yun's. See? Ao Sheng took a glance and sucked in a breath of cold air. He looked at Lu Yi with some sorrow and said, "Brother Lu, this North Sea Dragon Palace is really vicious. This seal, other than my dragon race, or even the Dragon Palace of the 4 Seas and Dragon Island, no other dragon race can undo it. Fortunately, Spiritual Master Xiao did not try. Otherwise, there would be big trouble." "Why?" Lu Yi asked first. Ao Sheng raised his hand and pointed at Xiao Yun and said, "Xiao Yun's seal was set up by my dragon race's heavenly dragon language technique. It cannot be undone without the heavenly dragon language technique. And this heavenly dragon language technique can only be understood by my Dragon Island and the Dragon Palace of the 4 Seas. Don't you think this is big trouble? Moreover, this seal is very vicious. If Spiritual Master is unable to undo it, not only will he suffer a backlash, Xiao Yun will also be injured." In that case, Lu Yi's eyes rolled around. "I have to trouble Brother Long with this matter? No. Ao Sheng hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Although I have some divine abilities, I have not cultivated the heavenly dragon language technique. I can't undo this seal." "Then what should we do?" Lu Yi asked anxiously. Ao Sheng had a rare look of difficulty on his face as he said in a low voice, "The special thing is that Xiao Yun is the little princess of the heavenly abode river, which means that she is the princess of the Ho tribe. No one on Dragon Island will save her. If it was in the past, I might have gone to beg the elders. But now that the Gui race has caused such a big trouble during the training, the elders are also full of anger. I don't dare to find trouble with them." Heavenly dragon language technique? Xiaohua listened for a moment and said, "Ao Sheng, if you have the records of the heavenly dragon language technique, why don't you show it to this old man? Maybe this old man has some ideas?" Taoist wishful thinking is really good," Ao Sheng said with a smile. "Not to mention that I don't have the heavenly dragon language technique here. Even if I did, if I show it to you now, you won't be able to understand it." At this point, Ao Sheng suddenly remembered something. He looked around and asked in a low voice, "Oh right, don't you have the incomplete dragon jade? Doesn't that thing have the heavenly dragon language technique? You haven't seen it before?" "No." Xiaohua shook his head and said, "There is only the dragon transformation art inside. Nothing else." "And I know." Ao Sheng nodded and said with a smile, "It must be because that dragon jade is incomplete. You can't see the heavenly dragon language technique inside. When you find the last dragon jade, you will be able to see it." "Are you sure?" Xiaohua asked. Aoshang tilted his head and said, "Of course. I know that several heavenly dragon language techniques on Dragon Island were obtained from the dragon jade. Among them, I won't say the rest." Aoshang looked at Xiao Yun a few times. Xiao Hua nodded his head slightly and kept Xiao Yun's dragon body into the space. He looked at Louis and said, "Disciple, you don't have to worry. Master is going to enter the Stacking Jade Legacy Realm to train. My goal is to find this dragon jade. After I find it, Master can help Xiao Yun remove the restriction. Of course, even if Master is unable to find the dragon jade, I will still find other things to ask the elders of Dragon Island to help." "Hey, don't worry, Brother Lu." At this moment, Aoshang shrunk his dragon body to an extremely small size. However, he is still much bigger than Lu Yi. He hooked Lu Yi's shoulder with his dragon claw and said, "I will also go to the Stacking Jade Legacy Realm with your master. At that time, I will find a few things that the elders like and let your master bring them back." "And then many thanks, Brother Long." Louis smiled slightly and said very sincerely, "Tise, we are brothers, who are we?" Aoshang said with a mischievous smile, "However, you have to tell me how to play this dice. You also have to tell me how to tell if a woman is a virgin from her buttocks. I still don't know if I can see inside this palace." Hearing Aoshang's words, Lu Yi's face turned slightly red. He stole a glance at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was already meditating with his head lowered, as if he didn't hear anything. Just like this, they stayed in Aoshang's palace for more than 3 months. Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei accompanied Aoshang to play. That Louis has experienced a lot and knows a lot. He and Aoshang are birds of a feather. Especially since Louis can read people's hearts, he can naturally perceive Aoshang's likes and dislikes. In the end, Aoshang couldn't leave Louis and pestered Louis to play. Wang Bianfei's talent is outstanding. She acted as a buffer between the two of them, so as to not let the two of them become unfamiliar with each other. When a message came from outside the main hall, the originally empty main hall, not even a single pearl was left. It was all given to Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei by Aoshang. Seeing the message appear, Xiao Hua and Aoshang both knew what it was. Xiao Hua put Lu Yi and Wang Bianfei into the space, while Aoshang reluctantly opened the main hall's restriction. Compared to the experience in the Stacking Jade Legacy Realm, he still likes to play with 2 humans with similar temperaments. Seeing Aoshang put away the dragon scale, Xiao Hua probed, "What? Did the Stacking Jade Legacy Realm open?" Chapter 4006. That's right. Aoshang slightly nodded his head. His shrunken figure gradually enlarged as he replied, "The Forgotten Realm of Stack Jade will open in a few days. All the dragons who have the qualifications to enter the Forgotten Realm must wait for orders in front of the Forgotten Realm." Xiao Hua looked at Aoshang's restored dragon body and said with a smile, "Why don't you directly transform into human form? Wouldn't it be more convenient when you are with Lu Yi and the rest?" "Transform into human form?" Aoshang flew up indifferently. While swinging his dragon tail, he replied, "I would like to, but I have no way to transform." Xiao Hua asked curiously, "How is that possible? I remember that demon beasts can transform into human form when they cultivate to a certain extent. Why can't you?" Aoshang unhappily swept a glance at Xiao Hua. It seems like if Xiao Hua was not Lu Yi's master, he would have turned hostile at this moment. "Xiao Hua, if I ask you to transform into a pig, can you do it?" "Of course I can, but I might not do it." Xiao Hua already understood something. He followed Aoshang out of the palace and dived into the sea as he replied indifferently, "You are right." Aoshang said proudly, "My dragon race is incomparably noble. How can I transform into human form? Furthermore, with my bloodline, a human's body is simply unable to contain it. Even transforming into human form is impossible. As for the demon beasts you mentioned, they are beasts in the first place. Transforming from low to high rank might work. Then when I saw Xiao Yun that day, she had the appearance of a human." Xiao Hua asked doubtfully. "Xiao Yun is a descendant of the Ho race. She was cursed by my Dragon Island. She can transform into human form for a short period of time," Aoshang said, "and during this period of time, Xiao Yun cannot use dragon force, she cannot borrow dragon blood divine ability. It can be said that she does not have the strength to truss a chicken." So that's how it is. Xiaohua finally understood something. No wonder he couldn't see through Xiao Yun's true form that day. After flying out of the palace, Ao Sheng flew towards the Dragon Island with great familiarity. He flew past layer upon layer of mountain ridges, flew past layer upon layer of palaces, and finally arrived in front of a strange huge rock that is at least 10,000 zhang in size. At this moment, the giant rock was already surrounded by some dragon generals and dragon soldiers of Dragon Island. Around the giant rock, there were more than 5,000 dragon clan, demon clan and human clan. They stood in different places, either sitting or standing. However, everyone's gaze fell on the giant rock. At this moment the boulder was shaking slightly, but there were no fluctuations or vibrations. It was purely a change in shape, just like what a person would see when they were dizzy. Our position is over there. Ao Sheng didn't even look at those humans and demons, and directly flew to the dragons in front of the huge rock. Xiaohua glanced down, but before he could distinguish which one was Ao Mayun, 2 dragon generals flew over, blocked Xiaohua and asked, "Fellow immortal, where's your true dragon card?" "How dare you?" Ao Sheng said unhappily. "Can't you see that it's me who brought them here?" "Little elder," the 2 dragon generals said very respectfully. This general saw that he's a human brought here by little elder. However, elder has ordered that in order to prevent other dragon clan from causing trouble, everyone who wants to participate in the trial of the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm, regardless of dragon clan, demon clan or human clan, must check the true dragon card. Of course, little elder, the dragon selection that elder personally appointed to enter the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm, is not included. Xiaohua, since it's elder's order, you better take out the true dragon card. You also have one, don't you? Ao Sheng, who was flattered, didn't get angry and said to Xiaohua with a smile. When Xiaohua took out the true dragon card, the 2 dragon generals' faces immediately showed astonishment, because this true dragon card indicated Xiaohua's position, and also indicated Xiaohua's current identity on Dragon Island. "Please." The 2 dragon generals returned the true dragon card to Xiaohua, and respectfully stepped aside, allowing Xiaohua to follow Ao Sheng to fly to the front of the giant rock. Who is this human? Could it be that his dragon chi is of a higher level than ours? An aqua-blue dragon asked in astonishment. Although his voice was low, it was heard clearly by Xiaohua. "You don't even know this?" The other fiery red dragon mocked. "He's the human cultivator with the highest level of dragon chi during the Dragon Chi Realm selection. I heard that his dragon chi is of a higher level than little elder." "How is that possible?" The other dragon was even more astonished. "All the dragons in my dragon clan don't have the noble dragon chi and bloodline of little elder. How can this human have it?" "You heard the human's nonsense, right?" "I don't know. Anyway, we didn't participate in the Dragon Chi Realm selection." The fiery red dragon answered, "However, I also heard that after the Dragon Chi Realm selection, more than 1,000 humans and demons entered the Star Brilliance Palace Hall, and in the end, only this human cultivator didn't come out. Also, didn't you see? This human followed behind little elder, so these rumors shouldn't be wrong." "Damn it, what kind of world is this? A human's dragon chi is actually more noble than a dragon's." When the dragons heard this, they couldn't understand, but their gazes were also somewhat strange. Although Xiaohua heard these words, he didn't think too much about it, and also didn't understand the strange meaning in their gazes. At this moment, he was looking at the huge oddly shaped stone, and inwardly pondered, "This must be the entrance to the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm." According to the True Dragon Tablet's explanation, this Stacked Jade Legacy Realm is a fragment of the Upper Realm's dragon domain that fell on Dragon Island, and everything inside originally belonged to the dragon domain. Precisely because of this, if the dragon's bloodline can't reach a certain degree of purity, it can't resist the dragon chi within the dragon domain, and it can't even enter. The Stacked Jade Legacy Realm is similar to the Legacy Realm. It's a self-contained realm. However, the difference is that when the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm opens, because it communicates with Dragon Island's heaven and earth origin chi, the time inside is the same as Dragon Island. And when the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm closes, the time rule of the dragon domain is restored. It seems like the time in the dragon domain is a lot faster than the time in Dragon Island. None of the dragons who are trapped in the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm can survive until the next time it opens. This is also the reason why Dragon Island wrote the first rule on the True Dragon tablet. Once you receive the news of the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm closing, you must leave the Legacy Realm in time. In addition, although the True Dragon tablet recorded some of the circumstances when Dragon Island entered the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm, it also clearly stated that the Legacy Realm is a fragment of the Dragon Domain. The time rule inside is different from Dragon Island. Everything that has already happened will change, the previous records might not be useful. Even the path to enter the location and so on will also change. The recorded path will also become nothingness. In other words, the location of the dragon cleansing pool this Xiao is looking for might not be the same as the location last time. Actually, the most important thing is, what is the purpose of Dragon Island's Stacked Jade Legacy Realm this time? The Great Elder and the others keep saying that it is for Dragon Island's prosperity. But is Dragon Island's prosperity entrusted to this small Stacked Jade Legacy Realm? Unfortunately, this Zhao's True Dragon tablet only recorded the location of the dragon cleansing pool. This location is actually useless. Other than this, there is also the mission to obtain the complete Longyu. There is no mention of anything else. And Ao Shang or the other dragon's True Dragon tablets this Xiao cannot see. Who knows what they are going to do when they enter? However, what does what they do have to do with this Xiao? This Xiao only needs to find the dragon cleansing pool, find the Longyu, and quickly come out of the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm. Just as he was thinking, a very familiar voice suddenly rang out, Taoist Master Xiao? Oh! Xiao Hua was slightly startled. He hurriedly stood in midair, looked up, and saw a dragon general wearing armor standing on the ground, looking at Xiao Hua with the same astonishment. Aozhan, you also came to participate in the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm? Xiao Hua recognized him at a glance. Isn't this the dragon guard Aozhan of the East Sea Dragon Palace that I met in the Legacy Realm? Haha, if Taoist Master Xiao can go to Dragon Island, why can't this Ao come to the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm to train? Aozhan laughed heartily, emphasizing the two words, Dragon Island. Xiao Hua nodded and said, Fellow Immortal Ao is right. This Xiao has always wanted to find an opportunity to come to Dragon Island. Previously, I wanted to go to the East Sea Dragon Palace to find you, but I didn't expect that there would be an opportunity to appear in front of this Xiao. So this Xiao came to participate in the training. Speaking up to here, Xiao Hua looked at Ao Zhan's side and asked, How is Ao Qian? Why didn't he come? Thank you for your concern, fellow immortal. Ao Zhan said with a smile, Thanks to fellow immortal's help, I was able to bring Ao Qian back to the East Sea Dragon Palace safely. Ao Qian has already completely recovered. However, Ao Qian is the grandnephew of the East Sea Dragon Palace. His bloodline is not pure, so he does not have the qualifications to participate in the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm's training. Haha. Then this Xiao wishes fellow immortal success in advance, and smoothly complete the training. Xiao Hua smiled and cupped his hands. Ao Zhan asked curiously, Fellow immortal, could it be that you are that human cultivator whose dragon chi and dragon bloodline are even more noble than the little elder of Dragon Island in the rumors these days? Yes, I don't even know why. However, I think that even if you are fellow immortal, your current bloodline might not be inferior to Ao Shang's, right? Xiao Hua looked at Ao Zhan with a smile. In his heart, he knew better than all of the dragons that Ao Zhan obtained the true dragon bloodline of the Legacy Realm. At this time, his bloodline must be abnormally pure, otherwise, with his identity as a dragon guard, it would be impossible for him to come to Dragon Island and enter the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm to train. Ao Zhan shook his head slightly. How can this one be compared to the little elder? He is the dragon candidate of the next generation of elders. Now that fellow immortal is on good terms with him in the future, the matters of Dragon Island will no longer have any trouble. Xiao Hua looked at Ao Shang, who flew in front of the huge rock complacently, and asked Ao Zhan with a bitter smile, Do you think this Xiao can really be on good terms with this little elder of Dragon Island? Haha, this one doesn't know. Ao Zhan laughed and cupped his hands. This one will take his leave first. After entering the Legacy Realm in a while, if there is a chance, this one hopes to join hands with fellow immortal. Join hands? Xiao Hua smiled mysteriously and asked, What do you want to do if we join hands? Hee. Ao Zhan shrugged his shoulders, looking even stranger than Xiao Hua. I don't know either. Maybe I will know after entering the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm. Chapter 4007. Seeing that Aozhan was also speaking in riddles with him, Xiaohua was helpless. He cupped his hands and watched Aozhan return to the East Sea Dragon clan. Then Xiaohua's heart moved. Although his figure was flying forward, the corner of his eyes was paying attention to the other dragons. After all, he had offended the second prince of the North Sea Dragon Palace. Who knew if Ao Jing was among the dragons participating in the North Sea Dragon Palace's experiential learning? Fortunately, although Xiaohua couldn't tell which was the North Sea Dragon Palace and which was the West Sea Dragon Palace, after a rough look, there wasn't anything that made him feel uncomfortable. Xiaohua, come here quickly. When Xiaohua was looking, Ao Shang's voice came into his ears. The Stacked Jade Legacy Realm seems to be opening. All right. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly sped up. Before he could get close to the huge rock, an indescribable feeling came from the huge rock. It was like a magic treasure that was about to explode. Inside, there were thousands of strands of aura that could kill Xiaohua at any time, uncontrollably spread out in the water. Xiaohua's figure couldn't help but slow down. The brilliance around his body flashed as he wanted to resist. However, the more he urged his true essence, the more intense the killing intent became. Xiaohua even felt that the huge rock was shaking even more violently, as if it was preparing to strike down from the sky. However, when waves of dragon qi rushed over from the left, Xiaohua immediately understood. He hurriedly dispersed his true essence and slightly activated his dragon vein. Woo! It was as if a whirlwind had blown out from Xiaohua's meridians. The killing intent from before had immediately faded by a lot, and even the shaking of the huge rock seemed to have weakened by a lot. It seems that in this Stacked Jade Legacy realm, this Zhao's Taoist magic, Confucian cultivation, and so on will have to be restrained. Xiaohua's figure landed beside Ao Shang and thought to himself, since this Stacked Jade Legacy realm is a fragment of the dragon domain, then the dragon aura inside must be rich. It must also reject other cultivation paths. The great elder of the Dragon Palace is right. However, when Xiaohua's figure just stabilized, the shaking of the huge rock suddenly stopped. The killing intent of the dragon aura was withdrawn into the huge rock, and everything returned to normal. Damn it, I still have to wait. Ao Shang screamed in frustration. His dragon body lay on the ground in an unsightly manner. His head drooped lazily, as if all the dragon bones in his body had been removed. Xiaohua said with a smile, not a single one of the dragon race's 9 elders came. This stacking emerald legacy realm naturally won't open. That's true. Ao Shang agreed with Xiaohua and muttered, the elders didn't come, so why did they drag us here first? Taking advantage of this time, I can throw a few dice at Brother Lu. Yeah, I think so too. Xiaohua squinted his eyes and looked at Boulder, who was as quiet as a handsome man, and said with a smile, it would be best if I could win that water-repelling pearl from your palace. Hey, you think I can't win? Ao Shengli squinted at Xiaohua and said with a smile, I can win by using any divine sense. I'm just good at dragon grade. I don't want to cheat. That's a good dragon, Xiaohua said perfunctorily. He sat cross-legged beside Ao Shang and began to meditate. Ao Shang looked at Xiaohua and sat on the ground for a moment. He looked very bored. His pair of dragon eyes looked around. Suddenly, 2 dice appeared on his dragon claws. Unfortunately, the palace in front of Boulder was full of seawater. How could the dice be thrown out in the seawater? After throwing a few times, Ao Shang simply urged his dragon qi to expel the seawater around the dragon claws. Then he concentrated on throwing the dice on the ground. After an unknown period of time, Xiaohua, who was meditating, suddenly felt a gust of wind in front of him. The crystal-like seawater seemed to not exist. His figure was blown away. At this moment, a loud and clear dragon roar came from afar. The figure of Dragon Island's 4th elder was like a mountain ridge as he streaked across the seawater. Then, he transformed into a human dragon that was dozens of feet in size and stood on Boulder. That boulder was like an erupting volcano. The dragon qi scraped 4th elder's scales until they creaked. The brilliance on his dragon body was also like a swaying flag. It was extremely long. Dragon son, 4th elder said, you are all the elites of my dragon tribe. Today, the opening of the Stacking Jade Legacy realm is the opportunity for you to show your skills. Go, the hope of my dragon tribe is in your hands. I hope you can return with a full load and live up to the expectations of my dragon palace's elders. Roar. All the dragons stretched their necks and roared. The roar of the dragons shook the seawater as if it was boiling. Gotcha. Along with the roar of the dragons, the boulder shook violently. Tens of thousands of purple crystal threads were produced from the seawater in the vicinity of Wenjiang. These crystal threads fell into the boulder at the same time. With a boom sound, the boulder disintegrated, revealing a fist-sized gold-colored crystal at its core. This gold-colored crystal looked like a water droplet, but there was a clear fracture mark on its tip. The surface of the water droplet was not a smooth arc. Instead, it was pieced together by many small flat surfaces that looked like dragon scales. Every flat surface was emitting an extremely brilliant gold-colored light. Every light ray was distorted, as if many tiny dragons were pouncing into the water. Moreover, under the surface of the light ray, along with the overflow of the light ray, one after another strange image was produced from time to time. It was as if there was a world inside this crystal. Oh! Xiaohua was a little shocked. The True Dragon Tablet recorded all kinds of experiences in the Stacking Jade Legacy realm. It also wrote the method to enter the Stacking Jade Legacy realm. However, it didn't explain what the Stacking Jade Legacy realm was. Xiaohua previously thought that this boulder was the entrance to the Stacking Jade Legacy realm. However, he didn't expect that the crystal in the middle of the boulder was the entrance. However, when his gaze fell on the crystal, his heart was moved again. He inwardly pondered, could it be? This crystal is the Stacking Jade Legacy realm? However, he saw the crystal floating in the water, not moving in the slightest. Only the golden light and the pattern overflowed in the seawater. This golden light illuminated the figures of all the dragons, monsters, and humans. That pattern also fell into their eyes. However, the strange thing was that when Xiaohua tried to recall, he didn't have any memory of the pattern he saw before. It was as if he didn't see it at all. You can go in now. The fourth elder's voice drifted in the seawater. A group of dragons, monsters, as well as Xiaohua and the other humans, threw out their true dragon tablets. Then they urged their dragon chi to fall on it. Those leaves fell into the crystal like fallen leaves returning to their roots. But the golden light on the surface of the crystal was like a bubble in the seawater. It expanded at an extremely fast speed. That biting cold dragon chi was sharper than a flying sword and pierced into Xiaohua's body. See, Xiaohua's body had long been tempered thousands of times. It was tougher than ordinary magic tools. However, at this time the golden light entering his body actually caused him to feel severe pain. Xiaohua groaned in a low voice and hurriedly urged the dragon transformation art. The dragon vein left his body and covered Xiaohua's body. Sure enough, when the golden light fell into the dragon chi, it immediately began to melt. That sharp pain was greatly reduced. Seeing that the leaked dragon chi was so powerful even before entering the forgotten realm of stacked jade, Xiaohua already understood why only dragons and descendants of dragons with pure bloodline and sufficient dragon chi could enter. Presumably, this forgotten realm was filled with such tyrannical dragon chi. If dragons with thin bloodline entered the forgotten realm of stacked jade, they would be instantly killed by this dragon chi. Roar! Waves of dragon roars that were louder than the previous dragon roars emitted by the group of dragons came from the crystal. Then golden crystal threads flew out and fell on Xiaohua, Aoshang, and the other humans and dragons who took out their true dragon tablets and spouted dragon chi. Xiaohua felt an irresistible force coming from the crystal threads. All of a sudden, his body was shackled. Along with the crystal threads, his body rapidly shrank and was thrown into the crystal. In Xiaohua's vision, the surface that was smaller than a fingernail became bigger and bigger. In the end, it was like the surface of a lake blocking in front of him. Moreover, the surface slightly rippled, just like the surface of a lake. Boom! The crystal threads fell into the surface. Xiaohua's body crashed into it like a stone. Gotcha! The surface cracked and a substantial dragon chi rushed out and fell into Xiaohua's dragon vein dharma body. Whoa! The dragon vein dharma body issued a hissing sound and rapidly expanded. Boom! With a loud sound, Xiaohua's body and the dragon vein dharma body were completely submerged into the crystal. At the same time that Xiaohua entered the forgotten realm of stacked jade, Aoshang, and the other dragons also crashed into the crystal. Endless rumbling sound exploded near the crystal. However, in the ears of the fourth elder, who was less than 1,000 feet away from the crystal, this kind of violent explosion sound was so soft. It was like a silkworm breaking out of its cocoon. The fourth elder's body was also illuminated by the golden light. The surface of his dragon body was slightly distorted. His eyes were slightly narrowed. His expression was rather complicated as he watched the crystal threads bring in the dragons one by one. It was normal for several thousand dragons to enter the forgotten realm of stacked jade. However, when several hundred demons and humans entered after them, there was an abnormality. A series of miserable screams came from the crystal. Those dragon blood descendants whose bloodline was not pure enough, and whose dragon aura was not abundant enough, had just touched the surface of the crystal. When the dragon aura fell into their dragon blood dharma body, their dharma body immediately burst. Moreover, this dragon aura was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves as it rushed into the bloodline of these descendants. Regardless of whether they were of the 5th grade or the 7th grade, their bloodline was destroyed, and then their flesh burst. Clusters of blood mist turned into blood-colored flowers, which looked exceptionally beautiful in the golden light. After a full half cup of tea's time, the crystal regained its calm. Those who had entered had already entered, and those who had not, did not even leave behind their corpses. The entire crystal's golden light gradually dimmed and converged, as if nothing had ever happened. When the crystal began to flow, all the images began to rotate. Strands of needle-like golden light shot out from the crystal. When the golden light fell into the sea, it immediately turned into a huge amount of dragon aura and filled the surroundings. There were even many small whirlpools that were born in the sea. Like xiaohua's buds, they floated into the distance. Chapter 4008. The fourth elder of the Dragon Palace stood in the seawater and quietly watched this strange phenomenon. He pondered inwardly. The stacked jade legacy realm is admittedly a fragment of the dragon domain. There is another universe within it. However, the Dragon Island is not the dragon domain after all. This stacked jade legacy realm will eventually disappear one day. If we don't hurry up and find that thing, how can we establish a connection with the dragon domain? Wouldn't the sacrifice of the 3 dragon sages be in vain? After watching for a moment, the fourth elder of the Dragon Island shouted loudly, "Protect the stacked jade legacy realm well. If there is any abnormality, immediately report to the Dragon Palace." Yes. The dragon soldiers guarding at a distant place complied and flew over. However, they didn't firmly protect the golden crystal. Instead, they protected the crystal and the scattered gravel near the crystal. The gravel that exploded earlier now seemed to have a life of its own. They turned into water droplets little by little, then moved towards the crystal floating in the water. Although these dragon soldiers and dragon generals were on alert, each and every one of them had a joyful expression on their face. After all, this pure dragon chi came from the stacked jade legacy realm. It was several times denser than the Dragon Island. Even if they didn't cultivate, their strength would still increase rapidly. As for Xiaohua, when his figure crashed into the crystal, a feeling as if a mountain was pressing down on his body came from his dragon vein dharma body. It was as if his entire body was 100 times heavier than before. Boom! Without any noise, Xiaohua's figure fell down like a meteorite. The dragon chi that killed the humans earlier immediately rushed into the dragon vein dharma body frantically. Roar! Dragon vein Xiaohua didn't say anything all along. At this moment, he let out a long roar and operated the dragon transformation secret art frantically. The seemingly corporeal dragon chi formed one after another tiny whirlpool, and rushed into the dragon vein dharma body. The dragon vein dharma body actually gradually became plump. Damn it! Xiaohua sensed the joy of the dragon vein dharma body and cursed inwardly. This stacked jade legacy realm is just like a Dao sex paradise. The dragon chi inside is very suitable for the dragon race to cultivate. No wonder the descendants of the dragon race are crying and shouting to come in. Looking at this situation, even if they don't get anything in this legacy realm, just the dragon chi absorbed here is enough for them. However, fellow dragon vein dharma body, can we fly first? Oh no. Xiaohua wanted to urge his avatar to stop the falling momentum, but he saw a huge mountain range, a huge tree, and a boulder several thousand feet in size. Then there was no more. Boom! Xiaohua landed on a boulder. However, this boulder didn't shatter under his attack. It only split into two halves with a cracking sound. Looking at the huge rock, a golden crystal also fell to the ground. Fellow Taoist. Xiaohua crawled up from the ground with difficulty, rubbed his butt and complained, I don't have any objections to you eating and drinking dragon energy, but can't you fly first? Don't you know that landing posture is very ugly? Dragon Vein Xiaohua spoke with excitement. This is a fragment of the dragon realm? Was it a corner of the dragon field? I feel that this place is really great. It is much better than the hidden immortal continent and even the dragon island. Xiaohua replied snappily, that's for you. Compared to me, this is the celestial world. How can it not be good? Didn't I painstakingly train to ascend and become an immortal? You can ascend and become an immortal all of a sudden. How can it not be beautiful? Unfortunately, this is only a fragment of the dragon field. Moreover, it seems like the connection with the dragon field has already been cut off. Otherwise, I really want to hide here and not go out. Dragon Vein Xiaohua is still channeling his energy while talking with Xiaohua. That dragon energy unceasingly rushes into his body. Is there anything else to say? It is definitely a fragment. Moreover, the connection with the dragon field has been cut off. Xiaohua sneered, otherwise, the 9 elders of the dragon island would have already entered. Who would have the patience to train bitterly in the dragon island? Dragon Vein Xiaohua noticed the golden crystal on the ground and asked in a low voice, this is a dragon crystal, right? Xiaohua raised his hand and waved. That crystal didn't have any movement. Xiaohua's magic power only leaked out of his body, but it couldn't go very far. Xiaohua's expression changed. He hurriedly released his divine sense, Buddhist sense and soul sense. Unfortunately, no matter which one it was, it couldn't go very far. This is troublesome. Although it isn't as serious as what the Dragon Hall Great Elder said, it is almost the same. Xiaohua pinched his chin and looked at the hazy surroundings within the dragon energy. That distant mountain peak soars into the sky and the dense forest similarly covers the sun. If he didn't use his divine sense, how could he distinguish the danger with his naked eyes? At the same time that Xiaohua was secretly complaining, he also used the eye-clearing technique in elemental sense that he wasn't very good at. Fortunately, elemental sense can be used a bit in this stacked jade legacy realm. Although it can't go as far as the divine sense outside, it is better than nothing. Xiaohua sighed. He bent down and picked up the crystal. He squinted his eyes and looked at it. This crystal is different from the crystal in the stacked jade legacy realm. It is irregular and the surface also doesn't have the small dragon scale-shaped flat surface. When Xiaohua raised the crystal and looked at the light coming from the sky, the crystal is completely bright inside. It doesn't have the flowing colors of the stacked jade legacy realm. Fellow Taoist, don't think too much. Dragon Vein Xiaohua said with a smile, if I didn't expect, this dragon crystal is condensed from the dragon energy of the stacked jade legacy realm. It is the same as the elemental stones of the hidden immortal continent. However, this stacked jade legacy realm is a fragment of the dragon domain. This dragon crystal must contain a lot of dragon energy. It is just right for I to use. Hearing this, Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and asked, fellow Taoist Dragon Vein, do you feel that the dragon race's heavenly dragon speech technique is somewhat similar to my Dao sex magic? I have never seen the true heavenly dragon speech technique. However, didn't fellow Taoist also comprehend this dragon transformation art? Are there traces of Dao sex magic inside? Dragon Vein Xiaohua reminded, especially the first layer of the dragon transformation art is to temper the dragon body. It is extremely similar to the tempering of meridians in Dao sex magic. Oh, look at this dragon crystal again. Isn't it the same as the Dao sex elemental stones? Right, try tempering this dragon crystal using the method of tempering the earth crystal, Yao milk in the past. Xiaohua's eyes flashed with understanding as he handed the dragon crystal to Dragon Vein Xiaohua. Dragon Vein Xiaohua opened his mouth and the dragon crystal entered his mouth. However, after a moment, his face was filled with astonishment as he said with a somewhat hurried tone, fellow Taoist, you are right. This dragon crystal can indeed be tempered. However, the effect of this dragon crystal is different from the earth crystal Yao milk. It can enrich Ai's body. Good. Xiao Hua's eyes lit up as he clapped his hands and exclaimed, since that is the case, I will get more dragon crystals with you. Also, fellow Taoist. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua reminded again, since you can use elemental thoughts in this legacy realm, I presume fellow Taoist demon body can also use it. Even if the dragon race is somewhat different from the demon race, they are still demons after all. And I understand. Xiao Hua looked at the trees and rocks that were much larger than him and nodded. This place is similar to the legacy realm. Everything is like a prehistoric land. If you want to survive here, you must use your transcendence golden body. As he spoke, Xiao Hua urged the demon aura in his body. His body flashed with a dark golden luster as his transcendence golden body was displayed and turned into 100 feet in size. At the same time that Xiao Hua used his divine ability, Dragon Vein Xiao Hua also flew out from Xiao Hua's body. Sure enough, Xiao Hua, who had lost the protection of the dragon aura, although there was a slight sizzling sound all over his body, the extremely rich dragon aura could no longer cause substantial harm to Xiao Hua. Boom! As soon as Xiao Hua's transcendence golden body was formed, he immediately took out the wishful staff in his hand and hit a huge rock. In the roar, the huge rock was split into two and the golden dragon crystal could be seen inside. Xiao Hua released his mind and rolled it slightly, and the dragon crystal was taken into the space. Roar! Dragon Vein Xiao Hua roared. And his dragon tail hit another huge rock. Unfortunately, Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's tail seemed thin and the huge rock did not split. Haha, fellow Taoist, you still don't have a body and can't take shape. How can you destroy this huge rock? Xiao Hua laughed. You should cultivate by yourself first and let I help you get the dragon crystal. Okay, I'll have to trouble you, fellow Taoist. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua was not polite. He responded and urged the dragon transformation secret art. And the rich dragon aura of nearly 1,000 feet gathered again. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua was good at refining the heaven and earth essence qi, and he did not have a body at all. The dragon aura was like a part of his body. Once it came into contact with Dragon Vein Xiao Hua, it immediately integrated into it. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's cultivation speed here was simply 100 times faster than in the hidden immortal continent. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua cultivated endlessly. Xiao Hua was not idle either. Holding the wishful staff, he cracked the huge rocks one by one. What made Xiao Hua overjoyed was that there was a dragon crystal in each huge rock. Xiao Hua had already picked up dozens of pieces of it. In the valley where Xiao Hua fell, there were not many huge rocks left. Xiao Hua released his essence perception and had a rough look. He then urged the demon cloud to forcefully fly to a mountain rock. This mountain rock was only at a corner of the mountain peak, and Xiao Hua couldn't see very far from it. The mountain peak where Xiao Hua was at was surrounded by towering mountain ranges. There were some valleys between the mountain ranges. These valleys and mountain ranges were covered by rich dragon aura. Xiao Hua could not see clearly what it was like in the distance. Xiao Hua looked up at the steep mountain range. He was not in a hurry. He jumped down from the mountain rock and slowly walked to another valley. There were some huge rocks scattered there. There was no sun or moon in the stacked jadeite legacy realm. Estimating the time, Xiao Hua worked hard like this for 3 days in a row. He searched all the mountain valleys within a radius of a few li and collected hundreds and thousands of dragon crystals. Looking at the rubble everywhere, Xiao Hua clapped his hands in satisfaction and put away the wishful staff. He looked at the gray sky again and said puzzledly, "What's going on with this Ao Sheng? Didn't we agree to let me wait in the same place and he could rely on the secret technique of the dragon clan to find me? It's been 3 days, why hasn't he come yet? Without his guidance, how can I find the dragon cleansing pool? Not to mention that the location of the dragon cleansing pool is different from last time. Even if the location of the dragon cleansing pool is recorded in the true dragon tablet, can I find it myself?" Chapter 4009. At this time Xiao Hua wanted to call Fu Jiwen and the others out, but looking at the surrounding dragon qi that could burst the body of an ordinary monster, Xiao Hua still extinguished this thought. Forget it. Let's walk around casually first. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and made a decision. I can't just stay here and not move. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua only walked a few li, and before he stepped out of the mountain range, his attention fell into a valley again. This valley was about 1,000 zhang high and several thousand zhang wide, and it was filled with large and small boulders. Xiao Hua's gaze seemed to have seen through the boulders and saw the dragon crystal inside. Ha ha! Xiao Hua laughed and threw the idea of looking for Aosheng to the back of his mind. He rushed into the valley with large strides and began to smash the boulders to search for the crystal again. After smashing for a while, shua! A yuan sense swept over from a distance. After this yuan sense fell on Xiao Hua's body, it swept across the entire valley and then withdrew without stopping. Oh, is it Aosheng? Xiao Hua put away the wishful staff, straightened up, and looked outside the valley. In just half a cup of tea's time, a roar came from the sky. Human, quickly get out of here. Along with this nauseating sound, 1,000 zhang long earthy yellow dragon swayed its tail and fell from the sky. At this time, the surface of this dragon's body was different from that of the dragon island. It seemed to be covered with a thick layer of armor. The rich dragon chi wrapped his dragon body tightly, and the dragon chi was full of whirlpools. Layers of earthy clouds floated around the armor. In particular, in this stacked jade legacy realm, the dragon might of the dragon race was even more fierce. Before he even got close, the dragon might firmly covered Xiao Hua, as if it wanted to give Xiao Hua a show of strength. Hehe. Xiao Hua was not nervous at all. He looked at the dragon with interest and said with a smile, "Immortal friend, which dragon palace are you from? Don't you know what is first come first serve?" "I am from the South Sea Dragon Palace." The dragon did not hide his identity and shouted, "You, a human, can enter the stacked jade legacy realm to gain experience. It is already a great fortune. You still want to talk to me about first come first serve? To tell you the truth, in this stacked jade legacy realm, strength is everything. Not to mention you, even if Aosheng is here, as long as he can't beat me, he will have to give up this valley. I see that you are a human. I am afraid that you don't understand the rules here, so I am so long-winded with you. If you still don't leave, don't blame me for being impolite." While speaking, the dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws and pounced on Xiao Hua. Although Xiao Hua, he was still a child in front of 1,000 zhang long dragon. Roar! Just at this time, Dragon Vein Xiao Hua suddenly rushed out from high up in the valley. He let out a long roar in midair, and actually seemed like a huge dragon that was several thousand meters long as he swayed his head and tail and pounced over. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua didn't have the body of a real dragon. Previously, he was lying on top of the mountain range and absorbing the endless dragon chi as much as he wanted. Therefore, the huge dragon didn't notice Dragon Vein Xiao Hua's trace at all. At this moment, when it saw Dragon Vein Xiao Hua pouncing over, it was so scared that it trembled. However, the giant dragon only trembled for a moment before immediately noticing Xiao Hua's abnormality. He suddenly looked at Xiao Hua again as if he had thought of something. You are Xiao Hua of the Tao sect of the human race?" The huge dragon stopped and asked in surprise. Xiao Hua nodded and replied, "That's right, it's me. No wonder you are so fearless." The giant dragon hurriedly released his yuan shan and said, "So Aosheng is here too." However, the giant dragon looked for a moment and did not see Aosheng. A strange look unwittingly appeared on his face and he said with a smile, "I understand. When you entered the stacked jade legacy realm and separated from Aosheng, he still hasn't found you. Ha ha ha. The heavens have really opened their eyes. I've just entered the stacked jade legacy realm and I've already encountered such a great lucky chance." As it spoke, the giant dragon's body flashed with golden light, and its body continued to expand. It gave up on Xiao Hua and pounced towards the Dragon Vein Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua stared blankly and hastily cried out, "That vile dragon! We are all from the Dragon Island who came to the Stacking Jade Legacy Realm to gain experience. If you want the dragon crystal in this valley, this Xiao can give it to you. Why must you attack this Xiao? What do you know?" The huge dragon roared and shouted, "Although this dragon crystal can be used for cultivation and strengthen this daddy's dragon chi, how can it compare to the nourishment of your human bloodline? Be obedient and let this lousy devour your bloodline, and help this lousy step into the sun-devouring realm." Roar! How could the Dragon Vein Xiao Hua give in? With a loud roar, the giant dragon's body relentlessly coiled over. Ha ha! The giant dragon laughed loudly. Its dragon claws streaked across the air, raising wind blades that were similar to flying swords. Its dragon tail also swayed and struck towards the back of the dragon vein Xiaohua. On the ferocious dragon head, a pair of dragon horns produced a strong fluctuation. That fluctuation gradually condensed into a strange dragon rune in the air. It's just blood qi. I don't know how much I've eaten back then. Today, this lousy is lucky to have met you as soon as I entered. I'm afraid that this luck will be envied by the other dragons. Hee. Xiaohua sneered. At this moment he suddenly understood the look in the eyes of those dragons when they looked at him before he entered the Stacked Jade Legacy realm. That strange look was not envy, jealousy, or hatred, but covetous. Covetous like a dog seeing a meat bun. Roar. The dragon vein Xiaohua screamed. The giant dragon's dragon claws slashed down and instantly cut open his dragon body. Although this dragon body had already been tempered by the dragon transformation art, after all, it was still a short time. Especially this dragon body. It was not a real dragon body at all. Immediately after, with a loud bang, the giant dragon's dragon tail smashed onto the back of the dragon vein Xiaohua. Not only did it shatter the dragon body, it also hit the dragon vein Xiaohua more than 300 meters down. At this moment, the giant dragon's dragon horns condensed like a giant sword. As long as the giant sword of the dragon crystal slashed down, the dragon vein Xiaohua would definitely be split into two and fall into the giant dragon's mouth to be eaten. At this moment, Xiaohua, who was already regarded as a dead object, was still unhurried. With a cold face, he looked at the raging giant dragon and asked, "Looks like you've swallowed a lot of human blood qi. Haha, you humans worship my dragon race, isn't it because you want to submit to my dragon race? Besides, you humans are originally my dragon race's food. Being able to be eaten by me is your fortune." The giant dragon laughed loudly. "Once you're in my stomach, let my dragon qi nourish you every day." As it spoke, the giant sword appeared at the giant dragon's dragon horn. The wind and clouds above the entire valley surged. A giant sword-shaped dragon rune made a loud noise and smashed towards the dragon vein Xiaohua's body. "You're just a star-plucking realm little dragon, yet you dare to be arrogant in front of me." Xiaohua smiled coldly. Demonic clouds swirled around his body. Heavenly Law Embodiment Technique and Heavenly Human Body Bestowment Technique were used once again. The draconic qi that was previously occupied by the giant dragon also crazily entered Xiaohua's Dharma idol. What was special was that even the mighty dragon runes paled in comparison to the surging clouds. When the giant dragon saw this, he couldn't help but be a little shocked. However, seeing that the dragon rune had already fallen, a mocking look appeared in his eyes. He knew in his heart that as long as his dragon rune fell, Xiaohua's dragon blood dharma body would definitely be shattered. And without the support of the bloodline, the human race would be as fragile as a paper lantern. Woo! Just when the giant dragon thought that victory was in his hands, he saw Xiaohua's dharma body suddenly wave, and a thick iron staff appeared in his hand. The iron staff made a roaring sound and smashed towards the dragon rune with lightning speed. Has this person lost his mind? The giant dragon couldn't help but ridicule in his heart. The dragon claws danced again, grabbing towards Xiaohua's heart. He laughed wildly and said, "Human race, let me taste your heart and see if it's as big as I think." Boom! The giant dragon's dragon claws had just explored when the wishful steel staff suddenly swelled and hit the dragon rune. In the huge roar, a corner of the dragon rune was smashed, and the power of the entire dragon rune was reduced by 30%. However, the dragon rune seemed to have the essence of the giant dragon mixed in it. At the moment when the wishful steel staff hit, it drifted a few feet and avoided the wishful steel staff. The remaining 70% of the giant sword shape did not stop and still fell with a roar. "This is interesting." The giant dragon was surprised. The dragon claws that could crush ordinary magic weapons had already reached not far from Xiaohua's heart, and the fierce strength had covered Xiaohua's dark golden skin. Roar! The dragon vein Xiaohua screamed, and the huge body flew in the direction of Xiaohua. The dragon rune was like a sword that also slashed towards Xiaohua. "Fight!" Xiaohua roared, clenched his right fist, and greeted the dragon rune. Xiaohua's fist was like a meteor, and the battle momentum was like a tide. The surging fighting spirit in his body could pierce the sky. Boom! Compared to the previous impact of the wishful steel staff, it was even more earth-shattering. Half of the dragon rune was shattered by Xiaohua's right fist, and the other half fell on Xiao Hua's arm. Under the powerful force, cracks appeared on Xiao Hua's right fist, and his shoulder was also torn a few feet long. Even Xiao Hua's transcendence golden body was also beaten to the ground by the dragon rune. While the dragon was still in shock, its eyes flashed with a sinister light. The dragon claw suddenly turned into a shadow and disappeared in midair. After a few breaths of time, the dragon claw appeared in front of Xiao Hua's chest and landed on Xiao Hua's chest with a ka-cha-cha sound. A bone-deep injury appeared in the dark golden color. Roar! The dragon roared. The dragon aura within several dozen li became violent again. The dragon claw flashed with an earthen yellow brilliance and went straight for Xiao Hua's chest. Ha ha! Just when the mouth and nose of the giant dragon had smelled the sweetness of the human heart, Xiao Hua's laughter came. The dragon claws of the giant dragon suddenly seemed to be imprisoned by a boulder, and could no longer pierce into Xiao Hua's body. Moreover, the dragon's eyes were dazzled. Xiao Hua's fist was several times more violent than before, and suddenly hit the chest of the giant dragon. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the almost indestructible dragon's scales were suddenly shattered. The strength of the fist was like a mountain falling down, and the giant dragon's eyes turned black, and it almost fell from the sky. Chapter 40:10. How is this possible? The giant dragon was shocked. Its neck struggled frantically, and its bloody mouth was about to swallow Xiao Hua's head. Come on! Xiao Hua shouted, and his body once again emitted a whimpering sound like a tide, and his transcendence golden body swelled again. Boom! Without waiting for the giant dragon's bloody mouth to fall, the wishful steel staff flashed mysteriously. The giant dragon had no time to dodge and was hit on the bridge of its nose. The giant dragon roared, and tears flowed uncontrollably from its nose. Even its fierce eyes flashed with blood. Boom boom boom. Just as the giant dragon was about to swing its tail to kill Xiao Hua from behind, it heard a series of movements. A fist wind that could shatter a mountain fell on the body of the giant dragon like raindrops. This fist was so hard that not only did it disperse the dragon chi around the giant dragon's body, but it also knocked off the dragon's scales. Even the dragon's body under the dragon's scales was hit with a huge crack, and the dragon's blood had already flowed out. Damn it, damn it! The dragon tried its best to pull out its dragon claw, but the dragon claw seemed to have been cast into Xiao Hua's body. No matter how hard the dragon tried, it couldn't pull it out. The dragon couldn't help but roar. Waves of dragon breath blew out from its bloody mouth like a gale. Fellow Taoist, it's your turn. In the face of the dragon's breath that couldn't be dealt with by spiritual power, Xiao Hua was not nervous. He laughed and lifted his left foot, kicking toward the abdomen of the giant dragon. Whoa! Dragon vein Xiao Hua had been hovering behind Xiao Hua. Now that he heard Xiao Hua's command, he proudly raised his head from the top of Xiao Hua's head. The dragon's mouth, which was larger than the southern sea giant dragon, opened, and a powerful suction force was born from the dragon's mouth. With the suction force, dragon vein Xiao Hua's true dragon aura suddenly bloomed, like a tide pressing down on the giant dragon. Ah? This is true dragon chi? How can you have true dragon chi? The figure of the southern sea giant dragon couldn't help but tremble. The dragon's breath changed direction under this suction force and flew toward dragon vein Xiao Hua. Not good. When the southern sea giant dragon saw the dragon breath land in Xiao Hua's mouth and was immediately swallowed by him, it immediately became vigilant and struggled with all its might, wanting to escape from Xiao Hua's hands. Unfortunately, just as he struggled, Xiao Hua's fists and kicks and the wishful staff fell again. The southern sea dragon could only deal with it tiredly. In just a few moments, the southern sea giant dragon's skin and flesh were lacerated, and dragon blood flowed out. This was nothing. What caused the southern sea dragon's soul to fly out of his body was that the dragon vein Xiao Hua, who was supposed to be devoured by him, had now opened his bloody mouth. A surging suction force was sucking away the dragon aura within his body. No matter how he activated the Dragon Clan's secret technique, he was unable to stop the dragon aura from flying out of his body. Under normal circumstances, the giant dragon of the southern sea would have either torn his opponent to shreds or fled immediately. Either way, he would have been able to escape death. However, at this moment, His dragon claws were embedded in Xiaohua's body and could not be pulled out. Xiaohua's physical body and martial arts were several levels above his. Even if he wanted to escape, he could not. Roar! The southern sea dragon let out a sorrowful cry, and a wash-basin-sized dragon pearl was spat out from his mouth. As soon as the dragon pearl fell into the air, the dragon aura within 100 miles seemed to boil and rush toward the dragon pearl. A fierce little dragon of 100 feet in size flashed with dragon patterns as it fiercely rushed toward dragon vein Xiaohua. The little dragon was only 1,000 feet away from the dragon vein Xiaohua. Hundreds of spatial cracks appeared in this 1,000 feet space as the little dragon flew past. Within those cracks, there was an endless amount of dragon qi that seemed to be even smaller little dragons surging out. When dragon vein Xiaohua saw this, he couldn't help but laugh. Haha. What a stupid dragon. If you fight with I face to face, how can I be your opponent? But if you take out this dragon aura and dragon pearl, even if you have 2 more, you are still not I's opponent. With that, dragon vein Xiaohua's body surged with powerful dragon aura, and suddenly, it shrouded the surrounding hundreds of feet of space. The void that was torn by the dragon pearl was instantly repaired by dragon vein Xiaohua's dragon aura, and the seemingly endless dragon aura fell into dragon vein Xiaohua's body. Your bloodline can still speak? The southern sea dragon was shocked and cried out, could it be? You have already mastered the art of fake body? This is impossible. Woo! As dragon vein Xiaohua rushed over, the fierce dragon pearl also fell into his mouth. No matter how the southern sea dragon urged the dragon pearl, there was no movement. How could Xiaohua answer the question of the southern sea dragon? His face showed a fierce expression, and his hands waved at the same time. Boom! The southern sea dragon was overturned on the ground, and then his right hand raised to the sky, raised the wishful steel staff, and stabbed towards the neck of the southern sea dragon. Puff! The sound of silk being torn was heard, and the wishful steel staff penetrated the body of the southern sea dragon and went straight into the ground. The dragon roared in pain, and its whole body rolled on the ground crazily. However, the wishful steel staff penetrated the ground like a sea-stabilizing needle, nailing the southern sea dragon there. This old man's disciple has long wanted to eat dragon meat skewers, and this old man wants to find an evil dragon to pull out the dragon tendons and skin the dragon. You are good. Seeing this old man, you didn't hide but actually came over. You must have eaten too many people before, and those vengeful spirits sent you here. As the saying goes, if you often stand by the river, how can your shoes not be wet? You will admit defeat today. Xiaohua sneered, raised his hand, and grabbed the tail of the southern sea dragon. His 5 fingers grabbed the tail, and immediately, a thumb-thick dragon tendon was held in his hand. You dare! The southern sea dragon shouted, this is the fragment of the dragon domain. If you dare to attack my dragon race, the dragon domain Shenron will definitely kill you. Haha, since you know it's a fragment, don't expect anything from the Shenron. Xiaohua laughed. Besides, no matter where you are, if you dare to kill my human race cultivators, this old man will dare to kill your dragon race. The southern sea dragon screamed, and the dragon body collapsed to the ground. The tough dragon tendon was pulled out by Xiaohua. Taking advantage of the collapse of the southern sea dragon's body, dragon bloodline Xiaohua's figure fell on his dragon body, but a shadow came out of the southern sea dragon's body and fell into dragon bloodline Xiaohua's body. Ooh! Dragon bloodline Xiaohua made a sound without wind, and within his whole body endless dragon runes rolled, and a ray of light gushed out, shooting straight into the air. Ha! Dragon bloodline Xiaohua looked up to the sky and laughed, and the dragon qi overflowed. Fellow Taoist, you said it very well. If you often stand by the river, how can your shoes not be wet? This evil dragon usually devours the blood of the dragon race's descendants, but I didn't expect it to be devoured by I today. With this evil dragon's blood essence, I can cultivate for 100 years less. Seeing that the southern sea dragon's blood essence and dragon qi were gone, Xiaohua also hardened his heart and coldly snorted, those who kill will be killed. Even if it's the dragon race, it's the same. Then Xiaohua pulled out the wishful staff, released his mind, and put the southern sea dragon into the space, and threw the dragon tendon to Fujiwen and the others. Putting aside whether or not Yuanya had really barbecued this southern sea giant dragon, Xiaohua withdrew his transcendence golden body, and looked at the dragon vein that was boiling with dragon runes. He frowned and said, "Fellow Taoist, could it be that you also want to devour more dragons in this stacked jade legacy realm?" Dragon bloodline Xiaohua laughed. "I know that the demon race uses devouring as the orthodox cultivation method, but I have never devoured a dragon race, and I don't know the mystery inside. Today, after a little test, I already know the mystery inside. The demon race is different from the human race. They devour the power of the stars and moon, devour dragon chi, and their cultivation is devouring. I am dragon bloodline, so I can naturally devour everything in the world." Alas, Xiaohua sighed, and said with some disappointment, "Maybe. Fellow Taoist doesn't need to sigh." Confucian cultivator Xiaohua said, "You and I are different, there is no need to compare, and there is no need to worry. This little one cultivates the Confucian Tao, and the main purpose is to refine the breath of life in the chest. Buddha Bodhi cultivates Dharma, and has long been on a different path from us. Now that fellow Taoist dragon bloodline devours dragon chi, isn't it the same as fellow Taoist heavenly phoenix cultivates the bloodline of the holy? Doesn't your Tao sect have a saying that the heavens and earth are not benevolent, treating all things as straw dogs? Look at that southern sea dragon just now. In your opinion, his crime of devouring the blood of human cultivators is unforgivable, but in his eyes this is an extremely normal thing. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. Dragon bloodline Xiaohua said with a smile, humans are human because they have humanity. I am a clone of the human race, relying on the humanity in my heart. I will not casually harm the heavens and bully the weak. You don't have to say anything more. Xiaohua smiled slightly. I have 10 primordial spirits, and each of us has our own path. Each of us has our own opportunities. How can I not know this? I just feel a little lonely, and in the future we may go further and further away. Perhaps. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua and dragon bloodline Xiaohua were both speechless. Haha, not bad, there are so many dragon crystals. Xiaohua raised his head and looked over, only to see that at the place where he was fighting with the southern sea giant dragon, many huge boulders had been split open, and the dragon crystals within them had fallen out. He laughed loudly, and his mind swept up all of the dragon crystals and collected them. Afterward, Xiaohua was too lazy to use the wishful staff to break the stones, and stepped into the valley with dragon bloodline Xiaohua. Wherever he passed, all the boulders were collected by his mind. Whoa! Just when Xiaohua had walked halfway, a strange whistling sound suddenly came from the sky of the valley. When Xiaohua heard this sound, he immediately shouted, "Not good. Fellow Taoist dragon bloodline, quickly come back. This folded jadeite legacy realm is about to change." Dragon bloodline Xiaohua did not dare to neglect, and hurriedly rushed into Xiaohua's body, while Xiaohua urged his monster chi to rush toward the end of the valley, wanting to collect all the boulders before the change came. As soon as the whistling wind was born, the sky of the entire folded jadeite legacy realm immediately darkened, and all the dragon chi began to become violent. In just a few breaths, the legacy realm was turned upside down, the mountains were upside down, the ancient trees were slanted, and everything was like a picture scroll blown by the wind, completely blurred. Chapter 40:11. Looking at Xiaohua's figure again, the bronze luster slowly dispersed. His figure rapidly shrunk and gradually returned to its original form. As Xiaohua walked, all of the huge rocks disappeared. However, even though Xiaohua's movements were fast, he still couldn't compare to the changes in the Forgotten Realm. Just as he walked halfway through the valley turned upside down. Xiaohua's figure also flew up. That small figure was like a withered grass, fluttering helplessly in this gale. Xiaohua curled up his figure and tried his best to avoid colliding with the rocks and other objects in the folded jade Forgotten Realm. After that, he carefully released his primordial thought. Unfortunately, just as his primordial thought was released, it was immediately torn apart by a huge wind blade. Xiaohua had no choice but to withdraw his primordial thought. He secretly cursed in his heart, "Damn it, don't say anymore. That golden crystal is definitely the folded jade Forgotten Realm itself. It's not just an entrance. The changes in everything right now are the overflowing images in that crystal." However, The Dragon Palace Hall's True Dragon Tablet clearly stated that this change would normally only happen when the folded Jade Forgotten Realm is closed. During ordinary experiential training, it wouldn't happen so easily. Could it be that there are other changes in this folded Jade Forgotten Realm? Thinking until here with a loud boom, Xiaohua's figure crashed into a mountain rock. This rumbling sound was really nothing compared to the earth-shattering movement. However, the force of Xiaohua's collision still penetrated the entire mountain rock. Without waiting for Xiaohua to shake off the stone fragments on his body, the hurricane lifted him into the air again. Narrowing his eyes, he looked at the countless chi pillars wreaking havoc in the space. Xiaohua's heart moved and he thought again. This folded Jade Forgotten Realm is known as the fragment of the Dragon Domain. Although the Dragon Island didn't explain its origin and from the outside, it doesn't seem to have any relation with the Dragon Domain. There is a mysterious boundary in the folded Jade Forgotten Realm. However, the True Dragon Tablet also said that there was a mysterious thin layer of space at the edge of the stacked Jade Legacy Land. As long as a dragon, human, or demon fell in, no matter how tough their body was, they would be crushed. Could it be that this folded Jade Forgotten Realm matches what fellow Taoist Long Mai thought? There really are some places that have some relation with the Dragon Domain. That's for sure. Thinking until here, Xiaohua unconsciously thought of the Dragon Island's purpose of letting over 10,000 dragons and their descendants come to the folded Jade Forgotten Realm for experiential training. The 9 elders of the Dragon Island didn't tell me the truth. Unfortunately, even though Aoshang looked like a little dragon, he was very scheming at times. It was not easy to get information out of him. This Xiao was wrong. What does the Dragon Island's goal have to do with this Xiao? I only need to find the incomplete Dragon Jade and the Dragon Cleansing Pool. As for the rest, they can do whatever they want. This Xiao will absolutely not interfere. Hong hong hong. A series of sounds rang out, and a mountain range actually flew horizontally across the sky. Xiaohua didn't have any hesitation, and his figure crashed into the mountain range with a loud bang. Moreover, this mountain range was extremely thick, and for a moment it was not easy for Xiaohua to come out. Haha, that's great. Xiaohua, who had fallen into a predicament, was not alarmed but happy instead. He smiled and said, "This Xiao can finally be stable. It won't be too late for this Xiao to come out after this mountain range stabilizes in the Forgotten Realm." Unfortunately, Xiaohua's wishful thinking hadn't even started. Boom! Another huge sound came from outside the mountain range, and even the entire mountain range shook. Xiaohua originally thought that the mountain had already landed, but a series of loud noises immediately followed. Xiaohua's figure, which was embedded in the mountain, felt shaken. Damn it, the mountain range must have crashed together. Xiaohua slightly released his elemental perception, and sensed that the mountain rocks of the mountain range had already loosened, and was about to drill into the depths of the mountain range again. A blood-curdling scream came from the collision sound, and then with another rumble, an extremely unlucky huge dragon flew across the sky, and crashed into the side of the mountain range that Xiaohua was in. The huge dragon's figure was not easy to shrink in this folded Emerald Forgotten Realm, and it was even a bit bigger. The force of this collision was extremely great, and the place where Xiaohua was embedded originally had some fine cracks. Now these fine cracks had completely split open, and Xiaohua's figure flew out from the mountain range. Just as Xiaohua appeared in midair, 2 hurricanes attacked from high up in the sky, and slapped Xiaohua together with that huge dragon towards the ground. Woo! 2 whistling sounds of wind, and 1 dragon and 1 person were about to smash into the ground. It was also at this moment that, Kacha, the ground suddenly split open, and a suction force that was even more powerful than the distortion of space was born from the crack, enveloping the surrounding several thousand zhang of space. Not good. Nearly 100 zhang in size, the mountaintop that had just been knocked down by the huge force of the crack, turned into a few feet in size and fell into the crack. Xiaohua was scared out of his wits. Grandma, is this the thin layer of space around the folded Emerald Forgotten Realm? Xiaohua urged the dragon chi of the dragon vein to get out of this suction force. It was fine if he did not urge it, but as soon as he urged it, the suction force immediately increased. His figure instantly floated into the crack 100 zhang. Xiaohua immediately withdrew the dragon chi without hesitation, raised his hand and waved it, and the wishful steel staff fell into his hand. Grow, grow, grow. Xiaohua shouted several times, and with the strength of his arms, the wishful steel staff was inserted into the ground. Boom! With a soft sound, the wishful steel staff was inserted into the ground for a full 100 zhang. Wang wang. Xiaohua's figure horizontally, holding the wishful steel staff with both hands, and the wishful steel staff made a low roaring sound. Grow, grow, grow? Xiaohua shouted desperately. The wishful steel staff seemed to know Xiaohua's thoughts, and also desperately inserted into the ground. As the wishful steel staff went deeper, Xiaohua's figure gradually stabilized. At this time the giant dragon, who was caught by the suction force like Xiaohua, was not so lucky. Although he tried his best to struggle, the more he struggled, the more he moved toward the crack. Now, a small half of the dragon's body had fallen into the crack, and the dragon's body had become a lot smaller. Daoist Xiao, save me! The giant dragon saw that Xiaohua was stable and could not help but shout for help. Xiaohua stabilized his mind and looked up at the dragon that he did not know. After thinking for a moment, he looked at the situation of the dragon and hurriedly shouted, "Okay, Daoist friend, don't worry, quickly find a way to throw out your dragon tail. This Xiao can save you by grabbing your dragon tail." Okay. At this time the dragon slanted into the crack, and his tail was close to Xiaohua's left side. After listening to Xiaohua's suggestion, he hesitated. If he threw his dragon tail to Xiaohua, then his dragon head would definitely fall into the crack first, and Xiaohua would not necessarily be able to grab his tail. Of course, he only paused for a moment. Then, he threw all his eggs in one basket and swung his dragon tail towards Xiaohua's side. Whoosh! At this time the dragon tail became small under the suction force of the crack. As the dragon tail swung, the dragon's head indeed entered the crack first. A faint fluctuation spread out from the dragon's head, and in a moment, it swept through the dragon's body. The dragon tail that was swinging towards Xiaohua became even smaller. How could it still touch Xiaohua? The moment the dragon disappeared into the crack, he saw that his dragon tail was dozens of feet away from Xiaohua. His heart was already like dead ashes. He closed his eyes and waited for the moment when he would be torn apart by the space. Just as the pain came from the dragon's back, a huge force strangely came from his dragon tail. Xiaohua's arm suddenly lengthened by more than 10 zhang, firmly grabbing onto the dragon's tail. Get up! Xiaohua shouted, wanting to pull the dragon out of the crack. However, the dragon's body was only able to escape from the crack. It couldn't completely escape the huge suction force. Xiaohua sighed slightly. He could only forcibly grab the dragon's tail and try his best not to let the dragon fall into the crack. However, the suction force of the crack was the power of heaven and earth. It was far beyond Xiaohua's strength. It was just a cup of tea's time, but Xiaohua's arm trembled slightly. Not only was he unable to hold the dragon firmly, but he could not even hold the wishful staff. Granny, this dragon's body is too big. The suction force he suffers is far greater than this Xiao's. Xiaohua secretly complained. He knew in his heart that if he wanted to survive, he had to give up something. Only by giving up this dragon could he save his life. Xiaohua needed to make a choice. Taoist Master Xiao, don't let go. The dragon had already noticed the trembling of Xiaohua's arm and hurriedly shouted, "As long as Taoist Master Xiao saves this one, no need to say more." Xiaohua clenched his teeth and shouted, "This Xiao knows that this Xiao will do his best to save you." Xiaohua had just said this when a huge boulder flew from a distance and hit the wishful steel staff. Buzz! The wishful steel staff shook slightly, and Xiaohua's hand couldn't help but tremble. Unfortunately, the brilliance in the slits suddenly increased, and the suction force doubled. Xiaohua and the dragon's figure fell towards the brilliance. Xiao 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 xiao. Seeing that the dragon and the dragon were about to be swallowed by the thin layer of space, the entire forgotten realm flipped again. Xiaohua and the dragon were pushed back 100 feet horizontally by a giant dragon. Just as Xiaohua's figure moved away, a crisp sound rang out, and the man-eating crack actually closed. As soon as the strong suction force disappeared, Xiaohua and the giant dragon flew up again. After the time it took to eat a meal, the entire folded jade forgotten realm calmed down. After the smoke and dust settled, a desolate remnant realm full of dragon chi once again appeared in front of Xiaohua's eyes. Xiao Hua drilled out from the gap between two mountain rocks and stood there tiredly. In the call of a mountain range a few hundred feet behind him, half of the dragon's body was badly mutilated and flew over with difficulty. Ao Man greets Taoist Master Xiao. As the dragon flew over, he raised his dragon claws and shouted, "Many thanks to Taoist Master for helping me. Otherwise, this one would have been swallowed by the thin layer of space." "Hehe, you're welcome." Xiao Hua smiled and said, "You and I both came to the Folded Jade Forgotten Realm to gain experience. Meeting each other is fate. Fellow Taoist does not have to worry about this matter." Ao Man hurriedly replied, "This matter may not be much in the eyes of Taoist Master, but in this one's opinion, it is more important than the heavens. How about this, Taoist Master? This one has a dragon pearl here that I obtained from a deserted island. Although this thing is useful to me, if it is given to Taoist Master to nourish your bloodline, the effect will be better. This one will use it to thank Taoist Master for saving my life." Chapter 40:12. Fellow immortal, you don't have to be so polite, right? Xiao Hua looked at the golden dragon pearl. This thing was indeed different from other dragon pearls. However, Xiao Hua's dragon vein was not an ordinary true bloodline, so he might not be able to use it. Therefore, Xiao Hua rarely refused. However, Ao Man did not give up and continued to smile stubbornly. "Taoist Master Xiao, you are wrong. As the saying goes, a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. Taoist Master saved me, and I only use this dragon pearl to thank Taoist Master. I already feel embarrassed. If Taoist Master doesn't even want this, how can I continue to train in this Folded Jade Legacy realm?" Xiao Hua did not know whether to laugh or cry. He thought for a moment and said, "All right, since that is the case, then I will be disrespectful." Seeing Xiao Hua reach out to take the dragon pearl, Ao Man smiled and said, "That's right, Taoist Master Xiao. I just entered the Folded Jade Legacy realm and did not find any helpers. From now on I will follow Taoist Master Xiao." "Oh right, Taoist Master, this dragon pearl has to be released into the true blood Dharma body to be effective. I just happen to have some secret techniques to teach Taoist Master." "So it's like that." Xiao Hua smiled and nodded. "I will summon my Dharma body now." "All right." Ao Man raised his head and looked into the distance. "Strange. Isn't Ao Sheng with you? He should have come long ago. Even if there are changes in the Folded Jade Legacy realm, it is impossible for him to not find you." While speaking, Dragon Vein Xiao Hua had already flown out from the top of Xiao Hua's head. The huge dragon mouth opened and the dragon pearl was sucked into his mouth. Seeing that the dragon was about to be sucked away by Dragon Vein Xiao Hua, Ao Man suddenly turned his head and spat out a mouthful of dragon breath that he had been brewing. Within the dragon breath, a hair-thin crystal-like object rushed out and instantly entered the dragon pearl. "Oh!" The dragon pearl roared and transformed into a 1-foot-long little dragon that crazily pounced on Dragon Vein Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was shocked and hurriedly shouted, "Fellow immortal Ao, what are you doing?" "Ha ha ha." Ao Man laughed loudly, his face revealing a sinister expression. "Xiao Hua, a little human like you actually dare to come to my dragon race's sacred realm to train? Why don't you take a piss and look to see your own shadow? Don't think that you have Ao Sheng backing you up. What can a little dragon like him do? We dragons of the 4 seas don't dare to touch him, but what's so difficult about devouring your bloodline?" As he spoke, Ao Man moved his body and pounced towards Dragon Vein Xiao Hua. On his damaged dragon head, greed overflowed from his eyes. "Haha." Xiao Hua laughed out loud. "Ao Man, have you heard of the story of the farmer and the snake that is widely spread among our human race?" Seeing that Xiao Hua was so calm, and that the dragon bloodline Dharma body that was still dodging suddenly stopped dodging and even opened its mouth, allowing the little dragon to enter its mouth, Ao Man had a bad feeling in his heart. His expression changed slightly, and he sneered. "This old man naturally heard that story. But you are not a farmer, and this old man is not a snake." "That's right. This Xiao is not a farmer, and you are not a snake. But the essence of being ungrateful is the same." Xiao Hua sneered as well. The bronze light around his body shone brightly, and the heavenly law's embodiment technique was executed once again. Dragon Vein Xiao Hua laughed sinisterly, opened its mouth, and a strong suction force was produced. Your bloodline Dharma body can actually absorb this old man's dragon chi? Seeing that a suction force appeared out of thin air and enveloped the dragon chi on his body, a strange feeling of being penetrated through his body, Ao man turned pale with fright. Xiaohua waved his fist, pounced forward and shouted, "Not only that, this Xiao also knows how to subdue dragons and tigers." Seeing this, how could Ao man not know that Xiaohua had long been on guard? And he had fallen into Xiaohua's trap, so he hurriedly shook his head and wagged his tail, wanting to escape. Unfortunately, at this moment, how could he still have the chance to escape? How could Xiaohua let him go? After a few moves, Ao man was pressed to the ground by Xiaohua. The dragon vein Xiaohua fell into Ao man's dragon body. Countless dragon runes tumbled in Ao man's body, and rays of multicolored light swarmed out. Humph! Xiaohua raised his hand and grabbed without pity, taking Ao man's broken dragon body into the space. He snorted coldly and said, "You want to use this Xiao's bloodline to repair your chi and blood? Ao man, your plan is really shrewd. Fellow Taoist." Dragon vein Xiaohua got the advantage and said with a smile, "Do you know how to fish?" "Fish?" Xiaohua asked curiously. "I know what fishing is. I seem to have fished when I was young. What does fellow Taoist mean?" Dragon vein Xiaohua looked up at the stacked jade legacy realm that had completely changed and said with a smile, "There are so many small fish here, don't you want to catch a few?" Xiaohua suddenly understood, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. After thinking for a while, he said, "Okay, let's go and see how many small dragons we can catch." Immediately after, Xiaohua looked around. While using his mind to collect the huge rocks in the surroundings, he walked out of the mountain range. In the next 10 days, not only did Xiaohua harvest a lot of huge rocks, his fishing plan was also very successful. Every dragon that saw Xiaohua pounced on him with bared fangs and brandished claws, wanting to devour his bloodline doppelganger. However, every single one of them became Xiaohua's prey. In 10 days, he actually caught 12 huge dragons. In the end, even Xiaohua himself felt that it was a little inconceivable. "Damn it, fellow Taoist dragon vein." Xiaohua took a huge rock and an earthen yellow dragon body into the space. Looking at the dragon vein Xiaohua, whose body was full of dragon runes, he said with a bitter smile, "Are these dragons all idiots? I stayed in the stacked jade legacy realm for more than 10 days. If I was easy to be devoured, wouldn't I have disappeared long ago? Why do they look at I as if they saw a meat bun?" Fellow Taoist's performance in the dragon chi realm is too shocking. Dragon vein Xiaohua seemed to have eaten his fill. He picked his teeth with satisfaction and said with a smile, "I's bloodline doppelganger that is even bigger than Ao Shang's dragon body has long become another target for them to enter the stacked jade legacy realm. Alright." Xiaohua smacked his lips and shrugged. "Then let's see who's prey." Roar. At this moment, a huge dragon roar came from afar. Xiaohua's familiar origin thought swept over, and then Ao Shang's anxious voice came, "Xiaohua, put away your dragon vein doppelganger. Quickly fly up." Xiaohua was slightly startled. Just as he was about to speak, Ao Shang shouted again, "Quickly, or else it will be too late." Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He hurriedly put away his dragon vein doppelganger and urged his demon body to fly up. At this moment, dozens of origin thoughts swept over along with Ao Shang's origin thought. When they landed on Xiaohua's body, they were all ecstatic. Damn it! At this moment, how could Xiaohua not know what happened? He cried out in shock, "So many fish! How can I catch all of them?" "Quickly go." Ao Shang flew closer. With a wave of his dragon claw, he grabbed Xiaohua in the air and shouted, "Quickly sit on my back." "Damn it, you are the first human to sit on my dragon's back. I am a dragon destined to be an elder of the Dragon Island in the future. You will have the capital to show off in the future." Xiaohua flew to the back of Ao Shang's dragon and used his hand to grab Ao Shang's dragon scales. He smiled and said, "That's right. In the future, if I become an immortal, you can also proudly say that Xiaohua Daoist Xiao sat on your back and escaped from the stacked jade legacy realm." Haha! Ao Shang laughed loudly. Clouds gushed out from his dragon scales, and his flying speed suddenly increased. "I didn't expect you to be more arrogant than me. With your cultivation, wouldn't it take you tens of thousands of years to become an immortal? At that time, I would have already become a clan elder." Then let's compete. Xiao Hua laughed and said, will I become an immortal earlier, or will your clan elder die earlier? Go. Aoshang scolded. The clan elder told me to protect you well. How can you curse him to die earlier? Moreover, didn't you see that I am being chased by so many dragon cubs? Isn't it all because of you? Then I will have to trouble you. Xiao Hua was not surprised and said indifferently. Aoshang was a little curious about Xiao Hua's calmness and asked Xiao Hua, could it be that you already know? Xiao Hua nodded. This Xiao has already collected a lot of dragon corpses in my universe ring. Aoshang's body trembled, and he almost threw Xiao Hua off his back. How many dragons did you kill? Why would I kill them? Xiao Hua replied indifferently. This Xiao is just giving them a taste of their own medicine. Aoshang was silent for a moment and laughed strangely. Haha, Xiao Hua, if I had known earlier, why would I still block for you? If not for the fear of revealing your whereabouts, I would not have been surrounded by those dragon cubs. Thank you. Xiao Hua patted Aoshang's dragon scale and laughed. When we get out, I will give you a few dragon tendons. Damn it, my dragon scale is not something to be patted casually. Aoshang pretended to be angry and said, you have to accompany me to kill a few dragon cubs. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and laughed. What? You are a small clan elder of Dragon Island. How can you lead me, a human, to kill other dragons? If the clan elder knows, I am afraid he will punish you, right? What do you know? Aoshang laughed. The Dragon Palace of the Four Seas has been outside Dragon Island for a long time. They are already disrespecting the orders of Dragon Island. If I teach them a lesson, how can the clan elder say anything? Moreover, I am still young. To grow up, I naturally need to eat. I heard that the dragon pearls of the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas are not bad. TSK, I am already drooling. Haha, good. Xiao Hua immediately understood and nodded. You should first get rid of the dragons behind you. This Xiao will let you see this Xiao's perfect fishing technique. Alright. Aoshang let out a soft roar, and the light around his body shone brightly. The clouds outside the dragon scale gradually thickened and became transparent. As his flying speed increased, Aoshang's figure became blurry. Half a day later, on the side of a cliff, Aoshang flew beside Xiao Hua's transcendence golden body like a lackey. Seeing Xiao Hua smashing a dragon to the ground with a punch, he shouted and pounced forward. Unfortunately, he was still too weak. However, as soon as he got close, he was immediately knocked to the ground by the dragon's tail. Chapter 40:13. Damn it! Xiao Hua! Aoshang crawled up from the ground and shouted, hold him down, I want to eat his dragon pellet. Dragon pellet? Xiao Hua was startled. He had seen Aozhan and Aoshuai's dragon pellet before, but he didn't know about the heavenly dragon speech technique, so he didn't think much about it. Now Aoshang's words woke him up. The bloodline of the Absolute Saint didn't mention anything about Yao pellets, which meant that Xiao Hua wouldn't have a Yao pellet like the other Yao beasts. Even the other Yao race that Xiao Hua saw didn't have a Yao pellet, so why would the dragon race form a dragon pellet? This seemed to be similar to the cultivation of the human race. In other words, when Xiao Hua was slightly distracted, the dragon crawled forward for a moment, then suddenly flew up trying to escape. Aoshang saw this and said anxiously, Xiao Hua, are you in cahoots with this evil dragon? Do you want to let him go? Roar! Suddenly, the dragon vein Dharma body rushed out from the top of Xiao Hua's head and pounced on the dragon like a dark cloud. Your Dharma body. Aoshang didn't seem to understand why Xiao Hua released his Dharma body at this time. But when he saw Xiao Hua and the dragon vein Dharma body working together and devouring the dragon's bloodline, he couldn't help but be stunned on the spot, and a chill rose from the bottom of his heart. The eyes that had never been afraid showed a look of terror. Xiao Hua stepped on the dragon that had lost its ability to fight, and turned his head in surprise. Aoshang, didn't you want the dragon pellet? Why don't you come and take it? Zhenren Xiao. Aoshang was rarely honest, and his claws covered his chest, and said pitifully, You didn't devour my bloodline too, right? TSK. Xiao Hua sneered, if I wanted to devour you, I would have done it already, right? Why wait until now? Besides, wouldn't a living clan elder be more useful than a dead Aoshang? In my eyes, your bloodline can't even be compared to this dumb dragon. Yes, he is a dumb dragon. Aoshang came over with a smile and said, you let him go just now, but he still wanted to eat you. Instead, he was eaten by you. Serves him right. Xiaohua nodded and said, what you said is right. What I am fishing for is precisely those dragons who want to devour my bloodline. If no one dares to provoke this Xiao will definitely not provoke them. Spiritual master is wise. Spiritual master is merciful. Aoshang flattered Xiaohua as he took out the dragon core and happily swallowed it. Let's go. Aoshang shouted, we're going fishing. Hee. Xiaohua reminded, fishing is important, but the dragon jade and the dragon cleansing pool are even more important. Spiritual master. Aoshang cried bitterly. I'm still hungry. You have to let me eat my fill, right? Besides, the dragon cleansing pool is also one of the goals of the dragon's training. If it was so easy to find, why would so many dragons come in? Where's Longyu? Xiaohua had thought that he was the only one who wanted to find the dragon cleansing pool, but he had not expected the dragon cleansing pool to be the target of this training. He could only ask Longyu about it. Aoshang looked at Xiaohua strangely and replied, you'll have to ask Daoist yourself. You are holding the damaged Longyu. If you don't know, how would I know? Xiaohua immediately understood and shouted, hurry up and tell me what the elders have arranged. This is my dragon race's secret technique. Aoshang bitterly took out a bevan and handed it to Xiaohua. Originally, the elders wanted me to use the Longyu to search for it. But it seems like Daoist won't give it to me. So, you should use it yourself. However, I'll say this first. In the Folded Jade Legacy Realm, Daoist can hold on to the Longyu. Once we leave the Folded Jade Legacy Realm, Daoist must give the Longyu to me. Otherwise, the 9 elders won't let you leave the Dragon Island. And I understand. Xiaohua took the bevan and released his yuanshi, looking at it while answering. So that's how it is. Xiaohua looked at the bevan and sneered. He looked at Aoshang and said, in that case, this Longyu can only be used with draconic astronomy? And you, although you don't know draconic astronomy, can you use your draconic language and draconic chi to forcefully use the so-called pseudo-astronomy? Looks like the Great Elder had already arranged all of this. I have to listen even if I don't want to. Aoshang's face was still bitter. He smiled and said, Daoist, you should also think about me. These arrangements were made by the elders. I can only listen to their arrangements. Moreover, you also saw that I gave the bevan to you. I actually don't like the elders' arrangements. Xiaohua did not return the bevan to Aoshang. Instead, he raised his hand and said indifferently, let me see that so-called pseudo-astronomy. Aoshang was not surprised. He quickly took out the other bevan and said with a smile, this is the pseudo-astronomy. However, Daoist, it's useless for you to see it. You are a human. Even if you have a dragon vein, you can't cultivate it. Xiaohua took the bevan and said with a wave of his hand, fellow Daoist, I'll have to trouble you. Roar. Dragon vein. Xiaohua let out a dragon roar and swallowed the bevan. Ah? Aoshang was shocked as he looked at the dragon vein in disbelief. Xiaohua's body shrank back into Xiaohua's body as he cried out, what's wrong with him? Xiaohua asked with a smile that is not a smile. Aoshang stuttered, your dragon vein Dharma body, he can cultivate it? Could it be? He was the one who swallowed the dragon bloodline earlier. Xiaohua said proudly, that's right. Could it be that you think it was this Xiao who activated it? Damn it, I understand now. Aoshang slapped his forehead and shouted, you actually used this dragon vein Dharma body as an avatar to cultivate? Of course. Xiaohua nodded, otherwise, why would this old man help him mold his body? Heavenly Abode River. Aoshang remembered. You took Heavenly Abode River's avatar technique. I only comprehended 20 to 30%, it's nothing. Xiaohua looked around and said, let's find a place to let I comprehend your Dragon Island's secret technique. Of course. Aoshang had a flattering smile on his face. Daoist, if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. In just 3 to 5 days, Xiaohua brought Aoshang out from a hidden valley. Then Xiaohua slapped his forehead and dragon vein. Xiaohua rushed into the air. He opened his mouth and let out an extremely mysterious chant. Following this chant, strange waves appeared out of thin air. Immediately, within a few li, millions of dragon chi began to vibrate. One by one, dragon patterns as thin as hair gradually appeared. Finally, these dragon patterns gathered around dragon vein Xiaohua. Seeing this, Xiaohua did not hesitate to take out the broken dragon jade. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A hurricane rolled up. These dragon patterns fell into the dragon jade like a myriad of streams returning to their origin. The entire dragon jade let out a low dragon roar. Circles of ripples rippled out. Then, a phantom was born from the broken part of the dragon jade, just like the missing part of the dragon jade. Roar. Dragon vein Xiaohua let out another low roar. A light golden dragon pattern spat out from his mouth and landed on the dragon jade. The phantom was immediately smeared with a layer of golden light. As the golden light flickered, it actually broke free from the dragon jade and flew towards a place with bared fangs and brandished claws. Let's go. Ao Shang was overjoyed and shouted, "This item can only exist for 6 hours, and this dragon drawing technique can only be used once every 10 days. Alright." Xiaohua put away the dragon jade and landed on Ao Shang's back. Ao Shang let out a cheerful cry and rushed into the air. Half a day later, in a stone forest covered with sharp thorns, dragon vein Xiaohua flew in front. The dragon aura within several li rolled into a myriad of flying flowers as he flew. These flying flowers seemed to breathe into dragon vein Xiaohua's dragon body, and then they were spat out. Layers of clouds also surrounded these flying flowers in the air. Roar! Suddenly, a silver-white huge dragon flew out from a crack in the stone. This huge dragon's movements were very fast. Dragon vein Xiaohua had just noticed it, but the huge dragon had already pounced on dragon vein Xiaohua. That kind of seemingly solid killing intent had already driven away the flying flowers and clouds. There was even a kind of vague spirit formation power that imprisoned dragon vein Xiaohua's left and right. Damn it! Dragon vein Xiaohua cursed. Knowing that he had encountered a strong opponent, he urged his dragon body and hurriedly wanted to retreat. Unfortunately, before he could turn around, the huge dragon's dragon claws had already attacked. With a crackling sound, dragon vein Xiaohua's dragon body was torn apart with a several dozen meter long wound. Oh! When the huge dragon saw dragon vein Xiaohua was actually injured, it couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Then, without the slightest hesitation, it opened its mouth and sucked towards dragon vein Xiaohua. Dragon vein Xiaohua rejoiced in his heart. He pretended to escape, but he was unable to endure. As he escaped, he flew towards the huge dragon. Just as he was about to pounce on the huge dragon, countless dragon runes flashed on the huge dragon's dragon horn. Under the resplendent brilliance, those dragon runes were like little stars as they quickly surrounded dragon vein Xiaohua. At the same time, the huge dragon even roared. Its tail and claws attacked dragon vein Xiaohua together. What was special was that tiny dragon runes appeared on the huge dragon's scales. Those dragon runes gathered together, like the protective golden light of Taoism cultivators. They gave birth to a kind of intense repelling force, preventing dragon vein Xiaohua from invading. Crap! Dragon vein Xiaohua felt a warning in his heart. He no longer dared to tangle with this huge dragon. Roar! With a furious roar, the dragon's body skyrocketed. Boom! With a series of loud noises, the dragon runes that surrounded him exploded violently. The surface of dragon vein Xiaohua's body was blasted into a bloody mess. Dragon vein Xiaohua felt pain, but he didn't dare to tangle too much. Although he cultivated the dragon transformation art and his dragon body had been tempered, he still couldn't compare with a real huge dragon. The huge dragon's dragon claws and dragon tail attacked. Dragon vein Xiaohua's dragon body violently shook. The flying flowers that had previously landed on his dragon body all flowed out. At this moment, dragon vein Xiaohua's entire body was covered in cracks, as if he had just been ravaged by this huge dragon. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Dragon vein Xiaohua fiercely cursed and urged, "Fellow Taoist, why are you still not coming out?" Chapter 40:14. Fellow Taoist, don't panic, I'm coming. Xiaohua had long known about the crisis of dragon vein Xiaohua, but he was flying far away with Ao Shang and only arrived at this time. Xiaohua shouted, his whole body flashing with bronze brilliance. He raised his staff and smashed it towards the giant dragon. Roar, I'm coming too. Another arrogant voice also came, and Aoshang shook his head and wagged his tail. But he just rushed forward, and when he saw the appearance of the silver giant dragon, he couldn't help but be stunned and said, "Oh, Aochin? Aoshang? You and this human?" Aochin saw Aoshang and then looked at Xiaohua's fierceness. How could he not know what happened? He roared, "I understand you actually colluded with the human race? Your grandmother." Aoshang was also angry and shouted, "What do you mean by colluding with the human race? If you are not greedy for the human race's bloodline, how could Aochin allow Aoshang to say more?" The dragon tail slapped towards Aoshang and opened its mouth. Several dragon runes flew out, and streams of dragon chi entered the dragon runes. A few sword lights that were even bigger than flying swords appeared and pierced towards Aoshang. "Xiaohua, help me!" Seeing the dragon chi sword stabbing towards him, Aoshang hurriedly shouted, "Xiaohua, help me!" Aochin's dragon runes were not many, but within a few miles, the great power of imprisonment was no less than the domain. How could Xiaohua not know that he and others had hit a nail? Now that he couldn't use most of his magical powers, he could only rely on his powerful monster body and the staff to defeat the enemy. Woo! The wishful steel staff whistled towards Aochin's dragon tail. Boom! With a loud bang, Aochin's dragon tail was flipped upside down by Xiaohua. Even the dragon scales on the dragon tail were broken. Aochin was surprised and even angrier. He suddenly abandoned Aoshang and rushed towards Xiaohua again. When Aochin turned around, Aoshang's dragon tail shattered the giant sword formed by the draconic carvings. However, Aoshang's dragon tail was also badly mutilated, causing Aoshang to grit his teeth in pain. His dragon body flipped a few times in the air, and under his scales demonic clouds spurted out as he twisted his waist and tried to escape. At this moment, Aochin's eyes were as red as blood. His huge dragon horn produced a strange fluctuation, and the rhythm of the two fluctuations were different. They intertwined and attacked Xiaohua. Moreover, Aochin's two dragon claws were more powerful than any magic treasure. They slashed through the air and instantly arrived in front of Xiaohua's chest. Under the fluctuations, the space around Xiaohua was extremely distorted. Waves of dragon chi were like thousands of wind blades that wanted to tear Xiaohua's body apart. Xiaohua didn't dare to take it head-on. A green light flashed between his eyebrows, and a layer of green seal text appeared. Although the three corpses in Thunder's power wasn't obvious under the suppression of the dragon chi, it only destroyed a small part of the fluctuations. More wind blades fell on Xiaohua's body, and even more fluctuations attacked Xiaohua's Naiwan Palace, blood vessels, and other places, making Xiaohua feel an indescribable dizziness. Then Xiaohua clenched his teeth and roared, "Fight!" The wishful steel staff struck out again. Boom! With a loud bang, the dragon claw knocked Xiaohua's wishful steel staff askew. The huge force did not stop, and Xiaohua's body was lifted into the air. To Aochin's surprise, Xiaohua, who was in midair, seemed to have been smeared with oil under his feet. He drew a shadow in the air and actually borrowed the force of his blow to fly to the place where Aoshang was. Aochin was stunned and angry. He hurriedly said, "Want to leave? You stay here obediently for this old man." After saying that, the other dragon claw suddenly extended and inserted itself into Xiaohua's back with a coughed sound. However, to Aochin's surprise, he saw sparks flying behind Xiaohua's back. Not only did Aochin's dragon claw not pierce into Xiaohua's back, but it also sent Xiaohua flying, pushing him onto Aoshang's back. Roar! Aochin roared, and the dragon chi within 100 miles boiled, and a fierce force of domain appeared again. Woo! Aoshang let out a low roar, and a rare 5-colored light appeared from his dragon horns. Wherever this light flowed, the boiling dragon aura calmed down, and Aoshang's body became transparent again. Looking at the dragon vein Xiaohua, who had just escaped, he fell into Xiaohua's mind, and quickly disappeared along with Aoshang's body. Damn Aoshang! Aochin's dragon claw slashed, and after knowing that Aoshang had used the secret technique of Dragon Island to escape, he roared, "If I see you again, I will pull out your tendons and peel off your skin. You actually dared to join hands with the human race. Even Dragon Island won't say anything about it." While speaking, Aochin's expression changed, and he suddenly turned his head to look at the other side. With a sniff, his dragon body sank into the dragon chi and disappeared in a moment. Damn it! After half an hour, Ao Sheng, who was flying wildly in the air, finally reappeared. He looked back with lingering fear and shouted, "You scared me to death. How did I meet Ao Qin of the Southern Sea Dragon Palace? This mad dragon is really unreasonable." Of course. Xiaohua also breathed a sigh of relief. This Ao Qin's methods are too strange. If we didn't leave quickly, I'm afraid we would have been tortured by him to the point of begging for death. Not only that, Ao Sheng shouted, "This Ao Qin is the famous mad dragon of the Dragon Palace of the Four Seas. He doesn't recognize anyone. I heard that 500 years ago, a sun-devouring realm dragon accidentally offended him. Today he chased him for 1,000,000 miles from the Southern Sea to the Western Sea. Although many dragons came out to persuade him, they were all rejected, and in the end, he killed that dragon in the chaotic sea. Not only that, he also pulled out the tendons and skinned the dragon, cut the dragon's body into pieces and fed it to the fish. Damn it!" Xiaohua was shocked. Isn't this guy a pervert? Of course. Ao Sheng also carefully shrunk his neck. Previously in the Dragon Chi realm, I still didn't see him. However, if it wasn't for you, I'm afraid he wouldn't dare to do anything to me. Forget it, Xiaohua laughed. In the future, when we see him, we will take a detour. Can he really chase us to the edge of the Stacked Jade Legacy realm? Problem is, Ao Sheng was a little worried. I don't know why Ao Qin came to the Stacked Jade Legacy realm. If Xiaohua obviously knew that Ao Sheng didn't want him to know his purpose, so he simply didn't ask but looked around and asked, "Where are we? Is it the wrong direction from where Long you pointed?" Ao Sheng rolled his eyes and retorted, "How would I know where we are? Anyway, I can still use the secret technique in the future. Let's wait a few days." "Okay." Xiaohua nodded. "Let's go fishing again. Better be careful." Ao Sheng patted his chest with his dragon claw. "Don't meet a freak like Ao Qin again." With that, Ao Sheng carefully released his yuan sense, far from his previous unbridled appearance. Looking at Ao Sheng's frightened expression, Xiaohua felt quite amused. Just as Xiaohua was laughing, Ao Sheng suddenly shouted, using his dragon claw to point into the distance, "Spiritual master, quickly! There are many dragon corpses there." "Is that so?" Xiaohua was also shocked, and hurriedly released his yuan sense. When he saw it clearly, he urged his body and flew towards the huge wood in the distance with Ao Sheng. This area was different from what Xiaohua had seen before. It was all those huge round trees tall enough to reach the sky. Each round tree was pitch black, and within the pitch black, there were strands of gold entwined. These huge trees, except for some branches at the top, didn't have any special branches. The place Ao Sheng pointed to was within the group of huge trees, which was more than 100 miles long. It was a mess. Some huge trees were broken at the waist, and sawtooth wooden thorns were like sharp swords piercing into the sky. On the ground there were many huge trees lying on the ground, and around the huge trees, there were some meat paste and blood splattered everywhere. Dragon corpses were either on top of the huge trees, or mixed in between them. There are a total of 12 corpses. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air, stood in the air and muttered thoughtfully. Ao Sheng didn't answer, and hurriedly flew down. After carefully looking for a long time, he flew up into the air and replied, "It seems to be the North Sea and East Sea Dragon Clan. None of them are from Dragon Island. Their dragon cores were all taken away." Xiaohua nodded. His figure descended, and he examined them one by one. After a full meal's worth of time, he sat down on a round log. Using his hand to pinch his chin, he opened his mouth and said, "It seems like they were killed by someone. Oh, by other dragons." "Why?" Ao Sheng was puzzled. "How can you tell? The fatal wounds of these dragons are all at the lower abdomen." Xiaohua pointed to a huge dragon and said, "Take a look for yourself. The wound is dozens of feet long. It was obviously torn by a dragon claw." Ao Sheng was a little doubtful. After landing, he looked carefully, then looked at the others and finally raised his own dragon claw and gestured a few times, nodded and said, "It looks a little strange. It seems to be torn by a dragon claw, but it also seems to be a little different. However, the body of my dragon clan is tough. Ordinary dragon weapons, imperial weapons, and magic treasures are not easy to break. Not to mention tearing it in one strike, only dragon claws or dragon horns have this kind of effect. Do you still remember how this old man made things difficult for you when you entered Dragon Island? Xiao Hua looked at the dragon corpses and asked. Ao Shang said disapprovingly, "What do you mean by making things difficult? You, a human, want to enter Dragon Island? Of course it's not that easy. However, it can be said that I have fate with Taoist." Don't say so much. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "This old man encountered some strange things on the way to Dragon Island." "Oh, what strange things?" When Ao Shang heard that there was a story, he immediately became interested. Xiao Hua then told the murder that happened on the Dragon Island, and finally pointed to the dragon corpses and said, "Looking at these dragon corpses, this old man can't help but think of Dragon Island. Dragon Python and the others are anxious to come to Dragon Island. Is it related to these dragons?" "And you are right." Ao Shang replied seriously. "Fourth Elder didn't say much about Dragon Python, but I also heard some rumors it seems to be related to the Gui clan. In my opinion, these dragons should be killed by the Gui clan." Chapter 40:15. But the problem is. Xiao Hua glanced at Ao Shang and asked faintly, "And escaped from Dragon Island with Long Yu. And there were even dragons who brought Long Yu into the Stacking Jade Legacy realm. They are for what?" This? Ao Shang was still a little hesitant. He waved his hand and said, "This is my Dragon Island's secret. It's better if you don't know." "Why?" Xiao Hua asked curiously. "Now that things have come to this, you still remember the Elder's instructions?" "Yes." Ao Shang sighed. "If it was someone else, I might have said it. But in front of you, I don't dare to say it casually." "That's strange. Could it be because of my dragon vein Dharma body?" Xiao Hua wanted to get to the bottom of it. Ao Shang smiled. "This is naturally one of the reasons, but it's not the most important." "Strange, what's the most important thing?" "Taoist is a little greedy." Ao Shang smiled. "I'm afraid that if I say it, you will think too much." "Haha, you're right." Xiao Hua laughed and waved his hand. Wherever his mind went, whether it was the giant wood or the dragon's corpse, they all fell into his space. What's more, Xiao Hua actually raised the wishful staff, but in a moment, dozens of giant wood had been taken into Xiao Hua's space. "No way, Taoist." Ao Shang opened his mouth and asked, What do you want these wood for?" "To build a thunder boat." Xiao Hua didn't hide it and replied, "Wait until I build it, you will know." "Alas, I can't compare to your Dragon Island. Dragon Island has everything. And there is also a group of dragons to show their filial piety. Naturally, I don't need to think too much. I started from scratch, so I have to worry about everything myself." After dozens of days, Xiao Hua didn't know fatigue as he searched for the rare giant wood in the world, and Ao Shang's voice sounded from time to time on the increasingly rare giant wood. "Taoist, it's about time, right? We came to the Stacking Jade Legacy realm to gain experience. Not for you to cut wood. Besides, you should leave some memories for the future generations. You can't not leave a single giant wood." "All right." Xiao Hua straightened up, clapped his hands, looked at the few remaining giant wood, raised his hand and patted his forehead, smiled. "Fellow Taoists can come out now." Roar! Dragon vein Xiao Hua roared and flew out. The dragon body that was torn apart by Ao Qin had also recovered. Then Xiao Hua took out the dragon jade. Dragon vein Xiao Hua activated the secret technique and found the location of the incomplete dragon jade. Ao Shang shouted and carried Xiao Hua to a place in the Forgotten Realm. This trip was still alright. Although he fished up a few more dragons, he did not meet a freak like Ao Qin. On this day, when he saw a golden sea in front of him, Long Yu's dragon figure dove into the sea and disappeared. Ah! After a few breaths, Ao Shang's figure appeared in the ripples of space. Looking at this strange situation, he cried out, How is this possible? When did the seawater appear in the Stacked Jade Legacy realm? Could it be that the seawater was connected to the outside of Dragon Island? The Gui clan has already sent Long Yu out of the Dragon Island? Xiao Hua looked at Ao Shang's appearance and said, extremely puzzled, "What? Was there no seawater in the Stacked Jade Legacy realm? Isn't your Dragon Island in the sea?" You don't know." Ao Shang stomped his feet, swung his dragon tail and rushed into the sea. He even shouted, "Dragon Island can be in the sea, but the Stacked Jade Legacy realm can't have seawater." As for why, I don't know either. You don't have to ask me. Xiaohua smiled, looked at the rolling waves on the sea and said, there was no seawater in the past, but it doesn't mean that there isn't now, and it doesn't mean that there won't be in the future. Ao Sheng flew for a few hundred li, but did not see any reefs. He shouted, damn it, could it be that the incomplete dragon jade is in the sea? With that, Ao Sheng lowered his head and was about to dive into the sea. Ao Sheng. Xiaohua's gaze swept across the sea, and he was shocked. A layer of goosebumps uncontrollably appeared on the surface of his body as he shouted loudly. What's wrong? Ao Sheng listened to Xiaohua's words and hurriedly stopped in midair. You. Xiaohua pointed at the sea and said in shock, look at the sea. There was a dragon face inside. Ah! When Ao Sheng heard this, his dragon body also trembled. He looked at the sea in disbelief. However, the sea was still turbulent. Where could he see a dragon face? Although Ao Sheng did not say anything, he was secretly alert. His dragon body did not dare to delay and flew towards the sky. As he flew, he said in a low voice, Spiritual Master, what did you find just now? Don't talk first. Xiaohua hurriedly said, this sea is a bit strange, let's fly out of the sea first. Alright. Ao Sheng urged his dragon chi and flew straight towards the shore. However, after flying for half an hour, the promised shore did not appear. Even Ao Sheng's heart began to tremble. Just when you were about to rush into the sea, Xiaohua's voice sounded in Ao Sheng's ear. A huge dragon face with a strange smile opened its mouth and waited for you to fall. Oh! Ao Sheng wailed like a ghost and almost knocked Xiaohua off his back. He said anxiously, Spiritual Master, if you want to speak, can you speak louder? You will scare the dragon to death if you speak like this. Xiaohua said solemnly, I just want to tell you, don't waste your energy. This sea is an illusion. If you can't break it, even if you die of exhaustion, you won't be able to fly out. I already knew it was an illusion. Ao Sheng said angrily, I don't need you to remind me. Now the problem is how to break this illusion. I'm flying like this. I just want to see how to fly out. Xiaohua stood on the dragon's back and looked at the seemingly endless sea. He smiled bitterly and said, if this Xiao's magic power was still here, this illusion would not be able to stop this Xiao. Isn't it just escaping? I'm afraid that no illusion in this world can trap this Xiao. The problem is that Spiritual Master's magic power can't be used, right? Ao Sheng said snappily. Could it be that other than magic power, Spiritual Master has no other way? Don't you humans have the best brains? Xiaohua smiled and replied, if it was any other array, this Xiao would have to think about how to break it, but this is an illusion array. Ao Sheng, I'll let you see what this Xiao is capable of. As he spoke, Xiaohua flew up from Ao Sheng's back and slapped his forehead. Gotcha! A faint green lightning flashed, and the delirium breaker eye flashed with a silver brilliance and slowly opened. See? In the delirium breaker eye, strands of golden light filled the entire space. However, in this golden light, there was another dragon that was tens of thousands of miles long that coiled below Xiaohua and Ao Sheng. The huge dragon head was there with a big mouth and a sneer on its face. On the dragon head, at the edge of the two dragon horns, there was a small red dragon horn that was extremely eye-catching. Wasn't that the dragon face that Xiaohua picked up on the sea? Ao Sheng, do you know which Gui race has a third small dragon horn on their head? Xiaohua's delirium breaker eye flashed, silver like stars in his eyes. Xiaohua calmly asked Ao Sheng. Ao Sheng was shocked and shouted, Ao Jiao. Are you talking about Ao Jiao? How would I know if it's Ao Jiao? Xiaohua replied indifferently, I'm only asking you if you know such a dragon race. Of course I know. Ao Sheng said with a trembling voice. Ao Jiao is one of the Gui race that brought Long Yu into the folded jade legacy realm. Could it be? After so many years he still hasn't died? He actually set up an illusion array here? If it's Ao Jiao, then it's right. Hearing that, Xiaohua's heart relaxed slightly. He stared at the sea and replied, I'm afraid Ao Jiao is already dead, but his soul is still here. Perhaps only the soul can exist in this passage of time. And this illusion is probably created by Ao Jiao's soul. I know. Ao Sheng shouted. This is my Dragon Island's Lihen heavenly technique. Damn it, this Ao Jiao is really vicious and merciless. This Li Hen heavenly technique has always been my Dragon Island's forbidden technique. I don't know how many years have passed, but no dragon race has been able to cultivate it. Even the profound armor pentagonal divine dragon keeps a respectful distance from this forbidden technique. Ao Jiao is really crazy. Of course he's not crazy. Xiao Hua seemed to have understood something and said in a low voice, he's trapped in this folded jade legacy realm. What can he do in the face of the passage of time? Other than using a secret technique to cultivate into a soul, what hope does he have to survive? In this illusion, I'm afraid there are many lost dragons. Their blood essence has become the supplement of the Li Hen heavenly technique. Li Hen heavenly technique, heavenly remorse, endless regret into the sea, endless hatred into the heavens. Ao Shang scratched his ears and cheeks and shouted, if this Li Hen heavenly technique is successfully cultivated, you can use Li Hen heavenly technique. If you don't have a great ability, you can't break it. This Ao Jiao originally had the strength of Tun Ri. How can the Li Hen heavenly that he set up be broken by us? Moreover, don't forget that the current Li Hen heavenly technique is Ao Jiao himself. I really don't know how to break this illusion array. What do you know? Xiao Hua sneered. You're doted on by Dragon Island. You haven't gone through any experience. Who says I haven't gone through any experience? Ao Shang shouted as if his tail had been stepped on. The size of my Dragon Island is not something you can understand. I've been to all those dangerous places. Hey, you're wrong. Xiao Hua smiled and looked at the soul of Ao Jiao who was waiting for him at his feet. The most difficult experience is not on Dragon Island, but on the 3 continents. Do you know why Confucian cultivators have to establish a country in hidden immortal continent before they reach the 5th grade of elemental energy? That's not only to test the art of ruling a country, but also to test the human heart. Moreover, it's the same for us Dao cultivators. We also have to go out to gain experience. Without experiencing the mortal world, you won't know what is called cunning, danger, flattery and waiting. Waiting. Ao Shang was slightly stunned. What kind of experience is this? Chapter 40:16. For his own survival, for the sake of exterminating the other dragons on Dragon Island, Ao Jiao had to wait. He waited for 1,000,000 years, 10,000,000 years, and finally he waited for you, the purest dragon bloodline. Perhaps, speaking up to here, Xiao Hua suddenly thought of something and stopped. Ao Shang replied indifferently, what wait, isn't it just patience? I can do it too, you don't know, when I was training on Dragon Island, in order to wait for an opportunity, I hid among the reefs and waited for 3 whole years. That's not right. Xiao Hua muttered, since Ao Jiao is still in the form of a soul, and there's still the dragon cleansing pool in this stacked jade legacy realm, why didn't he remodel his body? How would I know? Ao Shang was a little uncomfortable. His eyes turned and looked in another direction. Looking at Ao Shang's appearance, Xiao Hua seemed to have understood something. He said coldly, could it be? This is still your Dragon Palace's 9th elder scheme? Sigh, I don't know what those old fellows are thinking. Ao Shang sighed. But what I know is, I have never heard of a dragon's soul being able to remodel his body in the dragon cleansing pool. Boom! As if a bolt of lightning struck Xiao Hua. He said in disbelief, how is that possible? It's said that your Dragon Island has a dragon cleansing pool that can remodel one's body. That's the Buddhist sect's lotus cleansing pool, okay? Ao Shang muttered. It has nothing to do with my Dragon Island. However, since someone is spreading the news for my Dragon Clan, why wouldn't my Dragon Clan do it? Oh, of course it's not that my dragon cleansing pool can't remodel one's body. It's just that until now, no one knows how to remodel one's body. I was tricked by a bunch of old farts again. Xiao Hua gnashed his teeth and said. Ao Shang shrugged his shoulders strangely and said with a smile, think about it. Didn't you say everything about Dragon Palace? What did the elders say? Didn't they just follow your words? It's your wishful thinking that my dragon cleansing pool can remodel one's body. My elders also admitted it, but they didn't say how to remodel one's body. You have to rely on yourself for all the opportunities. Forget it. At this point, Xiao Hua was too lazy to argue with those old farts of Dragon Island. He had to deal with the predicament in front of him first. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't ask about the Dragon Palace, Ao Shang also wiped his cold sweat. It was impossible that he didn't know of Dragon Palace's Dragon Palace's Dragon Palace of Dragon Palace. But Ao Shang of Dragon of's Dragon Island, Dragon of Dragon of him. Of Ao, Dragon Islands, Dragon of Dragons of Dragon Dragons of Dragon Dragons of Dragon. Of course, of Dragon Dragon. However, the development of the situation was beyond Ao Shang's expectations. Xiaohua's dragon bloodline Dharma body not only had its own primordial spirit, but it could also absorb the dragon chi of other dragon tribes. Xiaohua's transcendence golden body was even stronger than the dragon tribes. Xiaohua and the dragon bloodline Dharma body were no match for Ao Shang. But how could Xiaohua and the dragon bloodline Dharma body be separated? Ao Shang had completely become Xiaohua's follower in a folded jade. He even got a share of the loot when Xiaohua attacked the dragon clan. In particular, now that he had accidentally fallen into Lihan Heaven, which was set up by Ao Jiao, Ao Shang knew very well that it was absolutely impossible for him to escape from Lihan Heaven. He could only rely on Xiaohua. If Xiaohua turned against him, he would be the first to die. Yes, immortal. It was rare for Ao Shang to lower his proud head and smile. What do you think we should do now? Xiaohuaji glanced at Ao Shang and replied indifferently, didn't I tell you just now? Wait. Yes, wait is patience. Ao Shang hurriedly replied. But, can we compete with Ao Jiao's patience? Even if we can't, we still have to compete. Only in this way can we have a chance to find a flaw in Lihan Heaven and get out. Xiaohua thought for a moment, raised his hand and pointed in a direction. You fly there, I will fly to the opposite side. Let's see how Ao Jiao will deal with it. Immortal. Ao Shang cried bitterly. You won't leave me, a little dragon, to face an old dragon that has lived for millions of years, will you? Xiaohua rolled his eyes and replied, do you think I am that kind of person? No, definitely not. Ao Shang hurriedly smiled. Not like. That means yes? Xiaohua asked with a smile that wasn't a smile. Ao Shang didn't want to answer anymore. He hurriedly urged his dragon body and shouted, yes, I will fly there now. Well, remember, don't let the seawater touch your dragon body. Xiaohua saw this and also flew to another place. He didn't forget to remind him. Ao Shang heard Xiaohua's reminder. His originally low heart immediately came to life, and his dragon body flew 100 feet away. As Xiaohua flew, he still opened his delusion breaker Dharma eye to observe Ao Jiao's soul. The dragon head that was very clear in the delusion breaker Dharma eye was slightly blurred, and actually split into two dragon heads. One of them carried a body and rushed in the direction of Ao Shang. Its speed was 3 times faster than Ao Shang, and the other one followed closely behind. Xiaohua couldn't help but think to himself, ordinary souls will not leave any trace in my delusion breaker Dharma eye. That is to say, this Ao Jiao either used the Lihan Heaven technique, or the fragments of the dragon realm to cultivate her soul to another level. This level is probably beyond the reach of Little White Dragon. The most troublesome thing is that the soul cultivator Xiaohua is now heavily injured, and can't come out to fight the enemy. If the soul technique is useful, I can only rely on myself. However, fortunately I have some gains in the Forbidden Spring Sea. Although I have not comprehended the vast sea of soul technique, it can still be of some use at the critical moment. Xiaohua was thinking and flying. The huge dragon head also followed under Xiaohua's body. It was more patient than Xiaohua. After flying for a while, the distance between Ao Shang and him had already exceeded the distance when they entered Lihan Heaven, but the scene in front of Xiaohua's eyes did not change at all. Xiaohua understood that this simple distance extension would not give Ao Jiao any pressure, and it was even more impossible to find a flaw in Lihan Heaven. What should I do? Xiaohua pinched his chin. The delusion breaker Dharma eye looked at the ferocious dragon head, and the dragon eyes that seemed to be mocking him, thinking about the next step. Roar! At this moment, in the direction where Ao Shang was, a huge wave was formed, and the sea water rolled up, forming the shape of a dragon, and pounced on Ao Shang. Ao Shang was shocked, and with a long roar his dragon body suddenly rose up, trying to avoid the wave. However, Ao Shang only flew out 1,000 feet, and in mid-air, there was a flash of light, and layers of water ripples like a mirror. Another sea surface was hanging upside down above Ao Shang's head. Ao Shang rushed into the air and was about to fall into this new sea surface. And in this sea surface, Ao Jiao's 3 dragon horns revealed a ferocious smile without hiding it. Xiaohua saw that there was a change where Ao Shang was, and just as he was about to turn back, woo-woo, layers of strange wind whistled from under his feet and above his head, and with the sound of the wind, the soul of Ao Jiao, who had been hiding under the sea, suddenly rose up and pounced on Xiaohua. Moreover, as the wind whistled into the sky, the dragon patterns gradually condensed into water splashes, and these splashes connected together, and a seemingly endless water surface was formed again, and under the water surface, Ao Jiao's figure also appeared. Xiaohua's delusion breaker Dharma eye had not been closed, and when he saw the faint golden lines fly out from Ao Jiao's soul, and a weak and blurry dragon shape condensed above his head, he already understood that this must be a secret technique similar to the ghost cultivator's inextricable threads. Therefore, without any hesitation, Xiaohua's delusion breaker Dharma eye flashed with a dark green brilliance, and the technique of lightning and thunder suddenly came out. Rumble. What puzzled Xiaohua was that the soul technique that did not have any effect before was now somewhat recovered in the illusion of Lihan heaven. As the thunder roared, not only did it disperse the dragon patterns above Xiaohua's head, it also destroyed the soul strands that were gathering. However, Xiaohua's technique of lightning and thunder was still controlled by the illusion of Lihan heaven, and the seawater was destroyed a little, but the rest roared like the anger of Ao Jiao, and rushed towards Xiaohua. Seeing that the soul technique was effective, Xiaohua hurriedly urged the soul strands, and a net-like dark green seal text flew out. Although the green seal text was very vague, it was obvious that Xiaohua had just comprehended it, but as soon as the green seal text came out, the strange sound appeared again, and layers of small whirlpools appeared out of thin air in front of the sea water. A violent sound rang out within a radius of several miles, and more than half of the dragon-shaped seawater controlled by Ao Jiao was destroyed again, and only about 20% of the seawater passed through Xiaohua's defense and rushed to Xiaohua's feet. Xiaohua's flying technique with the demon body was naturally not comparable to Ao Shang's, and in a hurry, he could not dodge. As soon as the seawater touched the surface of Xiaohua's body, it immediately turned into a thin red color, and quickly spread along Xiaohua's legs. The strands of red color were like tiny poisonous snakes, and in a moment, they had completely covered Xiaohua's legs. Xiaohua coldly snorted, and a cluster of soul strands fell. Swoosh! Like rain washing sand, all the strands were destroyed in an instant. However, at the same time, there were still some red lights flashing between the lines on Xiaohua's skin, and it seemed like they wanted to penetrate, but as the bronze brilliance around Xiaohua's body rippled, the remaining red color also disappeared without a trace. Roar! The soul that was destroyed by the soul technique seemed to have caused Ao Jiao's pain, and a dragon roar that shook Xiaohua to the point of dizziness came from the sea water. A dragon head that was thousands of feet long surged out from the sea water, and the dragon head that was condensed from the dark green seawater was like a real dragon, exuding an indescribable dragon's might. Even as strong as Xiaohua was, his heart could not help but tremble, and a sense of powerlessness arose spontaneously. Chapter 40:17. Looking further away, Ao Shang was about to crash into the reflection of the blue sea in the sky. Fortunately, he was quick to react. With a turn of his dragon body, he flew horizontally and stopped his upward momentum. However, Ao Jiao had already made her move. Even if Ao Shang was temporarily out of danger, what could he do? Just as Xiaohua was channeling his soul technique to defend against Ao Jiao, 2 water dragons flew out from the blue sea in the sky. They both looked like Ao Jiao and attacked Ao Shang from both sides. What was more special was that Lihan heaven was originally an illusion created by Ao Jiao's soul. Now, between the 2 water dragons, there was another kind of seal that trapped Ao Shang like a giant hand. While Ao Shang was panicking, the dragon horn on top of his head shone like a crystal. This light was first restrained and Ao Shang's golden dragon horn was suddenly transparent. Strands of blood could be seen. Then a drop of golden dragon blood oozed out from the dragon horn. As soon as this drop of dragon blood came out, the dragon chi within 1,000 miles suddenly shrank and rushed towards the dragon blood. The wind was so strong that it seemed like it was going to tear the entire Lihan heaven apart. Even the two water dragons were cut into countless pieces by the hurricane. Of course, just as the pieces were formed, the water light in the water dragons flowed and the cracks disappeared. The water dragons still surrounded Ao Shang. The dragon blood flowed into the dragon chi and emitted a strange fluctuation. Then the dragon blood exploded with a bang. Thousands of dragon runes wriggled in the dragon blood and protected Ao Shang's dragon body in a few breaths of time. A layer of blood-red dragon armor was formed. The two water dragons sneered at the same time. Real blood armor. Haha, real blood armor. I didn't expect your blood to be so pure. The heavens are really helping me. Little kid, come over here. As they spoke, the two water dragons rushed towards Ao Shang. Ao Shang was shocked. Dragon runes rushed out from the scales all over his body, like countless flying swords dancing, trying to stop the water dragons from getting closer. Boom boom boom. The flying swords fell into the water dragons. Although the water dragons were full of holes, Ao Jiao's ecstasy did not diminish. The water dragons also healed instantly, and in less than half a cup of tea's time, they were already in front of Ao Shang. Roar! Ao Shang roared. His dragon claws slashed through the air. A sharp cold light flashed and the two water dragons were cut in half. Ao Shang's dragon tail then cut the two water dragons into 4 halves. Haha! Ao Jiao laughed, his voice roaring within 1,000 miles. In my Lihan heaven, even Ao Jiao would be at my mercy, let alone a little kid like you. With this voice, the space around the water dragons inexplicably produced thousands of water silks. The water silks fell into the water dragons, and the two water dragons were as good as new again. They were still rushing towards Ao Shang. Ao Shang opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of dragon breath. Several dragon runes also flew out, but the dragon runes flashed in the air for a moment and quickly dimmed. It seemed that the dragon clan's magic could not be used in Lihan heaven. Damn it! Ao Shang cursed. His body shone again. This shimmering light began to rotate with Ao Shang's body. Layers of void cracks appeared around Ao Shang, forcing the water dragons to retreat. Whoop! The ear-piercing sound of water once again soared into the air. The water dragon instantly grew several times in size, and then fearlessly dove into the crack in the void. Sizzle! Nearly 70% of the water dragon was swallowed by the crack in the void, but the remaining 30% passed through the crack and condensed again near Ao Shang's body. Once the water dragons were condensed, they immediately rushed towards Ao Shang's body to kill him. Roar! Although Ao Shang's real blood-bright armor emitted a blood-red color and blocked the fatal attack of the water dragons, the bright armor creaked as it was twisted by the water dragons. Ao Shang, who was inside, let out a heart-wrenching scream. However, Ao Shang also knew that he was definitely no match for Ao Jiao. If he wanted to live, he could only rely on Xiao Hua. Therefore, even though dragon blood was seeping out of his body, he still ignored the water dragon's greediness and flew towards Xiao Hua with all his might. The danger that Xiao Hua faced was even greater than Ao Shang's. The huge dragon head emitted a dragon's aura and rushed towards Xiao Hua. The power was like a giant peak, and before it even got close, Xiao Hua's body was already shaking from the impact. Xiao Hua hurriedly retreated, and the green seal script appeared again between his eyebrows. The mysterious sigh sounded again, and within hundreds of miles, red clouds covered the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, and waves of rain poured down like a torrential downpour. Ao Jiao was shocked. The falling dragon head stopped there, and an incredulous expression appeared on its transparent face. And with the washing of the rain, the dragon head that was originally condensed from seawater actually had mottled marks. The marks became bigger and bigger, like boiling water falling into a snowball, gradually melting. Xiao Hua sneered, sure enough, there is seawater in Lihan heaven, but in fact it is all your soul. If I take out rainwater out of thin air, I'm afraid it will be completely opposite to your seawater. Haha, human race. Oh human race, you are indeed smart. But where did you get the rainwater? Do you think this old man will give you a chance? Ao Jiao laughed loudly. Seeing that half of the huge dragon head had disappeared, the remaining dragon head suddenly opened its mouth. Roar! A wave visible to the naked eye rushed into the sky, and wherever the wave passed, it was like a giant hand, wiping away all the red clouds. Xiao Hua's art of clouds and rain was broken by Ao Jiao just like that. Damn it. Xiao Hua thought to himself, this Ao Jiao's art of Lihan Heaven seems to be similar to a soul technique, and his soul is incomparably tough, comparable to Ao Shang's dragon body. It is not a big deal that my soul technique was broken by him. But, if that is the case, how can I use the art of clouds and rain? This is really troublesome. Xiao Hua pondered in his heart, but his movements were not slow. Just as Ao Jiao's fluctuations calmed down, Xiao Hua slapped his forehead with his right hand. Wang wang. A violent rumbling sound was produced, and a dark green brilliance flashed, and a soul sword completely surrounded by soul threads flew out. This soul sword was not visible to the naked eye, but Ao Jiao could see it clearly. Ah! With a loud cry, Ao Jiao's dragon head suddenly dived, wanting to hide in the so-called sea. But the soul sword was like lightning. Ao Jiao had just descended 100 feet, when the soul sword had already pierced Ao Jiao's dragon head. A strange space twisted, and there was a burst of horrifying wailing and howling. One could even see traces of Sanskrit appearing, and the soul sword fiercely rushed into the dragon head. Moreover, the soul sword's momentum did not stop, and it continued to pierce more than 1,000 feet. Wherever the soul sword passed, Ao Jiao's soul turned into nothingness. Alas, what a pity! Xiao Hua was happy at first, but when he saw that the soul sword had already pierced more than 1,000 feet, he saw that only a small part of Ao Jiao's huge dragon body was destroyed, and at the bottom of the dragon body was separated from the sea. Xiao Hua also understood that he had only killed a wisp of Ao Jiao's soul, and it was impossible to completely destroy Ao Jiao. Wang. The soul sword's momentum was extinguished, and it stopped inside Ao Jiao's soul. The remaining soul began to counterattack, and the soul sword let out a roar. Xiao Hua's mysterious dark clouds also surged, and an indescribable pain appeared in his mind. Not good. Xiao Hua had long known the shortcoming of the soul sword, so he had never used it easily. Today he had no choice but to use it. He had only killed a dragon's soul, and it had already caused discomfort in his soul. He immediately felt a warning in his heart. Looking at Ao Jiao again, how could she not know Xiao Hua's misgivings? Between the evil grins, the previously severed connection was restored. That soul once again danced, preparing to devour Xiao Hua's soul sword. Facing such a powerful Ao Jiao, Xiao Hua's mind raced. Then his soul strands trembled, and fell into the mysterious dark clouds. He grabbed Little White Dragon and dragged him out. Roar! Little White Dragon was suddenly dragged out, and it did not understand the situation at all. However, when it saw a kind of dragon's might that could suppress it to the point that it could not breathe, how could it not know that Xiao Hua was in danger? Little White roared without hesitation, and its figure flew out, pouncing towards Ao Jiao's soul. Ao Jiao was somewhat caught off guard, and Little White Dragon pounced on her soul. It opened its big mouth and tore at her soul, and that dragon's claws grabbed onto her soul, tearing it apart. Whoosh! Seeing that Ao Jiao's soul was destroyed by Little White Dragon, Xiao Hua took the opportunity to retrieve his soul sword. West Sea Fire Dragon Soul? Which West Sea Dragon King's soul are you? When Ao Jiao saw Little White Dragon, he immediately felt the terrifying Fire Dragon Soul's aura within his soul, and could not help but cry out. Why would Little White Dragon answer him? He sneered and said, "Since you know that I am the West Sea Dragon King, why don't you quickly bow down and surrender? Haha, little dragon, you indeed have the aura of a dragon king. But your bloodline is different from my Four Seas dragon race. Although it looks noble, it is not a pure dragon bloodline. How can a little dragon like you be the West Sea Dragon King?" Ao Jiao seemed to be in a good mood as he laughed heartily and said, "There's a little kid with an incomparably pure bloodline from the Dragon Island over there who gave me a bloodline, and you, an unknown little dragon, gave me a dragon soul. I really don't know how I should thank you all." Humph. Xiao Hua heard from afar and sneered. "There is no need for this. This Xiao will give you dragon vein energy. Let's see if you have the fortune to enjoy it." While speaking, Xiao Hua slapped his forehead, and dragon vein Xiao Hua rushed out of his body, transforming into a dragon form and pouncing towards Ao Jiao's soul. Hiss! When Ao Jiao saw dragon vein Xiao Hua, his heart could not help but tremble in the face of dragon vein Xiao Hua's rock-solid dragon qi. As a soul, He could understand the power of Dragon Vein Xiaohua's dragon qi better than those dragons with dragon bodies. Swish! Without waiting for Dragon Vein Xiaohua to get close, a loud sound of water rang out, and a dragon head that was several times larger than before once again emerged from the surface of the sea. The dragon head's mouth was wide open, and at the 3 dragon horns, the scarlet dragon horns flashed a scarlet red, illuminating the entire dragon head in red. This scarlet dragon head's dragon might was even stronger, far surpassing the previous one. Waves of dragon qi condensed in the surroundings, and actually gave birth to a magic treasure like jade. Chapter 40:18. Ao Jiao's means were not limited to this. With a series of splashing sounds, 2 more dragon heads flew out of the sea, one to replenish the soul that was previously torn apart by Little White Dragon, and the other to roll towards Xiaohua. It's really tricky. Xiaohua looked at Ao Sheng flying in the distance, almost strangled by Ao Jiao's soul. He hurriedly urged the heavenly law embodiment technique, took out the wishful steel staff again, and waved it to rescue Ao Sheng. Rumble. Although the wishful steel staff was not the real wishful steel staff and could not completely break away from the 5 elements, Ao Jiao's soul could still be killed by it. The wishful steel staff struck down, and Ao Jiao's soul was beaten until it was dim, and Xiaohua was much closer to Ao Sheng. Ooh! Just as Xiaohua was flying, the wind blew and the clouds shook in the space behind him. The weather changed drastically. The dragon vein Xiaohua and Ao Jiao's scarlet-red soul clashed. The draconic qi collided, causing the space within 1,000 miles to become chaotic. Looking at Little White, it was even more powerful. Dragon roars resounded and claw shadows appeared one after another. Little White tore the soul that had just been born into pieces in just a moment. Moreover, Little White opened its mouth and devoured the soul fragments. If it was under normal circumstances, Little White Dragon would have already won. Unfortunately, this was Lihan Heaven, and Ao Jiao had been sacrificial refining Lihan Heaven for who knows how many days, and his soul was almost infinite. Roar! There were a few more sounds, and 3 more souls came out one after another, and rushed towards Little White Dragon from 3 different places. Poof! The wishful steel staff stabbed deeply into the head of one of Ao Jiao's soul, and the soul dimmed and dissipated, falling into the sea. Looking at these fragments, Xiaohua's heart suddenly moved, and his mind sank into the mysterious cloud, and the soul cultivator Xiaohua was pulled out of it. Roar! Xiaohua roared and stirred the wishful steel staff. The soul cultivator Xiaohua took the opportunity to draw these floating soul fragments into his body. Ao Sheng had already flown close, and he seemed to be a little exhausted. The 2 water dragons had twisted Ao Sheng's dragon body into a fried dough twist, and if it were not for Xiaohua, Ao Sheng would have been killed by Ao Jiao. At this time when Ao Sheng saw Xiaohua, he was more affectionate than when he saw the elders of the Dragon Hall, and shouted loudly, "Zhenren Xiao, save me! Don't worry. This old man is coming." Xiaohua released his secret attack and shouted anxiously. His body expanded to 100 zhang as he flew towards Ao Sheng. But right at this moment, cold laughter resounded from the space around Xiaohua, and then 3 strands of Ao Jiao's soul transformed into water dragons that flew out from the spatial rift and obstructed Xiaohua's path. Not waiting for Xiaohua to wave the wishful staff, the 3 separated souls surrounded Xiaohua and swam towards Xiaohua. Damn it! What should we do? Xiaohua slightly opened his delusion breaker Dharma eyes, and saw that although the huge dragon head was staring at Little White Dragon and Dragon Vein Xiaohua under his feet, the dragon head was no different from before. In other words, Xiaohua's hard work for such a long time did not cause any substantial harm to Ao Jiao. Xiaohua, on the other hand, was in the same place as these 3 soul splits. He was complaining even more in his heart. These 3 divided souls were much more powerful than the previous ones. His wishful staff was no longer as weak as before. In the time it took to eat a meal, Xiaohua had killed 3 divided souls. However, at the same time 3 more divided souls were born. Little White Dragon killed 5 divided souls, but at the same time, 5 divided souls were still fighting with Little White Dragon. Only Dragon Vein Xiaohua's opponent was still the Red Dragon Head. Although the dragon head was bitten to a pulp, Dragon Vein Xiaohua's dragon body also began to be damaged. As for Ao Sheng, he was in the most dangerous situation at this time. He could no longer fly. Two divided souls were tightly entangling him, and the true blood-bright armor on the surface of his body was damaged. Roar! Seeing that Ao Shang was in danger and that Xiao Hua could not arrive in time, Ao Shang hurriedly roared again. He opened his mouth and a fist-sized golden light flew out. Inside the golden light was a thumb-sized dragon crown. Purple dragon crown? Ao Jiao found that the dragon face instantly appeared under Ao Shang's feet. Looking at the dragon crown, she cried out in surprise, "Those damn Dragon Island, they actually gave you the purple dragon crown. They are really biased." As she spoke, the purple dragon crown had already landed between Ao Shang's dragon horns. A layer of brilliant, dazzling light purple dragon pattern appeared from the purple dragon crown, turning into a dragon robe that covered Ao Shang's dragon body. Wherever the dragon robe went, Ao Jiao's two divided souls screamed and turned into ashes. Even the wounds on Ao Shang's dragon body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Roar! Ao Shang roared with joy. His dragon body twisted and the purple dragon crown overflowed with thousands of soaring dragon shapes. These dragon shapes brushed past Lihan Heaven, and the area that Ao Jiao imprisoned was broken. A path to the sky had already appeared in front of Ao Shang. Ao Shang moved his body, but only flew a few hundred feet before stopping again. This seemingly spoiled little dragon actually leaped and flew towards Xiao Hua. It seemed that he wanted to take Xiao Hua with him. Damn it! Ao Jiao's violent voice came from all directions. Huge heads appeared in the area that Ao Shang had rushed out from. So what if you have the purple dragon crown? I may not be able to kill you now, but I have trapped you for 1,000,000 years. However, this old man has trapped you for over 1,000,000 years. Once this old man refines the purple dragon crown, you will still be my prey. Ao Shang took a breath and turned his head to look at the place that he wanted to fly out from. Were there not a few divided souls waiting for him to fall into their mouths? Damn it, this Ao Jiao is too powerful. Ao Shang felt a sense of powerlessness. If I didn't turn around to save Jinren Xiao, I'm afraid I would have been trapped by him. He's not even afraid of the purple dragon crown? This folded jade legacy realm is indeed a fragment of the dragon realm. Only by cultivating in such a fragment of the dragon realm can one surpass the control of the purple dragon crown. Jinren. Ao Shang landed beside Xiao Hua. The dragon robe around him overflowed and wanted to bring Xiao Hua into it. However, Xiao Hua's transcendence golden body was now quite repelling the dragon chi of the purple dragon crown. Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed. The silver-white eyes of the delusion breaker eye flashed ruthlessly. After a moment, Xiao Hua said, "Ao Shang, is there any flaw in this Lihan Heaven? Or as far as you know, is there any way to break it?" Ao Shang almost cried out, "Jinren, if there was any way to break it, I would have told you. In this Lihan Heaven, unless your cultivation is higher than Ao Jiao's, or you have a way to completely destroy Ao Jiao's soul, what other way is there? Don't you see? Ao Jiao has merged his soul with Lihan Heaven. He can transform into as many souls as he wants. His soul can appear anywhere in Lihan Heaven. Jinren can't find his real soul. Of course, if Jinren has the means to find it, that's another story. However, even if Jinren finds it, how can Jinren compare with this old man's soul? Damn it, why am I so unlucky? To destroy Ao Jiao's soul, I may not be able to do it, but to find Ao Jiao's soul, I naturally have a way." Xiao Hua thought for a moment. He looked at Ao Jiao's soul, which was afraid of Ao Shang's purple dragon crown, and then looked at the dozens of water dragons surrounding the little white dragon and the dragon vein Xiao Hua. They entangled the two together like how they entangled Ao Shang. Both the little white dragon and the dragon vein Xiao Hua were trapped and unable to move. Xiao Hua said faintly, "However, Ao Shang, you have to swear that you will not say a word about what you saw today. Otherwise..." Of course. Ao Shang was overjoyed and shouted, "I can swear to the dragon ancestor that I will never say a word about what I saw today. If I say a word, let me never find my beloved concubine." Boom! A sudden clap of thunder came out of nowhere, and a dragon-shaped phantom appeared in the thunder, giving Ao Shang a fright. He looked at the phantom in disbelief, and his face was filled with astonishment. "Make a proper dragon oath." Xiao Hua looked at the shadow with boundless dragon might and said, "This is a fragment of the dragon realm. Your dragon oath will be taken away by the dragon ancestor." This dragon oath is also the foundation to protect your little life. Alright. Aoshang clenched his teeth and a drop of dragon blood flew out. Aoshang chanted in the dragon language, "Dragon ancestor above, this little dragon Aoshang makes a dragon oath that I will never say a word about what happened today. No matter what the dragon race interrogates me, I will not say a word. If I say a word, I will immediately be stripped of my dragon blood by the dragon ancestor. I will fall into the mortal Tao and never be reincarnated." Roar! The dragon blood boiled and turned into a line of blood that fell into the dragon-shaped phantom. The dragon-shaped phantom lit up as if it was the finishing touch, and then it rushed into the void and disappeared. Alright. Xiaohua nodded and ordered, "Stay away from me. The divine ability that I am about to use is not something that I can control. Of course, if I am unable to kill Ao Jiao Aosheng, you can take advantage of the chaos to escape." Aosheng opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but seeing Xiaohua's solemn expression, he did not dare to say anything and moved away. Just as Aosheng left, the wind howled and countless water dragons with the same dragon head rushed out. Like vines, they trapped Xiaohua's transcendence golden body. As the water dragons attacked, Xiaohua's demon body showed signs of collapsing. This showed how powerful Ao Jiao was. Now, all of Lihan heaven was filled with towering pillars of water. Each pillar of water was a part of Ao Jiao's soul. It was like a ghostly cultivator, and as Aoshang said, Xiaohua would not be able to escape from Lihan heaven if he could not kill all of them at once. Wang. Xiaohua did not care about the strangulation of Ao Jiao's soul at all. He patted his forehead and there was a buzzing sound. A silver light pillar the size of a fist appeared from the delirium breaker eye. With a loud bang, it rushed into the sea below him. As soon as the light pillar touched the sea, it immediately created a silver vortex. This silver vortex rotated extremely fast, and the silver color covered the sea like lightning. Chapter 40:19. Swish, swish, swish. As the silver color dyed the dozens of water dragons that were entangling Xiaohua, the little white dragon, and the dragon bloodline Xiaohua, these water dragons first lost the appearance of Ao Jiao, and then disappeared into thin air. Even in a moment, all the water pillars fell on the surface of the water, and they no longer looked as arrogant as before. However, the entire sea surface of Lihan heaven still existed and did not completely disappear. Damn it, what kind of supernatural power is this? Under the silver light pillar within the vortex, Ao Jiao's face appeared. His face was full of surprise, but there was little fear. You can actually pin this old man's soul? However, how long do you think this supernatural power of yours can pin this old man? As he spoke, Ao Jiao's face began to distort. The vortex under the light pillar also began to reverse, and the silver color that was previously all over the sea surface gradually retreated. Even in Xiaohua's delusion breaker Dharma eye, the silver eyes began to flicker. Even the delusion breaker Dharma, I could not control Ao Jiao's supernatural power. Just at that moment, an angry roar came from Xiaohua's mouth. Shortly after, Xiaohua abruptly raised his left hand. A pitch-black light flashed and the moan of an ancient demonic creature was heard. Along with that moan, the bronze light around Xiaohua's body instantly disappeared and was replaced by pitch-black flames and crimson blood. The flames were even darker than the demonic flames from before. It was like a sparkling and translucent crystal. In particular, there were tens of thousands of tiny threads, and within those threads were countless malevolent demonic creatures that were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, wanting to pounce out. With the birth of the flame and the crimson color, a demon armor appeared on the surface of Xiaohua's body. This demon armor was also filled with crimson and demons, and a kind of power that could swallow the heavens and the earth continuously gushed out. Not only that, at this moment around Xiaohua's body, a layer of several inches of space had been burned out by the dense flames. This space was collapsing at an extremely fast speed, and not a single ray of light was able to escape. One after another, indescribable demonic creatures flowed out from within the space. These demonic creatures flowed into a hexagonal region behind the demon god Xiaohua's head, and then flowed out from within the hexagonal region. At this moment, the hexagonal region was merely an outline, but that outline distorted the nearby space, making it impossible for the naked eye to see through it. Ew. Ao Jiao did not know what to say in the face of such a strange change. His soul had survived in the fragment of the dragon realm for so long, and this was the first time that absolute fear appeared in his heart. The aura emitted by this terrifying flame was not inferior to the dragon qi in the realm of the folded jade. Ao Jiao looked at the demon god Xiaohua's face that was covered by a layer of demon armor. The two blood-red eyes were filled with bloodlust, and complemented the ruthlessness of the silver-white eyes. Ao Jiao's heart panicked, and hurriedly wanted to abandon the silver-white pillar of light and escape, but the silver-white pillar of light was like a nail that nailed Ao Jiao's soul. No matter how Ao Jiao moved, he could not break free. Who? The demon god Xiaohua did not give Ao Jiao any chance to struggle. With a wave of his left hand, the demon blade appeared, and the entire Lihan heaven's celestial phenomenon changed. From the void around the demon god Xiaohua's body, countless tiny black threads flew out. These black threads carried with them a thick flame in crimson color, and instantly covered the entire Lihan heaven. Even Ao Shang, who was far away, was surrounded. Poor Ao Shang was like a child who had a nightmare. He tightly curled into a ball, and looked at the demon god Xiaohua in horror. The demon god's murderous aura seemed to be able to strangle Ao Shang at any time. He also finally understood why Xiaohua must make him swear a dragon oath. Damn it! Ao Jiao cursed angrily. Purple qi appeared at the dragon's head. As soon as this purple qi appeared, the dragon's head instantly shrank. However, this purple qi actually held up the pillar of light of the delirium breaker Dharma eye, and the dragon's head took the opportunity to escape. Even when the dragon's head just left the vortex controlled by the silver-white pillar of light, it immediately divided into countless tiny dragon souls, and swam in all directions. The demon god Xiaohua saw it clearly through the delirium breaker Dharma eye. The demon blade in his left hand chopped down, and a faint black light flashed. Not only was Ao Jiao's soul split in half, but the endless dragon souls that were born were also split in half. However, the strange thing was that after all the souls were split, they only paused for a moment. Then big and small laughter could not be suppressed in the whole Lihan heaven. All the souls were active again. Even Ao Jiao's main soul was split into two, twisting arrogantly. Just when Ao Jiao felt that she had escaped the fatal blow of the demon blade and wanted to counterattack again, the demon blade roared and turned into a demon dragon. It rushed out from Xiaohua's hand and flew towards one of Ao Jiao's main souls. At the same time, at the edge of all the souls that were split by the demon blade, strands of black silk appeared strangely. With the appearance of these black silk, the demon flames that were previously all over Lihan heaven suddenly turned into hundreds of millions of demons, madly pouncing on Ao Jiao's soul and the seemingly endless sea. The soul cultivator Xiaohua that Xiaohua had sent to the sea surface earlier, now also quietly appeared. Just like an ear-piercing sound, it was attached to another soul of Ao Jiao. The soul cultivator Xiaohua's soul silk was even denser than the black silk and wrapped around Ao Jiao's main soul. The soul silk tore and devoured the soul strands. The image of the soul cultivator Xiaohua was becoming clearer little by little. Roar! Half of Ao Jiao's main soul was fighting with the demon dragon. The other half roared madly, resisting the demon formed by the black silk, and the soul cultivator Xiaohua. In the distance, little white dragon and dragon vein Xiaohua roared at the same time. They separately pounced over and attacked the other half of Ao Jiao's main soul. Ao Jiao's Lihan heaven was formed by her soul. In this kind of illusion that was comparable to an enchantment, Ao Jiao was almost invincible, not to mention being killed by others. Any trace of his soul could be turned into the future Ao Jiao. This was similar to the ghost cultivator Huang Yi's inextricable links on that day. Moreover, Ao Jiao cultivated Lihan heaven in this fragment of the dragon realm. It was far more advanced than the dragon qi of the dragon island. Even if the ninth elder of the dragon island came, he may not be able to escape from this Lihan heaven, let alone kill Ao Jiao's soul. However, he was unlucky to encounter Xiaohua. The demon god Xiaohua's blood drop paradise had undergone the tempering of the fluctuations in the blood pool of the gods and devils. It had already undergone a qualitative improvement. Moreover, the demon blade had suppressed countless demons. These demons were the incarnations of the demon dragon, which was just enough to restrain Ao Jiao's thousands of divided souls. Now, even if Ao Jiao wanted to split a trace of her soul to escape, it was not realistic. Roar! Demon god Xiaohua saw that they were evenly matched. He roared and pounced forward. With a wave of his hands, a not-so-successful blood-drop paradise trapped the other half of Ao Jiao's main soul. Layers of black flames and layers of blood light alternately burned and attacked. The soul was cut off piece by piece. The whole world was fighting, endless devouring. The demon qi chased after the soul, and the soul fought against the demon qi. In the demon qi, Ao Sheng looked at the distant demon dragon and demon god Xiaohua enviously as they devoured Ao Jiao's soul. To be able to cultivate Lihan Heaven's soul, how could ordinary souls compare? It was rare in the world. If he used the secret technique of the dragon clan to devour some, it would definitely be of immeasurable value to Ao Sheng's future cultivation. Unfortunately, Ao Sheng did not dare to get close. When the demonic saber was waved, the saber's blade also stopped in front of Ao Sheng for a moment. Although he was protected by the purple dragon crown, Ao Sheng could already smell the blood in the demonic saber's blade. The incomparably pure blood in his body froze at that moment. He was afraid that Xiaohua had forgotten that he had already made a dragon oath. Fortunately, the demon blade flashed away, and Ao Sheng felt that he had returned to the human world from the underworld. Therefore, he now only hoped that Xiaohua could devour Ao Jiao's soul, so that he could get rid of this feeling of fear. Unfortunately, things did not always go according to one's wishes, even if it was a small elder of the Dragon Island. The devouring of the entire Lihan Heaven lasted for dozens of days. The battle within was not known to outsiders. Ao Sheng himself was in Lihan Heaven, and did not know the specific situation. He only saw that the demon qi in the space was either rich or thin, and the sea blue color was also changing with the thinness of the demon qi. However, in the end, the demon dragon devoured half of Ao Jiao's main soul, rushed to the left hand of the demon god Xiaohua and disappeared. The entire Lihan Heaven was completely filled with demon qi. Roar! As the demon god Xiaohua roared to the sky, all the demon qi rapidly rolled back like thousands of streams returning to the origin, and disappeared into the blood-red armor of the demon god Xiaohua. When the armor slowly disappeared into the surface of Xiaohua's body, the soul cultivator Xiaohua, who seemed to be nearly 100 feet tall, flashed into the mysterious dark clouds in the demon qi. The little white dragon and the dragon vein Xiaohua also shook their heads and wagged their tails, and returned very comfortably. In the end, the demon god Xiaohua withdrew the blood drop cave, revealing a plain thousands of miles in size. The endless dragon qi set off a gust of wind from all directions, blowing the dust into the air. The demon god Xiaohua groaned in a low voice. All the demon qi and the demon armor disappeared, and Xiaohua's body also shrank. Xiaohua fell out of the sky, smashing into a huge rock on the ground. Zhenren Xiao. Ao Sheng was like a fish in water, wantonly for a moment in the dragon qi. Seeing Xiaohua's body fall, he flew closer for a moment in fear, but then he looked into the distance again, as if thinking about something. However, in just a few breaths he made the wisest choice. He flew in front of Xiaohua and said anxiously, Zhenren Xiao. Yes. Following Ao Sheng's call, Xiaohua opened his eyes. A touch of blood mixed with a wisp of cold light flashed in Xiaohua's eyes. Even Ao Sheng's heart skipped a beat, and his dragon body trembled slightly. Xiaohua stood up, closed his eyes for a moment and sighed, alas, I am a little further away from the mortal world. Zhenren Zhao's cultivation has increased again? Ao Sheng said with a flattering smile. Then I must congratulate Zhenren Xiao. What cultivation? Xiaohua shook his head. Although this Zhao's demonic secret technique is extremely powerful, I do not dare to use it lightly, because every time I use it, some of my emotions will be taken away. Over time, this Xiao will become a demonic creature that only knows how to kill. At that time, under that blade, although I can kill Ao Jiao immediately, you will also be killed by this Xiao. Chapter 40-20. Yes, it's better if Taoist doesn't use such a powerful secret technique. Ao Sheng shrunk his neck and smiled. At the same time, I also thank Taoist for sacrificing himself to save me. Xiaohua looked coldly at Ao Sheng, as if he still hadn't escaped from the devil's realm, and said, You only need to remember your dragon oath, don't say anything else. Yes, Xiaolong understands. Ao Sheng replied obediently. Then, Xiaohua took out a yin-yang bracelet and handed it to Ao Sheng, saying, "Go, collect all the stones here." Stones? What does Taoist want them for? Ao Sheng was a little confused. Xiaohua didn't answer. He also took out a yin-yang pouch, flew towards a place, and used his body and mind to collect the stones. All right. Ao Sheng heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Xiaohua starting to collect the boulders and reverting back to his greedy self. He looked at the seemingly endless plains and released his essence force to collect the boulders as well. After collecting all the stones, Ao Sheng returned the yin-yang bracelet to Xiaohua and probed, "Taoist, do you have news of Longyu?" "Not only do I have news of Longyu, I also have news of the Crystal Dragon scripture." Xiaohua looked at Ao Sheng and replied with a smile that wasn't a smile. Ao Sheng's body shook, and he hurriedly asked, "Then, where is the Crystal Dragon scripture? Don't you think you should tell me the use of the Crystal Dragon scripture first?" Xiaohua rolled his eyes and chuckled. Ao Sheng sighed and said with a smile, "Taoist, don't tease me. Since Taoist has already swallowed Ao Jiao's soul, how can you not know the use of the Crystal Dragon scripture?" "You're wrong," Xiaohua replied. "Ao Jiao doesn't know the use of the Crystal Dragon scripture. It's also not here." "Where is the Crystal Dragon scripture?" Ao Sheng asked. "Tell me first, what is the use of the Crystal Dragon scripture?" Ao Sheng smiled bitterly. "Taoist Xiao, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but I don't know what the Crystal Dragon scripture is for. The elders only told me that the Crystal Dragon scripture was brought into the Stacked Jade Legacy realm with Longyu and other things. If you find Longyu, you can find the Crystal Dragon scripture. I really don't know anything else." Xiaohua stared at Ao Sheng for a moment, and Ao Sheng didn't dare to shift his gaze away. After a moment, Xiaohua nodded and said, "This old man will believe you. Since the Crystal Dragon scripture was taken by Ao Yi and separated from the Dragon Jade, the Crystal Dragon scripture must be extremely important." Ao Yi? When Ao Sheng heard this name, he was even more scared than if he had seen a ghost. He exclaimed, he can't be alive too. Damn it, no, he can't have also cultivated Lihan Heaven, right? Xiaohua shrugged, shook his head and said, "I don't know about this." There was no more information in Ao Jiao's memory. However, it seems like only Ao Jiao has this hatred heavenly skill. Ao Yi doesn't. How is this possible? Ao Sheng exclaimed. Ao Yi is the patriarch of the Ji clan and the 10th elder of the Dragon Hall. How could he not have it? However, after Ao Sheng finished speaking, he immediately covered his mouth as he realized that he had revealed something. As if he didn't hear anything, Xiaohua flew up and searched around with his Yuan Shun. Ao Sheng hurriedly flew up. He didn't dare to disturb Xiaohua and only followed closely behind. After half a day, they came to an extremely ordinary place. Xiaohua squinted his eyes and looked around. After thinking for a moment, he raised his hand and pointed. "Come here. Use your dragon breath to perform the soaring dragon technique." "All right." Ao Sheng didn't dare to delay. He flew over, opened his mouth and spat out a dragon breath. Then, ripples appeared around his dragon horn and the dragon breath turned into a faint dragon in the ripples. "Go." Following Ao Sheng's soft command, the dragon rushed to the sky like a cloud. However, just as it rushed out a few feet, a strange barrier blocked the dragon. The dragon's body paused for a moment and actually drilled into the barrier. Roar! A strange sound came from inside the barrier. An invisible wisp of Ao Jiao's soul flew out from the barrier and seemed to be trying to escape. Before Ao Sheng could do anything, the delusion breaker Dharma eye in Xiaohua's forehead opened again. The silver-white light beam fell on the place where the dragon disappeared. The wisp of Ao Jiao's soul flew around fiercely, but in the end it couldn't escape the control of the light beam. As the light beam stirred, it fell into it and disappeared in an instant. Following the disappearance of the last wisp of Ao Jiao's soul, swoosh, as if a layer of color was cut off from the sky, Longyu's head appeared in the sky. This Longyu's dragon head looked very ordinary, similar to the one in Xiaohua's space. In between the dragon head's eyebrows, there was a strange rune. It was somewhat different from the dragon rune, but it was also somewhat similar in shape. It looked very eye-catching. Ao Sheng only saw Longyu's shadow, He didn't even see the rune clearly. Xiao Hua's mind rolled and Long Yu's head fell into his space. Taoist. Aoshang hesitated for a moment and mumbled, "You must remember what you said earlier. After leaving the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm, you must give Long Yu to me. Otherwise, I won't be able to report back." "Can't you use the Crystal Dragon Seal?" Xiao Hua smiled and said, "If it wasn't for this old man, I'm afraid you would have lost your life here." "Ai, that's right." Aoshang sighed and said, "I also think so. Of course, I know the truth of the matter, but the elders don't think so. They wholeheartedly want to take Long Yu and the Crystal Dragon Seal back. Unless Taoist wants to fall out with my Dragon Island, otherwise, there is nothing to discuss. However, I feel that Taoist's future is limitless. There is no need to provoke Dragon Island now." Xiao Hua looked at Aoshang and said, "This old man was somewhat negligent. I should have let you make a bigger dragon oath earlier." Looking at Xiao Hua's gaze, Aoshang felt his hair stand on end. He hurriedly said with a smile, "Of course, I will also talk to the elders and ask them to give Taoist some more time to comprehend." Xiao Hua nodded and asked again, "The time in the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm is somewhat different from Dragon Island, right? And although when the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm opens, the time here will tend to be the same as Dragon Island. However, the time here will ultimately be faster than Dragon Island. I have been waiting here for dozens of days. Maybe only dozens of days have passed on Dragon Island," Aoshang explained. "And when the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm closes, the time here will accelerate again." Xiao Hua squinted his eyes and asked probingly, "If this old man comprehends the Dragon Jade in the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm, will it take less time than on Dragon Island?" When Aoshang heard, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. However, he didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly said with a smile, "Taoist, for our training this time, other than the Dragon Jade, the most important thing is the Crystal Dragon Scripture. Since you are here comprehending the Dragon Jade, what should we do with the Crystal Dragon Scripture?" "Haha." Xiao Hua laughed loudly and said, "Aoshang, this old man's goal is the Dragon Jade. What is the Crystal Dragon Scripture? What does it do? This old man never knew about it." "Taoist, you can't be like this, right? Aoshang, other than you, do the other dragons on Dragon Island also have a mission to find the Crystal Dragon Scripture?" "Yes, the 9 clans of Dragon Island. Each clan will send 20 dragons to specifically search for the Crystal Dragon Scripture." Aoshang no longer concealed and nodded his head as he answered, "Isn't that the case?" Xiao Hua smiled, "Other than you, there are still 179 dragons looking for the Crystal Dragon Scripture. One more you doesn't count, one less you don't count. Why don't you cultivate here with this old man?" Aoshang thought for a moment and said in a low voice, "Taoist Xiao, if you don't want to search for the Crystal Dragon Scripture, that's fine too. Can you tell me where the Crystal Dragon Scripture is? I'm going to search for the Crystal Dragon Scripture." Xiao Hua looked at Aoshang's helpless expression and advised, "Actually, Ao Jiao only knows that Ao Qin went to a place called Deeper Yin. Furthermore, the scenery in this Stacked Jade Legacy Realm will change at any time. It has been so many years, who knows where Deeper Yuan is? Of course, if you know, you can go by yourself." "Deeper Yuan?" Aoshang frowned and said, "I have heard of this name before. It seems to be a dangerous place in the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm. Since Taoist doesn't want to go, then I will go and search for it first. If I can find it, then I will turn back. At that time, I hope that Taoist can help me. What does Taoist think?" The current Aoshang seemed to have matured a lot. He was extremely different from the Aoshang that Xiao Hua saw at the edge of Dragon Island. Xiao Hua looked at Aoshang and then looked around. He nodded and said, "All right, you and I will each take half a step back. You go and search for that Deeper Yuan. I will meditate here. If you find it, you can come back and look for me. However, I am afraid that the scenery in the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm will change again soon. You have to hurry over before it changes. Many thanks for Taoist's help." Aoshang smiled and said, "As for the problem of returning, this is not something that Taoist needs to worry about. My Dragon Island knows about the various changes in the Stacked Jade Legacy Realm and already have countermeasures. Even if Taoist went somewhere else, I will still be able to find Taoist." "Hey, looks like you've already prepared for this," Xiao Hua replied meaningfully. Aoshang naturally understood Xiao Hua's meaning. Xiao Hua was saying that he could easily find deeper in. He didn't say anything more. He swayed his dragon tail and flew into the air. He nodded towards Xiao Hua and flew towards a direction. After Ao Sheng flew far away, Xiao Hua released his yuan sense. After seeing that there was nothing strange in the surroundings, he flew to a hidden place and used the wishful rod to dig a small cave. He drilled in and sealed the cave with crushed stones. After sitting down cross-legged, his mind hastily entered the space. In the space, the complete dragon jade had already fused into one and turned into a sparkling and translucent dragon shape. This dragon shape had a multicolored luster overflowing. A kind of holiness was faintly born from the dragon's head. This holiness was so bizarre. It seemed to be different from everything in Dragon Island. Xiao Hua squinted his eyes and looked at the jade archive for a moment. He raised his hand and pointed at the strange rune on the dragon jade. Roar! An extremely loud dragon roar came from the rune. Then, an extremely powerful dragon might gushed out from the dragon jade. As if it wanted to kill Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was not anxious at all. He raised his hand and grabbed slightly. The space where the dragon jade was located was immediately sealed. All the dragon might disappeared without a trace. Chapter 40:21. This is strange. After Jade Archive, Xiao Hua looked at the dragon jade. He noticed that the dragon jade had calmed down. There was no change and the complete dragon transformation art did not appear. He could not help but be surprised. Previously, I could easily see the dragon transformation art. Why is it not possible this time? Oh, could it be that it also needs dragon blood? Jade Archive Xiao Hua pondered for a moment. He raised his hand and took out a drop of dragon blood from the dragon's corpse that was previously stored in the space. The drop of dragon blood fell into the rune. The rune melted and decomposed in the dragon blood. In the end, tens of thousands of dragon runes gushed out from the dragon blood like a swarm of ants falling into the dragon jade. Then the entire Longyu shone with a five-colored brilliance. Halos of light wrapped around the Longyu's body, and like a bamboo, the Longyu was divided into 6 parts. When the brilliance began to calm down, Jade Archive Xiao Hua raised his hand and pointed a finger at the tail of the dragon jade. Buzz! The dragon jade issued a rumbling sound. More dragon runes than before turned into strands of crystal light and fell into Jade Archive Xiao Hua's hand. Moreover, as the number of crystal light increased, Jade Archive Xiao Hua's figure gradually changed. In the end, it also turned into the image of a huge dragon. However, this huge dragon's eyes were tightly closed. A halo appeared on its scales, resonating with the flickering of the dragon jade. After an unknown amount of time, the dragon shape shook and Jade Archive Xiao Hua's figure appeared within the dragon shape. Longyu's halo also retracted. The runes that had disappeared appeared once again as the light rushed into the dragon head. Hee. Jade Archive Xiao Hua opened his eyes. There was a trace of ecstasy on his face. No wonder Ao Jiao wanted to take this dragon jade away from Dragon Island. This dragon jade actually concealed a mystery. Not only does it have the dragon transformation art that I wanted, it also has the inheritance of Dragon Island's heavenly dragon language technique. This is strange. This heavenly dragon language technique. Why didn't it pass down through the bloodline of the dragon clan? Why did it pass down through this dragon jade? Moreover, this dragon transformation art is actually not a secret technique for demon beasts to cultivate into dragons. In the inheritance of Dragon Island's dragon clan, there is a method to mold the body in the dragon cleansing pool. However, since this method can mold the body, it can also be used to temper the body. Especially for demon beasts like Little White Dragon, whose original form is a python, it can use the dragon transformation art to cultivate and evolve into a dragon. As such, it became the so-called dragon transformation art. Ao Jiao only has the first half of Longyu's body. Without the complete dragonization incantation, it's impossible for him to reconstruct his body in the dragon cleansing pool. Damn it, so the dragon cleansing pool wasn't what I thought it would be. The Little White Dragon's body would be molded as soon as it entered. However, Little White Dragon was already able to transform from a python into a dragon, completing all 9 levels of the dragonization incantation. Now all that's left is just a few crucial parts. He only needs to cultivate a little more. Thinking of this, Jade Archive Xiao Hua flashed into the mysterious dark clouds. Seeing Jade Archive Xiaohua appear, the little white dragon hurriedly asked, Xiaohua, where are you now? I feel that the draconic energy here is too dense. What's up with the soul that you and I devoured? My soul seems to be undergoing some inexplicable changes. This is the Dragon Island Stack Jade Legacy Realm. The Jade Archive Xiaohua explained the ins and outs of the matter. The dragon cleansing pool that can remodel your body is here. However, if you want to remodel your body, you must first cultivate the complete dragonization art. Of course, the little white dragon smiled and said, Isn't my dragonization art complete? Speaking of this, the little white dragon came to a realization. Could it be, my dragonization art isn't complete? I still can't remodel my body? What should I do? The dragon race can't be compared to our human race. Similarly, it can't be compared to your original body. Jade Archive Xiaohua explained, the dragon body is very mysterious. Not only can it absorb the power of the stars and moon, it can also absorb draconic energy. The dragon race even has the heavenly dragon technique. Therefore, the remodel of the dragon body isn't as simple as we thought. It requires a special method to successfully remodel it. And this method is the dragonization art. Oh, Xiaohua, could it be that you found the last piece of the dragon jade? The little white dragon finally understood and said in surprise, That's right. Jade Archive Xiaohua extended his index finger, and like a cold star, it landed between the little white dragon's eyebrows. It was also the place where the rune of the dragon jade was located. Boom! The little white dragon felt one rune after another rushing into his mind. He didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly coiled his body to carefully comprehend it. Jade Archive Xiaohua withdrew his index finger and looked at the little white dragon's soul. He nodded slightly and looked at Soul Cultivator Xiaohua inside the soul formation sky. At this time, Soul Cultivator Xiaohua looked a little strange. His whole body was several times bigger than before. In addition to his original appearance, there were also scales on his skin. These scales were faintly discernible, and there were also thousands of dragon patterns. Above Soul Cultivator Xiaohua's closed eyes, there were even two phantoms that looked like dragon horns. It seems that eating too much dragon soul also has its disadvantages. I'm afraid this dragon image won't disappear in a short time. Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled and flashed out of the mysterious cloud. He shouted, Where is fellow Taoist dragon bloodline? Many thanks, fellow Taoist. Dragon bloodline Xiaohua's figure appeared, his face filled with ecstasy. I have a place to cultivate in the future. This dragon jade not only has the dragon transformation art, but also so many heavenly dragon technique and other dragon clan techniques. This time we have really hit the jackpot. Fellow Taoists should quickly comprehend the dragon transformation art. Jade Archive Xiaohua smiled proudly. If there is a chance, fellow Taoists should also follow the little white dragon's body molding. Okay. Dragon bloodline Xiaohua agreed and his figure disappeared. Jade Archive Xiaohua returned to the space and instructed the green-robed Xiaohua a few words. He was preparing to help the green-robed Xiaohua comprehend the dragon transformation secret art with him. Suddenly, Jade Archive Xiaohua's expression changed and he immediately escaped from the space. Outside the space, inside the Stack Jade Heritage Realm, the wind howled like a tiger. Another round of scenery began to change. Xiaohua's figure swayed along with the cave in the air. Really troublesome. Xiaohua stabilized his figure and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Xiao has just adapted to the appearance of the Stack Jade Heritage Realm. And now I have to start again. Who knows what the scenery will be like after this? At this time, the gravel in front of the cave had already been blown away by the wind without a trace. Xiaohua hid in the cave and looked at the scenery outside that was as gorgeous as a layer of dusk. Inside, not only were there mountain ridges shifting, there were also many dragons struggling. After several hours, the changes in the scenery began to slow down. Boom! Xiaohua's figure shook and the mountain range also fell. It's finally over. Xiaohua smiled. Now I can cultivate in peace for a while. Unfortunately, just as Xiaohua closed his eyes, woo-woo, outside the cave the sound of wind rose again. Then with a loud boom, something hit the mountain range not far from Xiaohua. In these several hours there were indeed many things that collided with the mountain range, but this time was different. A low groan sounded from that place, and then a spiritual sense similar to an elemental thought swept through the cave and landed on Xiaohua's body. Huh! A faint human voice sounded in Xiaohua's ear. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. At this time it was already too late for him to hide anything. After thinking for a while, he simply walked out of the cave and looked up. The scenery outside the cave had completely changed. A tall man with a full beard was wearing armor and holding a long spear in his hand. He was standing on top of a mountain rock not far away in astonishment. This man's armor was already abnormally damaged. There were many bloodstains on the armor, and there was even a bloody wound on the man's neck. Xiaohua, Taoist Master Xiao? When the man saw Xiaohua, he recognized him at a glance and asked curiously, "Why are you hiding in the cave?" Xiaohua smiled and said, "This stacked jade heritage realm is full of slaughter, and this Xiao's Dharma body is the delicious food of those dragons. This Xiao is not a descendant of the dragons. Coming to this stacked jade heritage realm to train is just a coincidence, and I don't plan to gain anything from this training. Therefore, this Xiao simply found a place to hide, and when the time comes to train, I'll just follow you out. So that's how it is." When the man heard this, he said somewhat enviously, "Taoist Master's calm heart actually makes this one jealous. This one risked my life to enter the Dragon Island to train, just to obtain some of the ancient dragon's legacy. Now that I'm in the stacked jade heritage realm, I clearly know that I'm the prey of others, but I can't help but be greedy for some things. Oh, Taoist Master Xiao, this one is Jing Province's Ao Fengping. Previously, I saw Taoist Master in the Dragon Qi territory." "Oh, so it's Jing Province's Taoist Ao." Xiaohua cupped his hands and said with a smile, "This one wishes Taoist Ao victory in advance, and success on the spot." When Ao Fengping heard this, he hurriedly waved his hand. He lowered his head to look at his appearance, and said with a bitter smile, "Taoist Master must be joking. Look at this one's sorry state. Just now this one was sneak attacked by a cunning dragon. If it wasn't for this change in scenery, I'm afraid I would have already fallen into the dragon's stomach. But now, even if this one dodged the sneak attack, his injuries are quite heavy." Xiaohua nodded. "Since it's like this, Taoist Ao can heal his injuries here. This one can protect Taoist Ao." When Ao Fengping heard this, his eyebrows raised in joy, and he said with a smile, "Then I'll have to trouble Taoist Master." As he spoke, Ao Fengping took out a box of medicine from his bosom and consumed it. Immediately, clouds gushed out from his body, and wisps of awe-inspiring aura inexplicably gushed out, covering the surface of Ao Fengping's body. This is actually a bit strange. Seeing that Ao Fengping was actually able to use the Confucian cultivation technique in the stacked jade heritage realm, Xiaohua was a bit bewildered. How can he use the Confucian cultivation technique? After a full 2 hours, Ao Fengping finally withdrew his true qi, and then took out another set of armor to change into. "Alright, Taoist Ao." Xiaohua cupped his hands again. "Since your injuries have already healed, this one will return to hide." "Taoist Master," Ao Fengping hurriedly said, "this one has something to say, but I don't know if I should say it or not." If Ao Shang had said so, Xiaohua would have directly replied with, "Since you don't know, then don't say it." But looking at Ao Fengping's sincerity, and thinking that they were both in the stacked jade heritage realm, he still nodded and said, "Taoist Ao, please speak. This one is all ears." You're tuning in to the Li Mei Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.